The Alchemist's tournament was in full swing. The pill furnaces were burning brightly. The grandson of the third emperor of the Danu Empire looked at the elder. He was about to find out what the man Lord Wang was so protective of was capable of. Chen Pinghan was preparing the pills at this time. He was just about to throw all the ingredients into the furnace. The grandson of the third emperor looked at this in surprise. Chen Pinggang didn't follow the rules of pill preparation. The guy thought that he didn't know alchemy at all. The guy shouted in surprise and pointed his finger at Chen Pinggang. His expectation didn't match with reality. Chen Pinghan didn't understand why this guy had been staring at him so intently ever since he got to the exam. He hoped that the men of this realm didn't have any strange fetishes. The grandson of the third emperor thought that if Senior continued to refine the pill so carelessly, he wouldn't lose anything from it. So the guy decided to forget about it. The likes of him would blow their own furnaces anyway. He looked at his orange bead. The grandson of the third emperor felt that he needed to start by selecting those who posed a threat to him. The grandson of the third emperor smiled slyly. He was about to put his plan into action. And he was going to start with one of the guys who prepared his pills according to all the rules and carefully added the ingredients to the potion. The grandson of the third emperor activated his magic bead. A red magic circle appeared around him. At that moment, the flames on the guy's furnace began to burn more and more intensely. A second later, a loud explosion was heard. The guy's furnace exploded. No one realized what was happening. The judges felt that number 15 had blown up his own furnace. He was disqualified. However, the grandson of the third emperor was actually behind it. He believed that it didn't matter how talented a contestant was. If he stands in the way of the grandson of the third emperor, he should pay for it. Number 15 frustratedly left the competition. The grandson of the third emperor continued to implement his plan. Number 10 also, in the opinion of the judges, blew up his own furnace. They were followed by number 3, his furnace also exploding under strange circumstances. Wang Xiaojun thought that this was all very strange, as she didn't see any mistakes in their actions. The girl asked her father why suddenly their ovens all exploded. The sect leader replied that apparently someone was not using the right tactics. Sect head Wang realized that Sunzi, a playboy prince who was forever ruining his father's reputation, might be behind these. The man thought that Senior was really an interesting person. His refining technology was strange, but the furnace was very stable. His furnace didn't explode when herbs with conflicting properties were mixed together as an exquisite power. The older man even let this guy stand by his side without any fear of losing. The man believed that there was still a deep meaning in his actions. Sect head Dan felt that since this was Senior's plan, he couldn't take the liberty and ruin this guy's tactics. Senior would probably handle everything himself. Sunji had eliminated all those who could be better than him. His pill was almost finished cooking. He was sure that the first place would be his. Unexpectedly at this moment, Sunji smelled an incredible and noble fragrance. He was very surprised. The whole public thought that this participant was a very successful pill maker because it gave off such a rich odor. They were all talking about Chen Pinggang's pill. He had probably concocted a 4th or even 5th level pill. Sunji was very angry at such a success of his opponent. He didn't understand how such an inept could defeat him. Sunzi wasn't going to let the elder get the upper hand over him. He activated his orange bead. Chen Pinggang's furnace began to burn more and more intensely. It was ready to explode. The elder didn't understand how the fire was able to increase so much. He had everything under control. Chen Pinghan was angry. He couldn't let the furnace explode or else he would fail the quest. The older man thought it was over and the fire was out of control. If it continued like this, the grass would just burn. The elder decided that it was worth using this kind of fire to quickly form a pill. He began to use his powers. Chen Pinghan directed her magic power towards the furnace. It enveloped her. The stove's lid did fly off from the guy's strength. He squeezed his eyes shut. Chen Pinghan rejoiced. He had succeeded in taking control of the situation. The spectators saw his furnace explode. They thought he would be disqualified too. They were upset. However, the elder had a plan. He smiled slyly. Chen Pinggang's pill was ready. He proudly took it in his hand. The pills even turned out to be 2. They were perfectly shaped and burned with flame. Chen Pinggang presented his pills to the examiner and asked him to check them. The sect head took the guy's pills in his hands. He concluded that these 2 pills were the highest grade 5 pills. The audience wasn't sure how this was even possible in 2 pills at once, especially since the guy blew up his furnace. One of the female spectators remembered that only 1st-level medicinal herbs were allowed in this competition. Sunji was very angry at Senior's success. The sect head has been practicing this craft all his life, and had never heard of anyone being able to create such a miracle. He thought Senior was magnificent. Chen Pinghan scratched behind his head and awkwardly asked if he had passed. Dan Yuan replied that of course the guy had passed and those 2 pills were enough. Sunji became even more angry. Sunji shouted that there was no way he would let Chen Pinggang win. The guy stated that Senior had cheated after all. It was impossible to form a pill after destroying the furnace. especially 2 at once, so he probably hid them beforehand. Dan Yuan asked the guy to watch his language. He asked if Sunji wanted to accuse his sect. Prince responded that this calls into question their fairness and all the other entries that have been submitted for this competition. The audience began to question the whole situation. Some thought what he was saying made sense. Sunji also remembered that today's competition was postponed because of this guy, and they weren't fair from the start. One of the spectators thought that the strangest thing was the sudden explosions of most of the participants and the feeling as if a ghost had entered the furnace. At this moment, a thought came to sect leader Wang. It seemed like he had realized something. The man thought that the situation was unfolding exactly the way Senior wanted it to, and not to rashly expose him. Apparently Senior didn't want him to interfere too much. The man was glad he realized it in time. The older man didn't understand why the sect leader was nodding his head, if he really wanted them to work things out. The elder felt that he understood everything, and that the sect leader knew that the pills were made by Chen Pinggang, so he let him handle the situation to assess his abilities. The senior thought that the sect leader Dan Yuan wanted to teach him. The boy got excited. They both worshipped each other, and said they understood each other when in reality, there was a misunderstanding. The eldest thought that everything could be solved very easily. He could improve the pill again right in front of Sunji's eyes. The prince agreed, but on the condition that the furnace of his choice and the recipe he had developed would be used. Everything was going according to Sunji's plan. The latter thought that Elder was caught and was going to be ruthless. The prince gave the elder the royal family's secret recipe that helps break through to the next level of kingship. If Senior makes this pill, Sunji will believe that he is right. Sunji added an herb to the original recipe that contradicts the main ingredient and created a fake recipe. Once these 2 ingredients come into contact, they will produce a dozen explosions that can kill a person. The elder and the sect leader looked at the recipe with horror. They realized that there was something wrong with it. Although the elder knew nothing about herbal medicine, this recipe didn't seem consistent. But the head didn't say anything like that. The sect patriarch also realized that the recipe was wrong, but wondered why Senior didn't say anything. The thought came to them both that the other was testing him. The elder thought that this fake prescription was a question, a trap, and the more fake it was, the more real it was. The guy thought the boss was trying to test his logical thinking skills. The patriarch didn't understand how the elder didn't notice such an obvious fake prescription. The man thought that Chen Pinggang must want to take this opportunity to teach the prince a lesson. The elder and the patriarch sighed and simultaneously said that there was no problem with this prescription. They both looked at each other happily and thought they definitely understood each other's thoughts. Sunji smiled slyly. He was glad that everything was going according to his plan. Sunji chose the furnace he had used before because he was sure that there was no problem with it. The older man agreed. He knew something was going to go wrong. The furnace that Sunji had chosen began to burn very brightly, the flames rising upwards. The older man was already throwing all the necessary ingredients into it. The guy saw that something was wrong with the oven. The herbs began to simmer slowly, a wonderful aroma emanating from them. Chen Pinghan thought that it was now worth it to let them fuse together and turn into a pill. At that moment, something suddenly happened. An explosion was heard and a bright flash appeared. Chen Pinghan was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what this sudden explosion was after all. He was sure that he hadn't made any mistakes. Sunji was glad that everything was going according to his plan. This time, Chen Pinggang didn't have to survive. Sunji turned to the sect leader Wang. He told the man to be careful. After all, if he tells it like it is, then Chen Pinggang will not be the culprit, and he will not be suspected of fraud. Sect leader Wang was angry. He knew exactly what the prince had done and told him to remember his words next time. The sect leader threatened that if Sunji was to blame, he would not live. At this moment, an incomprehensible force descended upon the entire sect. It hovered in the air. People didn't understand what it was. The elder lifted the lid of the stove. The pill was glowing brightly under the days. The light of the pill was so intense that it rose up into the sky in a huge beam. The elder got 2 pills at once. He got proud and thought that he was really an alchemical genius. The elder took the pills out of the oven and was ready to show them to everyone. He presented his pills to the sect leader Wang. They were perfect again. People around started to chatter. They were surprised that the guy had made it and thought he was very talented. Sect leader Wang was very surprised to see these pills. He didn't know what to say. The pills in Elder's hand are not the prescription kind. Sunji took out a real breakthrough pill. It was a gift after his father passed away. He opened the pill box. The people around also noticed the differences in the pills, however. It seemed to them that Sunji's pill was worse than Chen Pinggang's. And another viewer thought the word useless would have described her better. The prince was very angry. Sunji angrily slammed the box and said that sect leader Wang could also see these differences between the pills. He believed that what was in the elder's hands was just a fake that looked pretty. Sect leader Wang agreed that Senior's pills were not worthy of being called breakthrough pills. He explained that breakthrough pills can only help a person get to the next stage, and so it is possible to utilize their full potential when you are at a certain peak level. However, what Elder has created is a different matter. Sect leader Wang smiled and exhaled. He was going to tell everyone about Chen Pinggang's pills. The sect leader announced that these pills contain 10 times more efficacy and could take a person to the next level at once. He added that to call these pills simply breakthrough pills would be an insult. Everyone around him was shocked. It was already evening in the Dan Empire's Alchemy Square. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. One of the men announced that recruitment for their sect was now complete, and if those who didn't pass are still interested in their sect, they can apply next time. Sunji was very angry that he didn't pass. He clenched his fists and told Chen Pinggang to just wait, and he would see for himself. The boy didn't believe that the elder's luck would always be with him. He angrily turned around and walked away. It was already evening in the Dan Empire's Alchemy Square. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. The elder thanked Sect Head Wang, however. He couldn't stay in their sect forever. The man said it couldn't be helped, and with his alchemy skills, he wouldn't be able to go against the elder's wishes. The sect leader smiled and said that if Senior didn't mind, he could just call him Brother Wang. Chen Pinggang was embarrassed and blushed. He replied that since the man wanted it so much, he would accept his wish. They were both very kind to each other, and both thought it was a great good fortune that they could call Big Brother. Sect Head Wang was holding the pills that Senior had created. He was going to give them to the guy. Chen Pinghan replied that he didn't need them and asked to keep them. He hoped that the sect leader would find someone to give them to. Senior's entire cultivation base comes from the system, so it was useless for him to take the pill, and thus he would thank the chapter for the favor. It was already late. The elder had some things to do, so it was already time for him to go. The elder was worried about Xin Xin and Xiao as they were the weakest in the family. Moreover, some strange robber had appeared. Sect Head Wang pondered over who to give these elder pills to. It seemed to the man that perhaps the elder already had a plan, for he had assigned the matter to him. Sect Head Wang had a brilliant thought at this moment. He decided to give the pills to Xiao Jun. Especially, he wanted to ask what kind of relationship they had with Senior. The elder walked through the market, not far from the sect. One of the stalls was selling a figurine of a dog with a bell. The older one was worried that he was gone for a very long time today, and anything could happen at his house. He paid attention to the dog figurine, thinking that if he didn't take anything, Xiaolin would definitely be upset. At this moment, something flew from behind directly onto Chen Pinggang's head. This thing hit him on the back of his head. The guy was in pain. He grabbed his head and angrily asked who threw it. The perpetrator of this incident was nervously clutching his clothes. He apologized. The guy said he didn't mean to, and just threw it in a fit of rage. He didn't think he was going to hit anyone. The boy became very nervous. He suddenly remembered something. He was the son of the Prime Minister of Danwu, Zhou Xiaoming. The older man picked up what appeared to be a martial arts book. Chen Pinghan looked at her and asked why the guy threw her out. The older man noticed the book's signature. There were a bunch of misspelled words. Zhou Xiaoming explained that the scammer said he had a talent for martial arts, and the guy believed and so spent all his money to buy the book. But it was not effective at all. The money the boy spent on it would have been enough for very cool books, so he threw it away. The older man said it was okay and advised the boy to be more careful next time. The boy thought that the scammers were terrible now. The older man asked, since the boy didn't want the book, if he could have it. He said yes. Chen Pinggang opened it and started reading. Zhou Xiaoming asked if everything was fine. Could he go? At this moment, Senior decided to try one of the techniques written in the book. He changed it a bit. Zhou Xiaoming ran away from the elder. He thought that the guy's aura looked strange. He didn't understand how a martial art could look so exciting. Zhou Xiaoming was stopped by something. Magical energy was flying around. It demolished everything in its path. The boy turned around. He was very surprised at what he saw in front of him. Zhou Xiaoming didn't understand why the lower grade arts had become so strong when Senior began to conjure. Chen Pinghan wondered what would happen if he changed some parts of this art. Would it be usable? The older one did all his tricks in the market area, with tents all around. The elder didn't know how powerful this spell would be during battle, so he wanted to go back and check it out. At this moment, Chen Pinghan heard strange sounds behind his back. He turned around. Men were running at him. They were clearly headed for the elder. The men surrounded Chen Pinggang. They were armed with swords. One of them told his young master that they had found the man His Highness had told him about. The young master told the elder to kneel down. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what was happening or who was in front of him. Chen Pinghan thought that perhaps the man was mistaken after all. There was no reason for him to be treated like this. The older man asked, how about we review everything? The guy slowly backed away. However, at this moment, Chen Pinghan's back rested against someone's huge chest. The guy was surprised. A huge, strong man was watching from behind his back. The young master asked if Chen Pinggang was trying to escape. He smiled slyly and covered himself with a fan. He thought it looked like they should give Chen Ping'an a beating so that even his parents wouldn't recognize the guy. The men started approaching him with bats. The elder didn't understand what he should do or how to avoid this unpleasant situation. The most sensible thing that came to mind was to ask passers-by for help. He asked 2 men to do so. The men looked at the young gentleman with surprise and fear. They clearly recognized and feared him. The 2 male passers-by rushed to run away as soon as they saw who was confronting Chen Ping'an. The guy was very surprised. The young gentleman smiled slyly and remarked that no one would have the courage to stand up to him. The young gentleman told his subordinates to deal with the older man. The men rushed at him with sticks, wanting to beat him up. Chen Ping'an didn't know what to do. He couldn't face so many opponents. He covered his face with his hand and mentally asked for help. At this moment, his powers activated. His hand lit up with flames and he used the Buddha's napalm ability. The elder's hand glowed more and more with a bright flame, his strength spreading around. He used his powers to punch the male attacker. The man flew away from the older man in a flash. Chen Ping'an didn't realize how he had just done that. He looked at his hand in astonishment. The elder thought that he should try not to kill anyone, or else he would have to use the teleport to escape. The older man switched to hand-to-hand combat. He punched one of the men sharply in the face with his fist. He disarmed the other opponent with a strong punch to the stomach. The man's baton flew off. After a while, all of the elder's opponents lay battered and disarmed on the ground. Chen Ping'an didn't realize when he became so strong. He looked at the men lying on the ground in surprise. The young gentleman shouted to the elder, "How dare he beat him? After all, his father is the general of Dango army. He said that the elder will not be able to leave Danwu." Chen Ping'an glared angrily at the young master. He was going to scare him and teach him a lesson. The older man turned around and began to walk slowly towards the young master. He was frightened and thought it would be better if the older man didn't do anything strange. Chen Ping'an didn't listen to him. He swung at the young master. The latter shouted to the elder to stay away from him. The young master finally gave up and let the guy go. Chen Ping'an is so tired. From these 3,000 points, his hands feel useless. The guy thought he needed to find a place right away and teleport home. At this moment, the older man was stopped by someone. The guy didn't realize what other problems might be following him. Chen Ping'an turned around in horror. He thought that it was the army arriving, however. Even for her, it was too fast. It turned out that the elder was called out by Zhou Xiaoming. Chen Ping'an was happy about this. The guy ran panting after the senior and said that the technique the young man had just used was Buddha palms. Zhou Xiaoming got all lit up and asked admiringly if he could have a copy of the book or the original. The older man became embarrassed and asked if the guy wanted to learn the technique. Chen Ping'an thought he wanted to use a gun to defend himself, but luckily the guy gave him a book. Chen Ping'an replied that these arts were originally lower level, but he improved them, and they became immortal martial arts. The guy thought that if he was going to lie like this, he would have to act like this all the way. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes sparkled. He was surprised by the senior's words about the immortal level and asked how strong the guy was. Chen Ping'an replied that he could tell the guy this, but he should never tell his secret to anyone. After all, the elder is an immortal being. The older man was about to continue, but people outside shouted that there was an asteroid approaching. They told everyone to run away. The elder turned around and saw a huge asteroid flying straight from the sky into the street, burning with red flames. People were scattering in terror. They were sure that this asteroid would bring them trouble and their empire was doomed. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoming grabbed the elder's clothes. He wanted something from Chen Ping'an. The boy looked at the older man with hope in his eyes and asked him to stop this asteroid faster. Chen Ping'an felt embarrassed and replied that what he had just said was a small lie, and he had not yet reached the immortal stage. The elder was certain that he couldn't just stop this asteroid. At that moment, an asteroid exploded in the air right above him, and small pieces of it flew off and scattered everywhere. The elder looked at it fearfully. He didn't understand what caused this to happen. Zhou Xiaoming looked at Chen Ping'an with joy. He thought that he was the one who blew up the asteroid, and thought the guy was very strong. Chen Ping'an thought that luckily there was someone capable of stopping the asteroid. The older one thought this kid was very easy to fool, so he continued to lie that he just pointed his finger at the asteroid, and it exploded. Chen Ping'an said that he used his mind to make the asteroid explode without even touching it, all because he was immortal. The boy believed everything the elder said. Chen Ping'an became proud and said that there was no need to be surprised. After all, these were elementary things. All the people frightenedly ran away. They shouted that another asteroid was approaching, this time much bigger than the previous one. The passers-by asked for help. They thought it was the end, and there are no options to escape. They only have to wait for their death. The elder turned around and looked at the asteroid. It was indeed gigantic in size and was falling to the earth at a great speed. The boy asked him to stop it. Chen Ping'an did not know what to do. It was the first time he had seen such a natural phenomenon. Zhou Xiaoming was full of hope. He believed in his elder's strength with all his heart. Chen Pinghan was in a stupor. He thought that he had very nicely gotten caught in his own lie, and now he would really die. The older man decided to keep lying. He said he would let the asteroid move for a while and observe in case nothing had to be done. Zhou Xiaoming looked at the asteroid in surprise. The boy didn't understand what the elder meant. The boy didn't know what there was to realize here in the landing of a huge asteroid. In that second, Zhou Xiaoming realized everything. A brilliant thought came to him. The boy thought that the fire surrounding the asteroid was huge, as if it had consumed an entire fireball, and its destructiveness would clearly be far greater in comparison. The senior didn't really understand what the guy was talking about, for he himself didn't put much meaning into his words. Zhou Xiaoming apologized, for he didn't understand anything else. The boy asked if it wasn't strange that the asteroid was on fire, as it ignites itself. The older man replied that it was because it was falling so fast, and the friction caused it to catch fire. The boy was very surprised. It was the first time he learned the information why the asteroid was on fire. Zhou Xiaoming exclaimed loudly that he understood everything. The elder thought that if no one stopped the asteroid, at least he could teleport the child with him. Chen Pinggang asked if the boy was serious and what he understood. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoming started to use his strength. The older man was very surprised to look at the boy, for he was sure he didn't understand anything. The power enveloped the boy more and more intensely, and he was also burning with flames. The older man didn't understand what the boy had realized. Chen Pinghan thought it was strange that there were always people who became enlightened just by exchanging a few words with him. Chen Pinghan didn't realize how it always coincided like this. At this moment, a thought came to the guy. The elder thought that he was the only one who didn't understand anything about cultivation at all. The guy became very angry. The power was enveloping the boy more and more intensely, and he was also burning with flames. The older man didn't understand what the boy was doing. Zhou Xiaoming decided that it was time to act. He opened his eyes and looked at the asteroid with determination. The boy realized that his trampled spiritual root of fire just needed some spiritual energy to start working, and apparently he had a breakthrough. Zhou Xiaoming thanked the elder for mentoring him. He was overjoyed, his eyes shining. At that moment, another asteroid exploded above the elder's head. It shattered into small pieces in all directions. Chen Ping'an thought it was great that the asteroid problem had solved itself, and he didn't have to do anything. The boy rejoiced. He thought the older man had let the asteroid get a little closer on purpose so that he would learn something new. Chen Pinggang became proud and said that an asteroid of this size was nothing in his eyes. Zhou Xiaoming thought the guy was very cool. The elder replied that it was just a small thing, and it was all due to his luck. At this moment, someone called out to Zhou Xiaoming. It was his father, the Prime Minister of Danwu, Zhou Yongping. He didn't understand where his son had gone. The man told the boy to come to him quickly, for it was dangerous. Zhou Xiaoming asked his father to let him introduce the elder. He is the one who destroyed the 2 asteroids, and thanks to him, the boy is fine. The boy also introduced his father. Zhou Yunping bowed and thanked the guy for protecting Zhou Xiaoming. He couldn't imagine someone as young as Chen Pinggang possessing such strength. The older man told the man to calm down because he had a friendly relationship with his son, and as for the asteroids, they were quite dangerous for him, so the guy easily blew them up. The elder didn't understand why he was still lying. He hoped that Zhou Yunping wouldn't expose him. Their dialogue was watched by the boy in surprise. Senior and Zhou Yunping looked at each other incredulously. The man seemed to look like he was at the soul nucleation stage. Zhou Xiaoming tugged at his father's cape and called out to him. The boy said he wasn't lying, and had indeed seen the older man stop 2 asteroids with his own eyes. Zhou Xiaoming also added that his elder had guided him, and he was finally able to break through. The boy showed his father his new abilities. Zhou Yunping thought that all the rogues his son had met couldn't help him flog, and even he couldn't succeed, and apparently the elder really is a master. The man thought that his attitude towards Chen Pinggang might have offended the young man. He didn't understand what he needed to do. At this time, Chen Pinghan thought that if he continued to lie to these 2, he might not be believed and maybe the guy would get in trouble. The elder wanted to make the most out of the situation. He told the boy that all it took to increase his luck was to say that Chen Pinggang liked him. The boy understood. The elder took a deep breath and said something indistinctly to Zhou Xiaoping. The boy complied with the older man's request in no time and said cheerfully that he liked him. Zhou Yunping doubted that it would seriously help improve his luck. After all, it all looked like a scam. The elder and the boy were chatting about something. Zhou Xiaoping said a few more times that he liked the boy. At this time, the points were all adding up. They reached 4,000. The elder said he could not increase the boy's luck any further and he would send him the book tomorrow. The older man decided it was worth it to leave. The boy was very excited to be able to get this awesome book tomorrow. He hoped Senior would come early. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoming realized something with horror. He remembered that he had forgotten something. The boy didn't tell the older man their address or what would happen if he couldn't find them. The boy ran after him into the alley. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoming suddenly stopped. There was a dead end in the alley, but when the boy reached it, the older man was not there. He did not understand where the young man had gone. The older man went back to his house. It was already evening outside. The sun was slowly setting over the horizon. Chen Ping'an thought that it was a good thing that he left quickly, because this kind of lucky thing was a hard thing to explain. A guy stepped over the threshold. He brought Xiaoling to eat various goodies. The girl was very happy that her brother had already returned. Duan's boss was sitting next to her, and she offered the older man some papaya. The elder told Xiaoling to go and wash her hands. He said she couldn't eat any more today. Senior looked at Madame Duan. The guy was very embarrassed and even forgot what he wanted to say. Chen Pinggang advised her to also eat less. The girl asked why she should do that. Boss Duan was wearing a very revealing outfit. She asked if Chen Ping'an wanted to. The young man's heart couldn't bear the girl's passionate appearance, and he blushed and became embarrassed. The elder turned away and tried not to look at the girl. At this time, Madame Duan laughed at the elder. Xiaolin was angry at the elder. The girl didn't understand why she couldn't eat watermelons further. The morning came. It was time for breakfast. There were many different treats on the table. Chen Ping'an tried to calm himself down. The boy should have already gotten used to all of Madame Duan's temptations by now. However, the elder still couldn't come to his senses. The guy kept recalling the events of yesterday and his reaction to Boss Duan. Chen Ping'an was sure that his eyes just happened to fall on Boss Duan's deep cleavage. The girl turned to him. Mrs. Duan asked what was on Chen Ping'an's mind. The boy didn't know what to say to the girl. The older man jumped up abruptly from the table and announced that he had to go right away. He almost knocked over a bowl of food. The elder blushed and said that he would come back at night. Madame Duan looked at him in surprise. The girl noticed something on the older man's face. She got up from the table and walked towards him. Madame Duan approached Chen Ping'an's face. She was going to help him remove something on his face. The guy felt very uncomfortable. The girl noticed a ricin sticking to the older man's cheek. The girl tried to remove it. In the next second, Chen Ping'an approached the elder and decided to take away a piece of food with her mouth. The girl succeeded. The older man was shocked by these events. He was embarrassed, and his face poured red. The boy decided that the best way out of this awkward situation was to just run away. He ran out of his house, all flushed and bullet-ridden. Senior quickly ran through the forest. Trying to escape from Madame Duan, he thought about the situation. Chen Ping'an thought that the girl was too straightforward and would soon take all the initiative. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. At that moment, the elder remembered something. It was as if it had hit him. The guy thought it was very strange. He figured it wasn't the first time he'd been in this situation. He slowed down. The older man recalled events from his past life on Earth, his marriage. It seemed to him that he had been in a similar situation before. Chen Pinggang felt as if he had been electrocuted. It seemed to him that Madame Duan looked very much like his wife on Earth. Warden Duan sighed heavily. She was contemplating what she should do next. The girl had already put up a barrier, and it was only a kiss. It broke part of the seal, and it seemed her time was running out. The girl thought that some things would have to be abandoned, and started looking at the system. The supervisor turned around and told them to go, because they knew what they had to say. The girl addressed the big black dog and the little pink bird that sat on the dog's head. They answered that they knew what to do. The elder was still walking through the forest. White clouds floated across the sky, and high mountains could be seen in the distance. The scenery was very peaceful. The nature in the area was amazing in its beauty. While the older man was walking through the forest, he suddenly noticed his dog, Smolka. The boy didn't understand what she was doing here, and why there was a bird on her head. The animals said they were waiting for the older man. The boy was very amazed, for it was the first time he had heard his animals speak. The older one grabbed his head and asked in horror if his pets could talk. At this moment, his sword began to transform. He asked Chen Pinggang not to panic. The older man didn't understand at all what was going on here, or who was talking to him at the moment. Sword turned into his human form and once again asked the older man not to panic. He explained that they really could have been talking the whole time. However, Sword had been afraid of Chen Pinggang for a while, so he kept quiet. Smolka agreed with him and added that after they got to know the elder better, they felt that he was kind and pleasant to talk to. The older man was very surprised at the dog's words. He knew that Smolka was a monster himself, and it was surprising to hear from such a strong monster that the guy was scary. The elder knew that only immortal weapons could change shape. He realized that the broken sword he picked up earlier was an immortal weapon. Chen Pinggang said that he of course knew of such a thing, but since he had come to consider himself immortal, he had chosen to be ignorant. Chen Pinggang thought his character still had a bug that made others think he was a god. Chen Pinggang asked the animals to show their true forms and introduce themselves. The bird agreed to turn, energy enveloping her in an instant. Smolka followed the bird and began to transform as well. The bird transformed into a beautiful phoenix in the blink of an eye. And the dog showed his true form, a black dragon. The elder watched their transformation in surprise. He didn't understand what was going on, and how he could have overlooked such obvious things all this time. The phoenix flew high into the sky, flapping its long wings. The creature saluted its master, Sinyu. A black dragon also flew up. It was huge in size and easily floated in the air. The two animals were surrounded by chi energy. The dragon also greeted Chen Pinggang. The older man was shocked at what he saw. He didn't understand why his pets were a dragon and a phoenix. He wondered how long the bug would work. Chen Pinghan hoped that this system bug would work longer. At this time, the dragon looked at him. The black dragon asked if Chen Pinghan was heading towards the world's sect. He threw him under with his nose the air. The elder landed on the nose of the dragon. The animal was about to ride its master to his destination. The phoenix shouted that the dragon was cheating, because the bird also wanted to ride Chen Pinggang. Sword got angry. He asked what was the point of riding a dragon since you could fly a golden sword instead. People flying swords were much cooler in his opinion. The black dragon didn't care about their words. He laughed and told them to scram, for they were too slow. Flying ships with guests have arrived at the world sect. The girls of the sect were very much looking forward to this arrival. They waited anxiously for the events that would follow. At this time, the sect elder was talking to Qing Xuan. The elder asked why Qing Xuan didn't inform the elder about the wedding. He replied that it was because such matters were not worth the elder's attention. And besides, he probably already knows. Whether he comes or not is his decision. Zhang Daling was sitting at the table. Qing Xuan yelled at him and said that he was here to look for a wife. Why didn't he show his face? The guy didn't want to be here at all. Zhang Daling was not interested in Xiao Shui. Qing Xuan admonished that they had grown up together, and that meant that the girl was interested in what? At this moment, Mu Rongshui turned to Zhang Daling and called her brother. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder. Mu Rongshui smiled and wished the guy good luck in finding a wife. He was petrified with surprise. At this time, Zhen Xia was watching their conversation. Mu Rongshui waved at the guy and said that she would go look for a place for the show. Zhen Xia called her over to the table, and she wanted to talk to her about something. Qing Xuan came to comfort Zhang Daling. He explained that, ever since she was little, she had always thought of him as a brother. So he should stay. After all, a man would always take care of him. Zhang Daling didn't even want to get married anymore. Qing Xuan replied that it was nonsense and the banquet had already started. All these people had come. He asked how the guy planned to stop all this. The guy folded his arms and smirked. He reckoned he had no trouble stopping it all. Zhang Daling loudly announced that he had an important message. All the gathered girls listened to him attentively. The guy stated that everyone knows that the world sect has the support of the strongest, and he especially respects the eldest. If the eldest says that he should play the wedding, then the guy will do it without hesitation. Since Zhang Daling knew how Senior acted, he now understood everything. And since the elder didn't come today, it must mean that he didn't want the guy to play the wedding. At this moment, all the girls who had gathered looked up fearfully. A shadow appeared above them, and they saw the strong man who was helping the world sect. The guy also looked up. He was in a stupor from what he saw. There was an elder riding a dragon. He stated that it couldn't be. At this point, the men ran to meet the elder with dignity. Absolutely all the most important guests rushed to see the greatness of their patron. They believed that the strongest immortal had arrived. The sect leaders welcomed him. The elder got off the dragon and said no greetings and asked why there were so many guests. Qing Xuan replied that it was because he was looking for a daughter-in-law for you. The man thought that it was not by chance and that the older man probably wanted to choose a daughter-in-law for him. The elder turned to his son and asked him who he had chosen as his wife. Zhang Daling didn't know what to say. Qing Xuan said that the boy was waiting for the elder to choose a bride for him. Zhang Daling thought that his father had purposely chosen such a time to make a fool of him. Senior didn't want to get involved in everything. He felt that it was his own marriage. It would be better if he made the choice himself. Chen Pinggang couldn't help him choose a wife. The elder and Qing Xuan interpreted his words to mean that the women here were not suitable to be his bride, and he would soon meet his other half. At this time, the boy hoped that they would help him choose a bride. Zhen Lingshu watched their dialogue. He noticed that the elder was visibly in honor. There was probably no one here who resembled the role of Zhang's fiancé. He thought that Xiao now had a chance. The girl clutched her dress nervously. She didn't realize if she had no other choice. The girl finally made up her mind, she thought, all or nothing. Zhen Xia proudly declared to the elder that she liked Zhang Daling. She hoped that the elder would let them get married. Everyone present was shocked, especially Zhang himself. The older man didn't understand why the girl was asking him, but since she asked, he just decided to help her out. The guy said he had seen this lady before and she was nice. Qing Xuan looked at his brother. They both thought at the same time. The elder still wanted to choose the guy's own bride after all. The older man asked the guy what he would say when Zhen Xia confessed her feelings to him in front of everyone. The guy was very embarrassed. Zhang wondered if the older man hadn't said that it was his wedding, and he should choose his own life partner. Zhang Daling felt awkward. He didn't know how to react to such an unexpected proposal and the girl's confession. The guy thanked the older man for his guidance and said he would definitely enter into a relationship with this lady. Xia was very excited and embarrassed. She was head over heels in love with the guy. The girl blushed and thanked the older man for his support. The older man laughed and said no thanks, and as you can see, this lady is also interested in the guy. The guy because, well, he didn't say no. Chen Pinggang turned around and said that he had some alchemy matters to attend to. He should go. Senior went to the alchemy room. It was a clear sunny day. The guy wanted to practice. The elder remembered that Brother Wang had said that within half a year, there would be an alchemy competition in the capital, and during that time, the alchemy masters would return back. This tournament is the best chance to get approval from the entire sect at once, but before that, the elder needs to improve level 6 pills to participate. Chen Pinghan fired up the pill furnace and began practicing his alchemy skills. The lad heard again the magnificent aroma that came from his pillory in the oven. He was very happy. Now he could rely on the system that would provide him with endless amounts of spiritual power to purify pills and elixirs. At this moment, a lightning discharge was heard behind the senior's back. The guy was surprised. This seemed strange to Chen Pinggang because a few minutes ago the sky was clear. He looked out the window. The guy had a feeling that the weather had turned bad right after he started practicing alchemy. The sky was covered with dark clouds. The clouds kept thickening. The lightning strikes never stopped, and the weather turned bad in an instant. No one realized what was going on. It looked like a storm was coming. Qing Xuan said that the wind was leading towards the alchemy room. He also didn't understand why the thunderstorm suddenly broke out. The old man thought that perhaps the elder's chemical recipe didn't work. At this moment, a lightning discharge struck the alchemy tower. The lightning kept flashing. No one understood what caused such a change in the weather. In the next instant, a loud explosion caused by lightning was heard. The tower was destroyed by the lightning discharge. All that was left of her was the dust around her. The tower was leveled to the ground. When the dust cleared a bit, 2 pills were shown in the sky. They were burning with fiery energy and were of high quality. The pills quickly flew to Shen Xia and Zhang Daling. The guys were very surprised. Now I can see why Senior didn't bring gifts to the wedding. Apparently he had specially prepared such very powerful pills for the guys. Old Man Mu Rong looked at the guys in surprise. He thought that they should not procrastinate on doing good deeds and should eat the pills quickly. Zhang Daling agreed with the man's opinion. He swallowed the miracle pill in the blink of an eye. They were unusual pills. They caused some kind of change in the young man. Xia felt just as strange. Energy enveloped her body. The guys noticed that the body aura shield had awakened in them, and now the world sect had 2 ready to become immortals. The old man thought that apparently Zhang Daling's engagement had made the elder very happy. Zhen Lingshu thought that Zhen Xia's engagement made the elder happy. At that time, an older man was trying to get out from under the rubble of the tower. The young man was covered in dust from the explosion. He was very upset that all the pills were scattered after the thunder struck. He thought he was very lucky. When the boy got out, he saw everyone bowing down before him and thanking him. The boy did not understand at all what was going on. The senior told Daling that he didn't put in much effort. Didn't do anything supernatural either, so the guys don't need to bow down to him. Chen Pinggang was happy that he had actually helped the guys find their soulmate, and it turns out he had done a good deed after all. At this moment, the elder remembered something. A brilliant thought occurred to him. There were a bunch of people gathered around here. Chen Pinghan thought it would be a good idea to collect points from them. Chen Pinghan said that meeting each other was fate, and he had a secret method that would increase their luck. If everyone said words of gratitude to him, their level would increase. Everyone started to do so. The senior said that the guys only needed to answer him that they liked the guy when he asked. Zhen Lingshu had heard a similar secret somewhere before. The older man's glasses began to appear quickly. The guy thought that it was time to leave, or he wouldn't be able to increase the luck of them all. Zhen Lingshu wanted to ask Chen Pinggang one last time if he had been to the Danwu Empire yesterday. Chen Pinghan tensed up and looked at Zhen Lingshu suspiciously. He asked how the guy knew about it. The older man got angry and asked if he had to inform anyone about his movements. Zhen Lingshu fell to his knees in front of Chen Pinggang and asked him not to swear. Zhen Lingshu heard that 2 asteroids fell in the Danwu Empire yesterday. Later the guy decided to check. He heard from Prime Minister Zhou that the senior had developed a secret technique to save everyone. Chen Pinggang laughed and replied that he had only put the question a little wrong, so he could stand up. Zhen Lingshu thanked the elder and said that if his requests made him angry in any way, he would not set foot in the Danwu Empire. The elder told the kid to forget about it. It wasn't hard for him to help the Danwu Empire and advised Zhen Lingshu to prepare for the alchemy competition. The elder had a gift for Premier Zhou's son. He asked Zhen Lingshu to take this book and save the guy from wasting time. It was a Buddha strike book. Zhen Lingshui agreed it was no problem for him. The elder had already had to go. He told the others to continue the banquet. Chen Pinggang thought that although the pills were missing, the purification steps were correct, but the furnace was collapsing for some reason. The magic dragon was already waiting for its master. It was going to take the elder home. The elder was going to buy a new furnace for the alchemy class. Zhen Lingshu said goodbye to Master Zhang. The man wished him a good journey, and the elder's order could not be delayed. At this moment, a huge flying ship rose into the air. On it, Zhen Lingshu was flying away, with Mr. Zhang watching the soaring ship take off. The man thought that if his gut wasn't deceiving him, it looked like big changes were about to happen in Danwu. The older man needed to get into Danwa immediately. He opened the system and thought that the black dragon essence didn't work easily, so it would be worth protecting himself somehow. At this moment, Chen Pinghan found something in the system. He clicked on it in the menu and thought it was just what he needed. The guy chose a sniper rifle for himself. It was worth 10,000 points. Senior decided to buy it. The system said the exchange was complete and a sniper rifle appeared in Chen Pinggang's hands. The guy decided to try it out in action. He took aim and pulled the trigger. In the same second, a powerful stream of energy shot out from the rifle and shattered the mountain that Chen Pinghan was aiming at. There was a huge hole left in the mountain from a sniper rifle. It was a very powerful weapon. The older man's eyes lit up with happiness, thinking he had made the right choice. Chen Pinghan hugged the rifle. With this weapon, he can have no fear of the Danwu army. The guy was very happy with his purchase. It was time to apply for the Alchemist tournament. The elder did so with the help of the system. Smolka was frightened by such a terrifying weapon. Meanwhile, the Danwu kingdom was as lively as ever, with many people walking around in the market. The elder tied Smolka to the pole again. People were having fun around. Children were running around. At this point, the older man saw the guy who wanted to beat him up last time. He didn't realize what had happened. This guy was walking, handcuffed, with guards beside him. One of the men said it was a shitty general, and the former emperor didn't even do anything about it. A couple days ago, the new emperor found out about more than 300 crimes of his family. He asked the elder why he didn't know about the news related to Danwu Kingdom, and asked where the guy was from. The elder replied that he was a foreigner, and asked him to tell him what had happened. The man began to tell with great pleasure. It had to do with those two asteroids that had suddenly appeared half a month ago. The asteroids were a disaster of legendary proportions, and one of them hit the Prime Minister's house. As a result, the former emperor wanted to depose the Prime Minister. However, the fallen asteroid also caught the attention of the Jin Emperor. After the Emperor stopped the assassins, he made an alliance with the Prime Minister and offered to provide mercenaries to avenge the former Emperor. Emperor Jin is Daling's father-in-law. Imperial forces overthrew the past power, and Prime Minister Zhou took advantage of the situation and became the new ruler. All this happened because an elder asked him to help him deliver a book. Another fellow approached them. He noticed that the man was well-informed and asked what about the recent alchemical genius who had appeared in Danwu. The man replied that the one came to the right place, and recently, the Zong sect had obtained an incomparable genius. Senior, because they are talking about him. A month ago, the man saw a man who practiced alchemy as cooking. He simultaneously improved a recipe. The older man kept hoping they weren't talking about his success in alchemy. The men were talking specifically about Chen Pinggang, however. He introduced himself with the name of Sect Master Zhen at that time. The man asked the older man if he knew of this man, and put his hand on his shoulder. The man's eyes were shining, and he was eager to tell his elder about his idol. Chen Pinggang replied that there was no need to do so, as he had already understood everything. At this moment, someone approached the elder. Chen Pinghan turned around to see who it was. His name was Mr. Wang. He was surprised at how quickly the guy arrived. The man had already registered his name. The elders told the men that he should go. They had surprised expressions on their faces, shocked that they had been talking all this time to their idol. One of them asked the other if he had said he had seen the older man before. The latter cried out in shock. The man began to bang his head on the floor because he was so close to him but could not recognize his idol, and thus all chances of the man for his autograph flew away. The man realized that an elder had just spoken to him, the same genius about whom the prediction had been made. The man hoped that Chen Pinghan would not let him down in the alchemist competition. Mr. Wang had something to do, so he told the older man to go first. Chen Pinggang replied that the man didn't have to worry about him. There were a lot of people in the Danwu Kingdom. Senior thought that there would be a bunch of talented people in the tournament this time. At this point, someone approached the guy. He called him by name. It was a beautiful girl. She thanked the elder for the pills he gave her. It was because of them that the girl was able to break through and participate in the competition. Become did not immediately recognize Wang Xiaojun. He only pondered who this girl was. She shouted that it was the elder who helped her in the royal house, and she told him about the competition. Wang Xiaojun surprised that he didn't remember her. The guy was puzzled that she was a girl. Wang Xiaojun explained that her hair had become like this for the incident during the alchemy class, but she didn't want to be mistaken for a guy. The senior apologized to the days. The girl replied that her father said that the elder's skills in alchemy were very good. She wanted to fight him in battle, and if the guy lost, he had to promise something to the girl. The Alchemist tournament venue already had the furnaces set up. Everything was ready for the competition to begin. The contest was officially declared open. The judges were sitting in their seats. The elder walked confidently over to his pill stove. Chen Pinghan took all the necessary herbs from the basket and looked at them carefully. The guy beside him was staring intently at the senior. He wanted Chen Pinghan to show him how brilliant he was. Emperor Jin Yu asked Zhou who the guy next to the elder was, and if he was the young and famous alchemical genius. The man had heard of him. His name wasn't even on the list. Mr. Wang remembered that this guy was chatting in front of the registration desk with the senior. The man thought that he had come here just because of him. The guy thought that although this was all just a game, his dignity as an immortal would not allow him to lose. He mentally apologized to Zhen Santeng for striking a blow to his reputation and thought that he should be the first to go. At this moment, the guy looked at the elder. An unimaginable aroma of pills was already coming from his furnace. Chen Pinghan turned his attention to the guy in surprise. He asked if the senior had already prepared the pills. The older man didn't understand the point of the question and asked if he was too slow. The guy got angry and thought that maybe the elder had just come early and it didn't affect the pill level anyway. He was sure that his elixir would definitely be of the highest quality. The spiritual energy input was pure enough to raise the level of the pill. The guy was going to show how an immortal pill was truly improved. He began to conjure. The guy's strength reached the furnace with his pills. Chi energy appeared around. The next step was the 1000th formation. The boy was confident in his abilities. At that moment, something caught the guy's attention. He thought it was strange. There was only one pill in his furnace. He wondered how it could attract such a huge lightning bolt. The clouds thickened again in the sky, and lightning broke out. The boy thought it was no good. The lightning was about to strike right at the guy's furnace. He was sure that the power of this thunderstorm would destroy his pillory. He set about using his powers. He used his magic to protect the furnace with his pill. A protective barrier appeared around it. Lightning reflected off the barrier and struck directly at the elder's furnace. This threw him off. The guy was very surprised. He looked at his opponent. 2 pills flew out of the elder's furnace. The whole place was covered in dust. The elder's furnace was destroyed. It had been split open by a lightning strike. And despite that, 2 pills flew out of it. The pills were perfect as always. They glowed with chi energy. The elder grabbed the pills in a flash to keep them from flying further away. Chen Pinghan thought that this time the pills were well made and not a single one was missing. The guy asked if the thunder appeared because of the elder, and if it had happened before. He thought that the guy had made immortals pills. The elder didn't understand what the young man was talking about. After all, his book didn't mention the use of spirit herb to prepare immortals pills. The boy wondered if his alchemy skills were inferior to those of a mortal. The guy was depressed. He didn't understand how the mortal was able to overpower him. The older man thought the guy looked like he had already given up. The older man coughed. He was about to say something. Chen Pinghan turned to the other participants and said that it was fine and there was nothing to gawk at. The senior had accomplished the mission. The rewards would only be given to him when there were fewer people. That's what the system told the guy. At that moment, someone shouted that it was wrong. The elder turned around at him in surprise. It was that guy shouting. He stated that he had also made the immortal pill, however, why was there no thunder? When he said this, the clouds in the sky thickened again, and thunderstorms appeared. The lightning struck right at the guy, just as he wished it would. The boy could barely stand on his feet. He had clearly been hit hard by the lightning. He was glad that he had succeeded, though. The older man looked at him in surprise, thinking that he was a masochist, and that it would be better to get away from him. It seemed to the guy that the elder couldn't be a mere mortal with his skills, and should stop pretending. He said that under Mosu Heaven, a realm of immortals was appearing. The guy wanted the elder to show his recipes and talk about them. Chen Pinghan doesn't understand what kind of immortal just came down here. The elder thought that this could cause a lot of trouble. He felt awkward. Chen Pinggang didn't have a cultivation base or spiritual root, so he couldn't detect other people's qi. Yet this guy is without a doubt an immortal. The senior replied that he already knew the cultivation base and the guy's background. So exchanging information about Chen Pinggang's identity was some kind of insignificant request. His dog didn't react in any way. Perhaps the guy was very powerful. The older man suggested talking about the boy's goals first. He wanted to know more about the boy, and if he had evil intentions, the Black Dragon would deal with him. Smolka watched their dialogue with surprise. She didn't seem like she was going to get into a fight with anyone. The guy explained that the reason he was here was because of rumors of an alchemy genius appearing. The guy wanted to take him to the immortal realm to perfect himself. It seemed to the guy that the elder's power was much greater than his. Chen Pinghan thought the guy's suggestion of bringing him to the immortal realm to cultivate was very cool. However, he was stopped by Xiaolin and Madame Duan. The elder thought that thanks to Brother Wang, his mission had gone smoothly. The senior was going to take this chance to return the favor. Chen Pinggang replied that he was actually a member of the Zong sect, and the guy would definitely be able to find him if he hung around more. The boy's eyes lit up. He got excited and decided to stay here a little longer. The boy grabbed Mr. Wang's arm. He shook it and said that he would detain the sect master for a little while longer and hoped that no one minded. Mr. Wang replied that it was fine after all, he had come down to see them. Due to certain circumstances, the Zong sect will have an immortal. Whether or not they take advantage of this opportunity is up to them. Now that the fellow had revealed his intentions, he asked the elder to reveal his cultivation level. The older man didn't want to do that. He asked why on earth the guy didn't understand anything. Chen Pinggang replied that those who are actually able to see his power, then they see it, the guy lacks a Chutka level. The older man turned around and advised the kid to work harder and someday he'd get his chance. The guy realized that it probably wasn't time yet. He was shocked. Zhen Quan was surprised and realized why he still hadn't discerned the elder's true level. Chen Pinghan nodded and replied that he clearly understood him. At last, the elder could breathe a sigh of relief because it was all over. If this kind of situation was repeated more often, he just couldn't stand it. It was already time for the elder to leave, for his business in the Danwu kingdom was finished. He stroked his dog's head and told the black dragon to head on ahead. The dog instantly took the form of a black dragon and flew up into the sky. The older man told the men in parting that they would see each other again if fate permitted. The older man thought they had talked too long, and it was time to get the hell out of here. The dragon took to the sky. The guy didn't understand why this black dragon had turned into a dog unwillingly. After all, it was clearly stronger than him. The boy didn't understand what kind of mysterious creature Senior. At this moment, Mr. Wang placed his hand on the lad's shoulder and told the immortal not to get lost. Senior had once said that he was an invincible being above all immoral acts, so he shouldn't be too immersed in reflection. Zhen Quan added that the world sect leader saw the divine beasts and immediately kneeled down. The man asked how the guy managed to meet the older man. The man replied that he met him while still at registration. The guy was just then listening to a resident's story about a brilliant alchemist. It dawned on the guy that there were too many coincidences in this world. Zhen Quan realized that the elder was definitely waiting for the young man. It seemed to Zhen Quan that Brother Wang was very lucky. There were many immortals in the Zong sect and the future would be promising. Mr. Wang replied that it is all thanks to his daughter, because she met the eldest first and is the reason why the man is lucky. However, she will now suffer because of her broken heart. Guy asked if Mr. Wang's daughter was the one who made the top quality pill in the previous competition. The immortal had been wondering all this time why her appearance was so similar to Mr. Wang's. A realization came to the guy at that moment. He thought that the genius in their sect was the daughter of a man. Mr. Wang was shocked. The elder left the Danwu realm. He told the system to show his reward. The guy was rewarded with a breakthrough level of 1.5 kingdoms. Auxiliary functions of the system have been activated. Blast function. The host can get an item by defeating an enemy. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the item. After defeating an enemy, the host could use points to upgrade an item. However, the elder no longer had any points in his balance. The guy thought about going back home and finding Xiao to score some points. However, someone called out to the older man. The boy turned around in surprise. He was summoned by some man. He said that the whole town had heard that Senior wanted to play a wedding, and gave him the tonic he had prepared especially for Chen Pinggang. The elder realized that it was probably Xiao again what you performed. Xiao Lin was probably talking some nonsense. He was going to find her. The pharmacist thought that the tonic would clearly be useful to him. It was already evening. The sun was slowly setting over the horizon. The older man had returned home. He got angry and asked Xiao Lin what she was doing, and what kind of rumors she was spreading. Chen Pinghan opened the door to his courtyard. He was shocked at what he saw there. Madame Duan was there. The girl stood there in her wedding veil and asked what the rumors were. Mrs. Duan stood in a beautiful wedding dress. Xiao Lin helped her dress. The girl asked if Xiao had done something bad again. The senior blushed, his brain exploding. Chen Pinghan asked why the girl suddenly decided to discuss such a thing, and if it was too early for a wedding. Mrs. Duan asked what the guy meant. What about the days when they slept together? She pretended to be very upset and asked if that meant Chen Pinggang didn't want to tarnish his reputation by being with a girl. The guy yelled that it had nothing to do with that at all and would do whatever the girl wanted. That was Madame Duan's plan. She smiled slyly and laughed. The girl told Chen Pinggang to go and quickly try on her wedding suit. She was going to see if it would fit the guy. Evening came. The sunset shimmered with different colors. Clouds slowly floated across the sky. The evening changed to a dark night. Fireflies were flying around, and the lights were on in the elder's house. Madame Duan ran her finger across the elder's chest. She asked if they didn't have some things to do first before they got married. The boys lay together in bed. The older man blushed and replied that after all, they weren't married yet, and thought it wouldn't be appropriate if a new life was suddenly born. Warden Duan got embarrassed and asked what the guy was thinking. The girl was referring to the kiss between the lovers. Chen Pinghan breathed a sigh of relief and became embarrassed at his own thoughts. Warden Duan touched the boy's lips. The girl moved closer to him and gently kissed the elder. Chen Pinghan blushed. It was an unusual kiss. This way Boss Duan transferred energy to the elder. The girl thought it was time, and it was time to release some seals. She did so by way of a kiss. After that, the elder was alarmed. He felt strange. Duan's boss asked what was wrong with the boy. He said he was fine, but just had a headache. The girl asked if she needed to worry. The older man still hadn't come to his senses. There was something like a hallucination in front of the guy's eyes. He saw colored divisions everywhere. The older man began to use his powers, trying to catch the multicolored streaks. However, even with spiritual energy, he still couldn't touch the thing. No matter how hard he tried, his fingers went straight through the colored divots. Chen Pinghan thought it was strange that the system didn't even notify him of the problems with his body, and apparently he was just doing something wrong. At this moment, a realization came to Chen Pinghan. A thought appeared in his mind. Guy had heard that some immortals could use their spiritual skills to channel the power of heaven and earth to amplify attacks. The elder decided to try this, and began to use his energy. He succeeded. The guy's hand lit up blue and he was able to touch the lines. The older man thought it was the power of heaven and earth. The elder tried to use it to strengthen his attacks. He created a flame in his hand. Chen Pinghan decided to try out the new power. He concentrated it in his palm. The power grew more and more intense, his palm burning red. Chen Pinghan used a technique and a Buddha kick. He channeled all his energy straight into the forest. The guy's amplified energy was incredibly destructive. It burned everything around it. The burnt remains of tree trunks were lying on the ground. Everything was on fire. Mrs. Duan watched all the guy's actions. She laughed that her husband was so strong. The elder thought that since he had already gotten such strength after the headache, he would try even harder. It was actually part of the Tao and not heavenly power. Warden Duan thought it was the perfect time to give the guy a new quest. At the same second, a new quest appeared in front of the guy's eyes. He was wondering what reward he could get this time and what he needed to do. The system notification had no rules, and said that the host would receive more information upon arrival at the immortal realm. Meanwhile, on the forest outskirts of the city, Qin Yuan Sr. thought that although the people in the immortal realm were strong, he had a black dragon on his side. There was also a phoenix bird sitting on it. The elder still had his ring and sword, so the young man thought he was safe. Chen Pinghan decided to accept the mission and go to the immortal realm. He pressed a button on the system. The elder began to teleport, and found himself in the immortal realm in the Zhao family's mansion. It was a clear day there. The elder teleported straight into one of the rooms of the mansion. There he saw a man lying on the floor. He was covered in cobwebs. A spider was crawling all over him. This corpse belonged to the owner of the room. His name is Zhao Xian. He is a descendant of the big Zhao family in this city. When he was young, his parents died. Since he was young, the guy had so many talents, he was destined to become the head of the family. Since Senior was similar to Zhao Xian, the essence of the quest was to live like him and fulfill his last wish. The whole thing in the room was covered in mold. The elder looked all around. He didn't understand how someone about to become a head could die in such a place. Shortly before becoming a head, his cultivation strength had plummeted. When his cultivation level dropped for several years, he was often bullied by those who were jealous of Zhao San. So the guy got more and more depressed and finally decided to kill himself. The older man understood. He picked up the corpse from the ground and asked the system what his last wish was. He wanted to regain his position as head of the family and earn the approval of others. It seemed like a logical assignment to the older man after all. Reality was not a comic book. He activated the ring on his hand. The ring opened a portal. Chen Pinghan threw Zhao Xian's body in there. When the guy came back, he wanted to bury the young man. At this moment, someone knocked loudly on his door. They were demanding that Zhao Xian get the hell out of here. The elder didn't understand what had happened. Most likely the very people who bullied him had come to Zhao Xian's house. Chen Pinghan opened the door for them. The men stood with bats and were about to beat him. Chen Pinghan did not understand what was happening. The guy said that if they wanted to beat him up, there had to be a reason. The older man hadn't been out for a long time, so he couldn't have done anything like that. Zhao Mafang, a descendant of the Zhao family from a rich family, told the guy not to play dumb. He had already warned him to stay away from Zhao Li, but he still dares to talk to her. He also shouted that she would soon be his wife, so it was worth teaching the elder a lesson to remember. He told the other men to beat him. At this moment, a girl with pink hair was watching the scene. She called Zhou Mafang over and said that he was shameless. The girl stood up for the elder. The girl was Zhao Li. She asked who told him that she was his wife and how dare he even address the elder like that. The girl stood right in front of Chen Pinggang. Zhao Mafang replied that he was doing so because he was the #1 genius and Zhao Xian was just a pathetic lowlife. The guy said he would deal with this ignorant woman. The guys had to go and take out the trash for now. The girl was surprised at these words. The elder put his hand on Zhao Li's shoulder and said that they were all civilized beings. The girl was very surprised. Chen Pinggang added that there was no need to fight or kill. He asked how they could resolve their conflict differently, perhaps with compensation. Zhao Mafang agreed and told Chen Pinggang to crawl between his legs, and in that case, he would let him go. Zhao Mafang and the rest of the guys laughed loudly. Zhao Li looked at Senior fearfully and asked him not to do that. The elder felt that they had nothing to worry about since he had a black dragon. The guy agreed, but only on one condition. Zhao Mafang was never to bother him. In return, she would give him a treasure. The elder was going to increase the power of the Buddha palm with the power of heaven and earth. Zhao Mafang asked what kind of treasure a scum like Chen Pinggang could have. The elder replied that the reason why he became a genius was because of this treasure. Zhao Li looked at the guy in surprise. Zhao Mafang's eyes sparkled, telling the elder to quickly show the treasure. Chen Pinggang told him to come closer, and he would show it to him. Zhao Mafang did so. He approached Chen Pinggang, and the latter extended his hand. However, there was nothing there. Flames lit up around Zhao Mafang. He felt a strange energy and was very surprised. Chen Pinghan decided to use the Buddha palm technique to deal with his abusers. His hand lit up with yellow flames. The elder swung, and with a martial technique slapped Zhao Mafang with all his might. The impact was so strong that the man flew far away. He was unconscious. The elder was very happy about his newfound strength. Zhou Li didn't understand what was going on. The girl asked if the elder's strength had returned. The boy turned around. He was waiting for her to ask that. Chen Pinggang replied that he had been home for years because he had met the legendary immortal in his dreams and learned this power from him. Zhou Li didn't understand what the young man was talking about. Chen Pinggang said that he knew it was hard to believe, but had the girl seen this kind of special martial art from him before? Zhou Li didn't know what to say. Chen Pinghan sighed. He said that he had unfortunately been in dreams for too long. When the guy woke up, he realized that he had forgotten a lot of reality, and even the girl's name. She was very surprised. Chen Pinggang asked Zhou Li to tell him everything that was going on in the situation with the Zhao family. Maybe he would remember everything. The girl was excited and was ready to tell him everything in great detail. Zhao Li was Zhao Xian's childhood love, whose life was lived by Senior. The girl asked where she should start. Chen Pinghan asked her to talk about the recent global events in the immortal realm. Of the major events, it was that the immortal emperor had ascended to the realm of the gods, but he didn't hand over the position of immortal to the 10 greats under him. Instead, he gifted the power to someone unknown, Yue Donlei. The older man was pleased to hear a familiar name. He asked for more details. However, at that moment, the urgent call for the clan to gather was heard. Zhou Li thought that something important had happened. She took Senior's hand. The girl was going to talk about the immortal emperor with the elder later. They needed to rush to the clan meeting. The clan meeting was taking place in the discussion hall. There were a lot of people gathered there, all of them excitedly discussing something. Zhou Li and his senior entered the room. All the men were surprised that Chen Ping'an dared to come out of his house. They hadn't seen him for a long time. The people around him could see that the guy's cultivation level had not changed. He had no progress. The men felt that if they were scum like Chen Pinghan, they would have been killed by now. At that moment, someone approached the guys. It was a man with green hair. He said hello to Chen Pinggang and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man thought that Chen Pinggang wouldn't be there today. The older man didn't understand who they were and their attitude towards him. The elder tried to slip away from the man. He didn't know what these people had to do with the Zhao Xian. However, the men were angry, for Chen Pinggang dared to not respond to Big Brother Buju's words. Chen Pinggang turned around. The men had a very angry look. They thought he was arrogant. Every time Zhao Li found him, he never answered. They thought that Zhao Mafang had come to check on him, but the young man was not here right now. They wondered where he was. Chen Pinghan didn't know that. Chen Pinggang was surprised and upset that this was what Xian's life was like. Everyone was negative towards him. No wonder the young man committed suicide. Zhou Li told the elder that it was indeed a difficult mission. She advised Chen Pinggang not to listen to these people's nonsense. They were all just kids. The boy agreed with her. Chen Pinggang asked who all these people were, and it seems that Zhou Li didn't like them either. The man with green hair was Zhao Buju, Zhao Mafang's brother and the strongest of the younger generation in the clan. He's a hypocrite. The girl stated that compared to Chen Pinggang, he was a cattle when he was 10. The elder had stopped Mafan when he was bullying Zhou Li. but he still followed his brother's path and started doing evil things. The elder thought it was strange that Zhao Xian's strength suddenly dropped. At this moment, the clan leader walked into the conference room. Everyone around him bowed to him. The man said that all the people gathered here were the young talents of his clan, and he had called them here for one purpose. In half a month, a secret realm would appear, and the entire young generation would go to explore it. Also, the new immortal emperor would be there, and everyone knows he loves to host geniuses. This would be a unique opportunity for their clan to elevate themselves before the rest. Everyone gathered began to discuss this situation. Someone had heard that the immortal emperor had taken a genius from the mortal world with him and trained him wholeheartedly. Everyone wanted to. The clan head decided to stop this buffoonery. He clapped his hands. The clan head's name was Zhao Banku. He said that the next task for everyone was to make a breakthrough within this month. The man didn't have time to finish before his speech was interrupted by Zhao Mafang running into the room. Zhao Buju ran to his brother in surprise. He asked what happened and who attacked him. Zhao Mafang was all beaten up. He asked his big brother and leader to help him. Zhao Mafang took a breath. There was a huge bruise on his face from the senior's punch. The guy claimed that Zhao Xian was the one who beat them up. All the surrounding people looked at the elder. They were surprised that Xian had defeated the three at the immortal Yin stage. After all, he was at the Feng Shen level. The people around him wondered if it could be that the guy's abilities had returned. Zhao Buju stared intently at the elder. He felt like he was dreaming, and he didn't believe all of this. Zhao Buju asked his brother if he was confused in such a situation. Zhao Mafang stated that he was not lying, and Chen Pinggong said that he had a treasure and told them to come closer and then beat them all up. Zhao Buju didn't understand how he could beat up Zhao Mafang. After all, he is at Feng Shen's level. Is it possible that someone helped him? The guy demanded Chen Pinggong not to dare pretend to be innocent. The elder asked, "So what if he stuffed Zhao Mafang's face? After all, he deserved it." Zhao Buju asked how dare Chen Pinggong say such a thing, although he didn't know what made him beat up Zhao Mafang like that. But he didn't deserve it in any way. Zhao Buju approached the elder and demanded that he give a valid reason or else the guy would be in big trouble. Chen Pinggong thought that Zhao Buju directly couldn't wait to fight him. Somehow he wasn't really sincere in sticking up for his brother. Chen Pinggong replied that Zhao Mafang had bullied the men and women in the clan so many times, the elder was going to provoke him. However, their conversation was interrupted by Zhao Banku. The head didn't think that Zhao Mafang's injuries were so serious. He told them to go to the pharmacy and buy pills. The secret realm was about to appear. They needed to focus on their cultivation. The head also didn't want to let Zhao Xian's forces develop further if they suddenly returned. Senior and Zhao Buju worshipped. Zhao Bankan agreed with him. Chen Pinggong thought that the mission would be a long one, so he shouldn't confront the chapter now, and he would find an opportunity next time. Zhao Banku told Zhao Buju to stay, and he let the others go. The men bowed and left. At this moment, Zhao Li ran up to Senior. She was overjoyed. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she said that Chen Pinggong was excellent. Zhao Buju was surprised that Chen Pinggong wasn't afraid to face with him. Zhao Buju thought that perhaps the effects of the curse had expired, but there was no such thing. There must have been something else. He was going to see what would happen next time. At this time, Chen Pinggong, together with Zhao Li, left this place. Chen Pinggong came to some unusual place. He looked up in surprise. It was the same treasury Zhao Li was talking about. It had a signboard on it. The treasury was different from any other treasury Chen Pinggong had seen. There were many people around, walking around freely. Chen Pinggong rejoiced. He hoped that it would contain treasures that would help raise his spiritual level and help with controlling the power of heaven and earth. He, along with Smolka, went inside. However, Senior was stopped by the guard at the entrance. The boy didn't understand why. The guard said that no animals were allowed in the treasury. Smolka was very upset. Senior tied the dog to the pole. She was very upset and hoped Chen Pinggong wouldn't forget her like last time. At that moment, some guy approached the treasure room. He thought it was strange that there was a dog in the immortal realm. He looked at Smolka, who was lying quietly in front of the treasury. The lad wondered who brought in the dog from the mortal realm. Smolka thought the lad was a foolish child, for she was actually a powerful dragon. The guy wanted to pet the dog. He thought it was very smart, and now he understood why it was taken with him. Smolka was not happy that the boy wanted to pet her. The guy was very surprised to see the dog's unfriendly attitude. Smolka showed the guy her true form, and advised him to think before stroking her. If he didn't want to die, then he should get behind her. The boy was very frightened. He jumped away from the dog in a flash, for he saw the aura of the dragon. He was very surprised. Only the immortal emperor managed to tame a real dragon, and the guy thought that there must be an emperor inside the treasury. At this moment, a senior came out of the treasure room. He asked how the guy was feeling. The guy was shocked. The older man gave the guy a hand up and noticed that apparently his dog had pounced on him. The guy asked in surprise if the dog belonged to Chen Pinggong. He replied that it did. Even though he was a demonic beast, he was smart and didn't bite. The guy thought that if he could manage to keep a real dragon on a leash, then Chen Pinggang was highly regarded by the Immortal Emperor. The guy thought that Chen Pinggang was the genius that the Immortal Emperor had recently taken the Immortal Emperor to train. Chen Pinghan didn't understand why the guy was looking at him so intently. It was time for the older man to leave. He took his pet by the leash and decided to leave. The elder had found items that would help boost his spiritual level, but he couldn't afford to buy them, requiring 100,000 immortal crystals per unit. The people in the Treasury told Senior that the fastest way to make money was to go to the battle arena. At this moment, Senior was called out by that guy. Chen Pinghan turned around. The boy asked to know the name of the elder. He was just about to enter the battle arena and suggested they go to a place. Chen Pinghan introduced himself with Xian's name and agreed to the guy's proposal. The guy felt that helping his family buy supplies wasn't that important, and it was better for him to establish ties with someone who was valued by the Immortal Emperor. The guys arrived at the fight arena at the registration place. There the man said that his family's main business is selling animals, and then they specially organize different fights to invite people to place bets. The monsters in the arena are usually very strong, so the challenger must sign all the necessary paperwork before entering. The man asked which monster's strength Chen Pinggang wanted to face. The guy told Chen Pinggang that since this was his first battle, it was better to be safe and choose a simpler realm. Chen Pinggang thanked the guy for warning him. Chen Pinggang smiled and asked the man at the front desk to give him some lungs. I think they were called 3 jumps. The next person to enter the competition arena had the first step of the Feng Shen realm. He crossed 3 kingdoms to challenge for a game of spine balls. The host asked the audience to cheer the guy for his deadly courage. He talked about the older man. The guy wondered if Chen Pinghan could really win since their opponent had a difference of 3 steps. Smolka was sure that her master wouldn't play. The guy was surprised that the dog called Chen Pinggang master. At that moment, the cage with the animal began to slowly rise. A demonic beast came out of the cage. It was very excited. A large tiger shrouded in chi energy appeared in the arena. He grinned viciously and showed his huge maw. The audience screamed. They all wanted the animal to tear the older man apart. Tigre ran towards Chen Pinghan. He couldn't wait to straighten out his opponent. The audience kept cheering. They were in for an attempt at bloody action in the arena. The guy asked the dog if the Immortal Emperor had sent the elder, and why the dog was calling him master. Smolka replied that the Immortal Emperor was not even worthy to feed her. The guy was very surprised at these words. He realized that Chen Pinghan was not just a genius raised in the immortal realm. The guy asked if it was true that Chen Pinggang was stronger than the Immortal Emperor and who he was. The dog replied that the guy must be able to think. Smolka thought this guy looked rich, and his master was short on money right now, so it was worth helping him out. The guy sat in shock. He didn't understand how someone could be stronger than an Immortal Emperor. The dog said that the real body of his master is hidden in the divine realm, and he needs to temporarily stay among ordinary people to solve certain issues. Smolka added that since the guy was an honest man, she would give him a chance, and right now the master was just short of immortal crystals. The guy was excited. He was thankful for the opportunity. He would try to find a way to get more crystals for Chen Pinggang. At this moment, their dialogue was interrupted by the presenter. He shouted loudly, "Excellent!" The boy looked at the arena in amazement. He couldn't believe what he saw. The demonic tiger lay defeated on the ground. He was unconscious. The spectators thought that the demonic beast in the arena was just trash. The elder was walking away from the tiger's body. One of the fans had lost all 200,000 immortal crystals he had bet, and the demonic beast in the arena was simply useless. The guy realized that you could place bets before the battle and make money. Someone was very angry. He threw the cup on the floor and it shattered. Some man said that there were no abilities in this world that exceeded the level of the 3 realms, and this guy was definitely hiding his power. The other man, shaking with fear, said his subordinates checked everything, also confiscating his ring for safekeeping before he entered the arena. The man said that the elder was going to challenge the demonic beast of the immortal beast realm, and asked if he should stop him. His boss asked why he had to stop him. The man was very surprised. Sun Chenqian, the branch manager of the city arena, spoke to him. He told his subordinate to go and organize it all. A golden scaly lion cub with a true dragon bloodline was going to enter the arena. The man remarked that if they released such a strong opponent, people would think they were acting in the dark. Chen Qian took a cup of tea. He replied that rumors were not important. Chen Qian said that Chen Pinggang would not die. Otherwise, they would not sell their arena beasts in the future. Moreover, his comrade had bet 100,000 crystals on Chen Pinggang, and until he died, and everything should stay in the arena. The host announced that they had a Feng Shen level participant, and he had challenged the golden-winged lion that was at the Immortal Yin stage. The spectators were surprised, after all. This thing was capable of tearing apart cultivators at the Immortal Soul stage. They thought this guy was a problem for the tournament heads, and that's why they got this far. The spectators were eagerly awaiting this bloody spectacle. The battle of an elder against an immortal creature. At that moment, Smolka was called by someone. The dog turned around in surprise. She didn't realize where the sound was coming from and twisted her head around. Her name was that guy. He had put all his magical weapons and clothes on this fight. He was standing with only a plank covering himself. The guy also put 80,000 crystals, which were meant to buy material for his family. The dog asked why he had put clothes. The guy's stuff was worth 20,000 crystals, and if business is tied up in money, he'd prefer discomfort. The battle was about to begin. The gate of the cage was slowly rising. In the cage sat a demonic lion, a very powerful creature. He ran out of the cage in the blink of an eye. Enveloped in ki energy, he ran towards the elder. The lion glared viciously at his prey. He was going to massacre the young man. The golden-winged lion had a terrifying aura. It roared viciously. The spectators thought that it was just nonsense to unleash a beast with a true dragon bloodline against a cultivator of this level. The elder drew his sword and prepared for battle, the energy of the lion enveloping him. The sword shattered into pieces in an instant due to such strong energy. The guy didn't understand why this happened, after all. Last time there were no such problems. Apparently the elder had badly damaged his sword after the last battle, and this beast looks very strong. He should have called the Black Dragon for help. Lion said that it looks like someone wants Chen Pinggang dead. The lion pushed off from the earth with his foot and was about to attack. The golden-winged lion asked the older man not to take offense at him. However, Lion was stopped by something. He saw someone in front of his eyes. The lion stalled in the blink of an eye. He couldn't move any further. Right in front of him sat Smolka. Lev was very surprised to see her. The lion saw her true form, a black dragon. He felt a tremendous pressure from the animal. The audience didn't understand why he stopped or what happened to him. The black dragon thought the lion was an insolent jerk. He terrified the animals with his mere appearance. The dragon told the lion that if he didn't want to die, he should kneel vividly. The lion bowed low. He acknowledged his defeat and begged not to be killed. The older man did not understand what was going on, or what caused the lion to behave this way. The spectators were in shock. They didn't understand what was happening in the arena and where the battle was. The audience demanded a refund for this laughable performance. The announcer said the arena rules state that only one contestant must stand. If Lion doesn't kill Chen Pinggang, he's dead. Lev didn't know what to do. He couldn't go against his elder. The animal bared its fangs and was about to do something about it. Suddenly the lion hit its head on the ground with all its might, its blood splattering all around. The older man looked at it in amazement. He didn't understand what the animal was doing. The lion once more banged his head against the ground. He tried to kill himself. Blood was pouring from the animal's head. The lion was already barely standing on his feet. The animal fell from such a head injury, the lion took his own life. The elder looked at Smolka and asked if she had done all this. The dog replied that his job was to protect his master. The older man looked at Smolka and asked if she had done it all. The dog replied that his job was to protect his master. The spectators doubted that it wasn't an act. They didn't understand how the guy knocked out the golden-winged lion without even fighting it. They believed that Chen Ping Han was definitely a cool bump and was just hiding his strength. The elder stood over the lion's body in bewilderment, seemingly defeated. The announcer announced that the golden-winged lion had been defeated. The guy who put all his clothes on the older guy got very excited and was ready for the profits. In that second, the guy realized he was completely unclothed and had forgotten to cover himself with a board. The people around him looked at him confusedly, not realizing if the guy was a pervert. He tried to explain himself. Chen Pinggang was in a depressed state. He was walking with his dog in an alley. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggang bumped into Chen Qian, the latter asking if the guy was fit to be himself. Chen Pinghan realized that it was apparently him who had taken care of his sword before the fight. Chen Qian replied that if the guy didn't want to die by the paws of the beast, then he would have to die by its hand. Chen Qian started to use his strength. He started to attack the elder. Chen Pinghan was as calm as ever. He called out to Smolka for help. The dog turned into its true black dragon form and attacked Chen Qian. The black dragon shouted loudly and its chi energy flung Chen Qian away. That one flew right into a brick wall. He was injured. Blood gushed out from Chen Qian's mouth. He was very surprised at such an opponent. Chen Qian did not understand where the elder got the real dragon from, who he was. At this moment, the Firebird also appeared. She asked who the guy thought he was. Did he really think he was worthy of questioning their master's identity? Chen Qian was even more surprised that the guy had dragon and Firebird guards. He said behind the elder is a great immortal behind the elder. If he left now, the guy would close his eyes on everything. Chen Qian was going to report everything to his master. At that moment, the elder pulled out a ring from her pouch. He transformed into his true sword form and asked if he wasn't the same Great One. Chen Qian was shocked that Chen Pinggang had a golden immortal weapon as well. Sword asked why didn't Chen Qian tell him everything, as if they had known each other for a long time. Chen Qian could barely stay on his feet, however. He refused to kneel down. The guy quickly changed his mind. He bowed down and asked them to be merciful. Chen Pinggang's friend had earned 300,000 crystals. After the 50,000 betting tax, They could take the entire prize completely. Chen Qian begged them to spare his worthless life. The guys thought that it was somehow too straightforward. They wondered if this guy wouldn't do anything, and even if he did, they weren't afraid of anyone in this realm. Chen Pinghan, along with his new acquaintance, teleported away from the battle arena. The guy was very embarrassed that the whole town saw him running around naked and he wouldn't be able to socialize with people now. The older man put a hand on his shoulder and told him it would be okay. Chen Pinggang laughed and said that everything would fall into place soon. The boy replied that his friend was right, and he was immortal, so he had 1,000 years of life ahead of him. The older man said it was too noisy and we should move on. The guys were happy that they had 250,000 crystals. They were being watched on the screen by Chen Qian. He was very angry that the elder had won unfairly. He was waiting for the great immortal to return and Chen Pinghan to meet his death. It was a clear day in the immortal world. Birds were flying in the sky, and the sun was shining. The senior asked the guy in surprise if he wanted a bonus, since he had bet so much money. The guy replied that the senior had fought hard. He just took his invested amount, and that was it. The boy looked at Smolka and hoped he had said it right. The dog replied that the older man would definitely remember the boy. The older man was happy that he had earned 250,000 crystals. The guy thought that spending a little money for someone so powerful to notice him was definitely worth it. The older man told Smolka it was time to go back and get something to eat. The dog thanked him. At this moment, Chen Pinggang was called out by someone. The guy turned around. It was Zhao Banku. He asked why Chen Pinggang went to the immortal treasury. If he needed anything, he could just tell the head. After all, they would fully support him. Chen Pinghan smiled and thanked the elder. He didn't seem sincere to the guy. Senior said that he wanted to buy Immortal Bai Ying's spirit immortal in the treasury, but he was 20,000 crystals short. Zhao Banku said that 20,000 was not a problem for them. The head replied that the spirit of Immortal Bai Ying would be an appropriate purchase for Zhao Buju. Zhao Buju apologized and said that the immortal spirit was more suitable for his cultivation level. The older man tensed. He had missed his chance. Zhao Buju said that Chen Pinggang would now have to wait for the treasury to be replenished. The treasury guardian told the guy that the immortal spirit was very rare, and if he missed the chance to buy it, he would never have that opportunity again. Chen Pinggang questioned Zhao Buju to voluntarily give up this treasure. He was even willing to increase the price for it. Buju got angry and asked if the guy thought he was a genius. At that moment, his new acquaintance came up to the guy. He said that in any case, even if the older man didn't have enough money, he had it. The guy was willing to pay for everything. Buju recognized young Master Meng. He asked what he was doing with Chen Pinggang. He frightenedly thought that Chen Pinggang's talent might have returned, and this news had managed to spread. The guy introduced himself as Meng Fengyun and greeted the head of the Zhao family. Master Meng asked Buju to name his amount for the treasure. If he decided to refuse, he would pay that amount. Zhao Banku knew that the Meng family was very careful about finances and always capitalized on any transaction. Perhaps they were trying to recruit Chen Pinggang. The guys looked at Zhao Buju with hope in their eyes. They were waiting for him to answer. Buju sighed and said he couldn't give it up because he needed that artifact. The older man realized that they probably wouldn't agree directly. Chen Pinggang felt it was worth trying to negotiate with the head. The elder said that his skills had not only returned but were even stronger than before. Now all he had to do was destroy the clan. Zhao Banku was surprised and asked if the guy's strength had really returned. Chen Pinghan smiled and said that it was true. Everything was going according to his plan. The head was pleased, saying that Chen Pinghan would obviously care more about the artifact than Buju right now, and would take something else for the guy. Buju angrily sat his fan down. He didn't like what was going on. Buju was willing to sell his artifact for 120,000 immortal crystals. The boy couldn't let the older man recover his strength. Otherwise, the Zhao family would just give up on him. Senior talked to Master Meng. The elder had to borrow 20,000 crystals from Meng. The head said the clan would pay for it. The elder handed the money to Buju. Buju was very pissed off. He thanked and congratulated the elder on his good purchase. He gave him the artifact. Buju was going to go increase his cultivation level since the secret realm was about to open. Buju thought that the elder had spent half his life to raise such a sum, and he obviously wouldn't be able to use this artifact. Then Buju would take it away. There were loud screams in the Meng family's house. The man yelled at Meng Fengyun. How dare he spend the gambling money they had given to buy materials. He also demanded an explanation for all the things the guy had done in the fighting arena. Meng Fengyun said that he had done nothing wrong, just befriending a person who was unrivaled in their family. His father must have felt 3 powerful auras in the arena. The guy added that he had also befriended a divine dragon in the same way, and 80,000 crystals wasn't such a big loss. His father got excited and asked for more details. The boy began to explain all the details. The father got even more excited and apologized to his son for yelling at him. What he did was fantastic. Father said that Meng Feng still had to pawn his clothes, and they were now 20,000 crystals short. The boy thought that this was all just a test of an elder. The boy's father was very surprised and thought that maybe his son was right. The Black Dragon told Meng Feng that his master liked to keep a low profile and no one should know about it. The father understood and told his son to take 200,000 more immortality crystals. At this moment, above the immortal realm, someone was flying through the sky. That man has landed on the ground. Zhao Banku greeted the great immortal emperor and asked what the reason for his visit was. The emperor didn't want to hear this meaningless dialogue. Chen Yicheng asked to answer the question if there was a person of Feng Shen's level in the clan, and if he was in the arena today. Zhao Banku immediately realized that it was about the elder. He asked if the guy had caused any trouble. At this moment, a loud explosion was heard not far from where they were talking, and flames rose into the sky. The immortal emperor didn't realize what had happened. He was repelled from the earth in the blink of an eye. Chen Yicheng, along with Zhao Banku, flew to the scene in a flash. The flames kept getting bigger and bigger. It was getting more and more intense. Chen Yicheng arrived at the scene. He looked on in surprise. They both looked down in surprise. Zhao Banku didn't understand what this guy was doing. Zhao Buju was sitting in the forest. He was circulating his qi quite well, and perhaps he could awaken the legendary physical form of flame that the immortal emperor also has. Zhao Banku was very happy to see his subordinate use the immortal's technique of physical fire. He thought that the Lord had definitely blessed his clan. Zhao Banku told Buju to greet the immortal emperor. The man thought that the immortal emperor could take the guy as his disciple and their family would soar. Buju greeted the great emperor and introduced himself. The guy thought that even without immortal Bai Ying, he was strong enough to awaken the immortal flame body, and he wouldn't have to fear Xian from now on. Chen Yicheng still asked where Zhao Xian lived and asked him to take him to the young man. Buju was very surprised that he needed a guy. He was very angry that everything was going to Chen Pinghan again. Zhao Banku agreed to take the immortal emperor to Chen Pinggang. He told him to follow him. A man grafted the immortal emperor to Chen Pinggang's house. He asked Chen Yicheng to wait for him to call the guy. Chen Yicheng stopped Zhao Banku and said that it would be too rude. He had come to pay an official visit to Chen Pinggan, and thought there wouldn't be any problems with that. Banku was surprised that the emperor was here with good intentions. The two men stood in front of the elder's door in surprise. They didn't dare to enter. The men knocked on the door, but no one answered them. Banku thought that maybe the guy couldn't hear them and should just go in and look for him. The emperor thought that maybe the guy didn't want to see him. This was quite expected from a person with strength that impressed even an immortal emperor. The immortal emperor smirked and thought that this was truly the manner of a master. The man said loudly that he had already communicated with the head of the arena and he apologized. If the elder didn't want to see him now, he would come back later. Zhao Banku was surprised that Chen Yicheng was treating Chen Pinggang as if he was an immortal emperor. What on earth had the guy done? The immortal emperor asked why Chen Pinggang was living in such a neglected house, and what had happened to the previous residents. Chen Yicheng began to conjure. He said that Chen Pinggang was a special guest of the immortal emperor and they dare not mock him. They were obligated to treat him properly. The immortal emperor activated the portal and said that his visit to Chen Pinggang should not be known to anyone. If anyone asked, Banku had to tell them that he came here because of the guy with the immortal fire body. He teleported. Zhao Banku didn't understand at all what the immortal emperor and Chen Pinggang had in common. At this moment, Zhao Banku remembered that Zhao Xian's mother's surname was Wei. Meanwhile, in Qinyan City, the atmosphere in the elder's house was as friendly as ever. The elder walked into his house. He said hello to Mrs. Duane and Xiaolin. Madame Duan was standing near a peach blossom tree together with some man. Warden Duane coughed. She was hinting something to her friend. The man introduced himself. His name was Deng Guiqi, and he was a friend of the girl. The man came here today to meet the senior. The man started to justify that it wasn't what the elder thought, and he was just Duan's friend. Deng Guiqi didn't want any trouble. At this moment, the door of the elder's house slowly opened. From behind her, the immortal emperor walked in sleepily. He rubbed his eyes. The man saw the older man and looked at him in surprise. The immortal emperor would be gone for a while. He asked to take care of Xiao properly. The elder replied that he would do everything. The immortal emperor thanked the elder. He flew away using his strength in a flash. He was followed by Deng Guiqi. The older man angrily told Duane that he thought she enjoyed hanging out with this guy. The girl asked why he thought that, if her boyfriend was jealous of her. The older man tried to justify himself. He said that of course he wasn't jealous. Boss Duan put her hand on the boy's chest and asked him if he was lying. The older man was confused. He didn't know what to say to her. The guy was going to not let the damned women keep him on the ledge. He grabbed Duane's arm. Chen Pinggang pulled the girl to him and asked, "So what if he is jealous after all? He is the girl's fiancé." The guy said he shouldn't socialize with other guys in the future either. Duan was very embarrassed. The guy wanted to continue, however Duan suddenly moved closer to him and kissed Chen Pinggang. Boss Duan passionately asked if Chen Pinggang wanted to punish her. The older one had a brain explosion from this behavior of the girl and blushed with embarrassment. The older man shouted furiously that what the girl was doing in the first place, and maybe she should be flogged properly. At this moment, Xiaolin walked up to them from behind. At this time, Boss Duan was laughing at the guy caustically. The senior said that he had bought something and needed to bow out. The next morning, the elder had some things to do. The sun was just rising from behind the horizon, and birds were sitting in the trees. Chen Pinggang went to the forest near Qinyan Mountain. There was a thick fog. The sun illuminated the leaves of the trees. Chen Pinghan decided to practice using the artifact he bought from the immortal realm. The elder activated it. He began to use his energy to conjure. Multicolored lines appeared around it. The elder was glad that immortal Bai Ying was still working. At least Chen Pinggang manages to control a small portion of the power of heaven and earth. It seemed to the elder that this artifact was actually very simple, and he wondered how much something like this was being sold and bought for by the system. He found Immortal Bai Ying's artifact of Immortal Bai Ying in the system menu and clicked on it. The system was selling Immortal Bai Ying for 1 million points. The elder was surprised at such a huge amount. He hadn't expected it. Chen Pinghan stroked his dog's head and decided that now was the time to return to the immortal realm. Eldest decided to see if there were any other similar amulets that could be bought and then resold. Chen Pinghan teleported to the immortal realm. He was going to go for something. However, at this time, the door to Chen Pinggang's house slowly opened. No one was supposed to be there. A man jumped out from behind the door. He was armed with a sword. The man attacked Chen Pinggang. He swung his weapon, but the guy managed to dodge. At this moment, the black dragon and the firebird appeared in their true guises. They asked if the man wanted to die. The man was shocked. He was very afraid of the power of immortal beasts and let go of his sword. His assignment said that the target was at the level of the newborn immortal stage. The man asked if the senior was Zhao Xian. The black dragon looked angrily at the man and told him to be quiet. The dragon called him a lowlife. The man looked fearfully at the divine beast. The dragon's power stomped the man into the ground. He began coughing up blood. Chen Pinggang asked who sent the men to kill him. The man refused to talk and asked them to just kill him. Firebird asked the master to give the man to them, and they would easily resolve the situation. The elder asked what his animals were up to. Smoka said that since immortals are hard to kill, you can cut off organs that will never grow back, such as his male treasure. Firebird added that they could also break his spirit, deprive him of his cultivation base, and why turn him into a girl and send him to the red light district. The older man was of course surprised, but decided to play along with the animals. He asked them not to dirty his yard. The man changed his mind in a flash. He was ready to tell the elder everything if he let him die a quick death. Chen Pinggan angrily looked at the man and told him to speak. The man confessed that it was Zhao Buju who ordered Chen Pinggang's assassination. The older man wasn't surprised. He had expected this from his opponent. The guy thought that Zhao was really losing to him in cultivation strength. Chen Pinghan, as promised, was ready to provide the man with a quick and easy death. He extended his hand towards him. Chen Pinggang decided to try out his destructive skills on a man. He blew his abuser's head off in the blink of an eye. The firebird opened its beak. It was going to burn the man's body. The older man was upset that he had spent almost all of his points to kill an immortal, and all he got out of it was a camera. The elder was very angry at the system. He didn't understand why he needed a regular rock. The older man thought frustratedly that at least the system could be sold to him. He was going to see how many points he could get if he sold this stone. The elder confirmed his choice. The system teleported the stone and began assessing its value. The elder had a feeling as if the immortal Bai Ying in the system wasn't that strong. At this moment, the elder was called out by someone. Chen Pinghan turned around. It was Zhao Li. She said that Immortal Emperor Dugu had come to visit the Zhao family, and the head of the family wanted to see the guy. The elder didn't understand why the Immortal Emperor would even want to see him. The girl said that Buju had managed to awaken the immortal fire body, and so the Immortal Emperor had come to select disciples. Chen Pinggang asked if it would be his turn to see such an important person. Zhao Li said that usually no one asks a guy to come to a meeting. The elder thought that perhaps Buju had just decided to seize the moment and attack him. Chen Pinghan decided to go after all. If Buju became the immortal operator's apprentice, he wouldn't be able to take revenge on him quickly and would have to spend a lot of time. In the Immortal Realms Assembly Hall, the guests were already seated. Immortal Emperor Dugu said that even though Buju was young, he already had great knowledge in cultivation. The boy thanked him and said that he wasn't worthy of such high praise. Zhou Banku was nervous after all. It would be time for Chen Pinghan to come over. And if the Emperor knows Chen Pinggang, then his guess is correct. Zhou Banku was sure that his guess was correct after all. He had already been told by the Immortal Village that Xian cultivation could rise again. Immortal Emperor Dug was angry after all. They had only agreed on one disciple. He didn't understand why they were calling someone else. At this moment, an elder walked into the hall. The Immortal Emperor recognized the elder. He didn't understand what the guy was doing here. Chen Pinghan wondered why the Immortal Emperor looked so familiar. Buju was very angry. He didn't understand why Chen Pinghan was still alive. After all, the assassin had agreed to the task of killing him. Zhou Banku was glad that his guesses were correct, and the Immortal Emperor knows Chen Pinggang. Zhou Banku introduced Zhao Xian and said that guy and was the main reason why he approached the Immortal Emperor. His cultivation base had been damaged. The Immortal Emperor didn't understand what was going on here. He was surprised that the Elder was introduced by Zhao Xiang. The man thought that this could not be, and there were no such similar people in strength of spirit and appearance. The Immortal Emperor was certain that the person in front of him was clearly not Zhao Xian, but an elder. Chen Pinghan was embarrassed. The Immortal Emperor realized that an elder always usually looked a few steps ahead, and he clearly didn't just happen to be in this family for no reason. There was bound to be a higher purpose behind it. The Emperor thought that he should check this guy first. He said that Zhao Xian seemed to have a strong blush. The elder replied that people tend to change, and thought that the Emperor probably didn't know him. The Immortal Emperor decided to walk with them. The man realized that the elder in front of him was definitely an elder, and with the words Immortal Emperor, he had just hinted at cooperation. The Immortal Emperor was pleased with Buju's talents and ordered a banquet to be held today. Buju bowed and thanked the Emperor. The Emperor remembered that Brother Murong had told him that the elder very often chose weak sects to help them cultivate, and that Buju's awakening must be related to the elder. It was evening. The sunset was shimmering with different colors, and Zhao's courtyard was very lively. Zhao Banku wondered where the Immortal Emperor was, since the banquet would start soon. One of the men replied that he was currently chatting with Zhao Xiang. Banku told his subordinate to go and take care of business and serve the guests well. It seemed to Bank that these two knew each other, and he had the perfect opportunity. He took out a concealing talisman from his pocket that could give him away in front of the Immortal Emperor. The man wanted to overhear their conversation to reveal Zhao Xian's true identity. Meanwhile, Senior was sitting at his home and reading a book about the main rules and the base of cultivation level knowledge monkey cultivation. At that moment, someone knocked at his house. The elder told him to come in. An Immortal Emperor came to see the elder. He called Chen Pinggang a great elder. The guy didn't remember the man at all. The Immortal Emperor apologized for being a little rude today. Chen Pinghan said that it was fine, and he didn't expect to see him here. Their conversation was overheard by Zhao Banku. He was astonished that the Immortal Emperor called the guy a senior. The Immortal Emperor didn't know that the elder would appear in the Immortal Realm. The man politely asked why Chen Pinghan was here. The older guy replied that he came here for chess. It was very difficult for him to lag. The guy thought his acting had deteriorated. The Immortal Emperor was surprised that Senior was also playing chess. He thought that he was Senior's pawn and was worth something. The Immortal Emperor bowed and said that he understood everything. The man would hide Chen Pinggang's identity and not tell anyone. The elder didn't understand what the Immortal Emperor was talking about. In his opinion, he had misunderstood everything. The elder became embarrassed. He said that if the Immortal Emperor understood everything, then fine. The man asked, shouldn't they inform the Immortal Emperor to come and hail the elder? After all, he had admired him for a long time. Chen Pinggang said that now was not the time. He thought there was no point in taking a chance, since the visual bug sometimes doesn't work. Their conversation was carefully overheard by Zhao Banku. He was taken aback by the guy's words. He was particularly surprised that it was worth letting the Immortal Emperor come to greet the guy. The man didn't understand who Zhao Xian was or if it was really him. Zhao Banku decided to leave, otherwise he might have been spotted. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Realm, the banquet time was getting closer and closer. The sun was setting over the horizon. Meng Fangyun and his father came to the palace. They were shown where to go. The young man's father did not understand what was happening to Zhou Banku. The latter was drooping. The man asked, with a look on his head's face, wasn't he happy that someone in his family had become an Immortal Emperor's disciple? Zhao Banku was in shock. He grabbed his friend's shoulders. The man asked if Meng had forgotten that Zhao Xian was not who he said he was. Meng didn't understand what the man was talking about. Banku said that the Meng family is always looking for profit. And if there is nothing special about Zhao Xiang, will they help him? Even though the ancient Celestial and the Emperor stopped him. Zhao Banku heard the conversation between the young man and Emperor Dugu, so he knows the truth. Meng wondered how his friend was able to overhear a conversation between such powerful people. Banku immediately understood everything. No wonder the ancient Celestial Emperor was also trying to be careful with him. Banku told Meng to just relax and think. Most likely the Elder was the driving force of the God world, so he knew the man was eavesdropping. Meng guessed that the elder wanted Banku to hear them, and that was also part of his plan. The banquet was in full swing. The host thanked everyone for coming to Buju's training ceremony. If it wasn't for Senior's manner, Chen Pinghan would have long ago told him to stop accepting disciples. Chen Pinghan sat there intensely thought about this situation. He was called out to him by Meng Fangyun. He asked if Chen Pinghan wanted to acquire 2 immortal spiritual Baiyin. The guy was looking for a way to get more immortal crystals for him. The elder took the ring and thanked Meng Fang. He was going to pay when he had the money. The older man didn't understand why he should give him the crystals. They hadn't been too friendly last time. Mungfan said that they were worth some 200,000, so there was no need to give him anything. The elder was surprised at such a large amount. At that moment, someone called out to the elder. The guy turned around. It was Zhao Mafang. He said that his brother was also the real heir of the Zhao family, and Chen Pinggang was just trash. He advised the guy to think about it and bring Zhao Li back to him. Otherwise, he would make sure that no one would be around Chen Pinggang at the right time. Chen Pinggang said that it was not up to Zhao Mafang to decide. Zhao Mafang said that Senior had only defeated him with a cunning ploy, and there was nothing to be proud of. The boy conjured up some protective armor and invited the elder to spar with him. Everyone present looked at the guys in surprise. They didn't understand why they suddenly wanted to fight. The elder was angry. He realized that Buju was the cause. Buju wanted to use the guests to make Chen Pinggang look like a fool. The older man didn't take long to think what he should do. He smiled. Chen Ping'an accepted Mafan's challenge. He was going to use this opportunity to ask the immortal emperor not to accept Buju as a disciple. Zhou Mafang said he would beat Chen Pinggang until he was on his knees begging for mercy. The immortal emperor asked who these guys were. Banku replied that they were Buju Yi's younger brother Zhao Xian. Zhao Banku thought that this was the end, and if he had known earlier, he would have found a way to punish him. The immortal emperor was sure that the guy was overestimating his capabilities. However, this must be the elder's plan, so there was no need to interfere. Zhou Mafang slammed his fist on his protective golden armor. He stated that Chen Pinghan had defeated him by stealth last time, but he had spent 50,000 crystals to purchase this armor. The guy thought that Chen Pinggang wouldn't succeed in such a case. Banku started to attack Chen Pinggan. He ran straight at him and swung his fist. The elder was very calm. He used the Buddha palm technique and swung at his opponent as well. The elder slapped Zhou Mafang's face with all his might with his hand. The blow was so hard that the guy was thrown back, blood pouring from his mouth. The elder said that the one only knows how to talk. He was standing over Zhou Mafang. The people around him were shocked. They didn't expect such strength from a guy. The audience really enjoyed the performance. They didn't understand how the guy did it, after all. His cultivation was at Feng Shen's level. Buju ran up to Zhao Mafang excitedly. He asked if everything was all right and asked his brother to wake up. The immortal emperor noticed that when Senior attacked, he used the Dao art. The immortal emperor was able to make a breakthrough just by watching the elder's attack. The immortal emperor's cultivation had also increased because of Chen Pinggang's actions. The elder had no need to use such a strong attack on this fellow. The immortal emperor felt that he had purposely given him a chance. The immortal emperor was going to thank the elder later when there were fewer people and ask him to teach a couple more techniques. Buju drew his sword and asked how the elder dared to humiliate his brother. He was going to teach the young man a lesson. Buju challenged Chen Pinggang to a duel and put his sword to his head. The immortal emperor was not pleased with this turn of events and Buju's insolence. Everything was going according to Elder's plan. He had succeeded in achieving his goals. The older man agreed, but told Buju that he'd better consult with the master. Buju felt that his master would definitely be okay with that. At this moment he was interrupted by the immortal emperor. He ordered silence. The immortal emperor was very angry. He turned away and said that from now on they were strangers. Buju was no longer a disciple of the immortal emperor. The boy was very offended. He grabbed the immortal emperor by the sleeve and asked if he was joking. The emperor said that with such arrogance and recklessness, he wouldn't be able to go far, and he didn't need such a disciple. The immortal emperor apologized to Chen Pinggang for not being a good enough judge of character and hoped that the guy wasn't mad at him. The elder said that he really didn't deserve to be his disciple. The immortal emperor smiled and said that he would choose his disciples more carefully next time. Buju was furious. At that moment, a huge portal appeared right in the banquet hall. A man stepped out of it. He stepped onto the floor of the banquet hall. It was the ancient heavenly emperor. He asked if he had come to the opening ceremonies of Brother Juan's discipleship. Everyone present was surprised. They had heard that he had come yesterday and said he wanted Buju as his apprentice. There were some unusual entertaining events taking place in the banquet hall. The ancient heavenly emperor asked if the ceremony had already started. The heavenly emperor said that he refused to take that guy as a disciple and asked what brought Brother Chen here. He was looking for someone. Ancient celestial emperor Chen asked if he could talk to Zhao Xiang. Senior thought it was strange because it didn't seem like the visual bug had been activated. The elder said that he wanted to talk to immortal emperor Dugu. Heavenly emperor Chen said as he made reservations at the restaurant and activated the portal. He asked Chen Pinggang and Emperor Dugu to stand in the center of the circle so he could teleport them. Buju was very angry. He thought that the root of all his problems lay in Zhao Xiang. The guy didn't understand how a trash like Chen Pinggang could gain the recognition of an immortal emperor. He was going to show Chen Pinghan the pain of losing his talent. The guy clenched his fists. Meanwhile, it was already evening, the moon illuminating the restaurant building. Emperor Chen teleported the guys into the restaurant and asked them to pass. Chen Pinggang asked why Emperor Chen was looking for him. Chen introduced himself. He came to apologize for what happened, because he was not strict enough, and so that time his disciple in charge of the battle arena tried to kill Chen Pinggang. The emperor bowed low, and was willing to do whatever Chen Pinghan wished. Senior was surprised that the majestic immortal emperor had come to apologize in person. Did he really think the guy was that strong? The older man was about to test his hunch. He sat down valiantly at the table. The elder asked if the emperor knew that he was actually another person. Chen had heard about it from the immortal Emperor Batian. The guy didn't understand why he was once again bound to immortal Emperor Batian. The elder noticed that he didn't know much, and told Xiao Huan to tell him everything in detail. The elder himself was curious to hear who they thought he was, and what the dealings with immortal Emperor Batiatus were. Xiao Huang started to tell everything to his friend. All of this started not too long ago. Immortal Emperor Dugu kept happily continuing the story about the elder. He showered him with compliments. The man said that Senior's mind was as deep as the sea, and his personality radiated positivity. Chen listened attentively. Chen Pinggang was choked up by the emperor's exaggerations. Besides, he had never gotten to the point. Chen Pinggang coughed and said that he had a very interesting story about immortal Emperor Batayan. The men's eyes shone. They were eager to hear her, and asked the elder to tell them everything. The guy asked if they knew the name of the former immortal emperor. The elder thought that through mutual acquaintances, he might know immortal Emperor Batian. Xiao Huang thought it was obvious his last name was Su and his first name was Yi. The older man recognized the name. He realized he knew the man. Su Yi was Xiaolin's father. He was the immortal Emperor Batian. The older man said that he had actually been called something else when he was a kid. The boy thought he should learn more about the people around him. Chen Pinggang added that he used to be called Su Gudan. The men were very surprised that Senior's knowledge was so vast. Chen was angry at how much trouble Song Chen had caused him. The senior said that since they didn't know that, they should learn from their mistakes, and he would give them a couple chances. The guy said that Zhao Li and Meng Fan had been blessed, and if they took them as their disciples, they would benefit greatly. Xiao Huang asked what would happen to Zhao Buju now. The elder asked in response to what the immortal emperor thought to himself. Xiao Huang got excited, and said that since the elder didn't kill him, he must have a plan. Chen Pinggang was upset that he couldn't directly tell him to kill Buju. Night had fallen in the immortal realm, with the month shining brightly in the sky. The banquet was still going on. The guests were discussing something animatedly. At this moment, an immortal emperor portal appeared in the air. The guests noticed that the two immortal emperors had returned. They were curious about what they were discussing and who Zhao Xian was. Xiao Huang felt that Buju didn't deserve to be his disciple because of his arrogance. He was going to choose another Zhao family member as his disciple. This new immortal emperor disciple will be Zhao Li. The man pointed his finger at her. The girl didn't understand what was going on. She was very surprised by such an unexpected choice of the emperor. Zhao Li was overjoyed by this event. She bent down and thanked the heavenly emperor. Xiao Huang said that the girl shouldn't thank him since he didn't do anything wrong. She should be grateful to Chen Pinggang, who recommended her as a disciple. Zhou Li was very surprised. There was no way she expected such a gift from Chen Pinggang. Chen Pinggang did this for the kindness of a girl in the past to Zhao Xiang. At this time, Cheng Yi Cheng was looking for Meng Fan Yun. He asked him to come forward because he was his disciple from now on. Meng Fan Yun was very surprised. He hadn't expected to become the disciple of such an esteemed lord. The boy ran up to the older man and wanted to kiss him. He didn't know how to thank him for his kindness. He was going to pay with his body. The older man said that no one wanted his body. The elder returned to his home. He had finally gotten rid of Meng Fan Yun. The older man opened the door to his yard and said he was back. Chen Pinghan saw Xiaolin, who was sitting near the pond. He asked where Boss Duan was now. The girl smiled and said that Boss Duan ran away from home. The older man was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Chen Pinggang thought it was a joke, and why would she run away if they were getting married soon? The elder started looking everywhere for Boss Duane. He opened the door to all the rooms. The guy even checked in the pots. He said he didn't have to negotiate with the girl to scare him. The elder kept shouting and asking Boss Duane to come out. Xiaolin said that Duan went back to the bookstore and said that she wouldn't come back until the wedding. Senior was very surprised and upset by this news. He thought that Xiaoling had angered Duan, and she had decided to leave the house. But that wasn't it. The girl said she wanted to spend the remaining half-month alone. The older man was very surprised. The boy was going to go and find out. He went to the bookstore and knocked on the door. The elder said he knows Duan is there, and since she can escape from the house, she can open that door too. The girl said she was on her way to the door. The door of the bookstore opened. Warden Duane saw Senior, and said that he was being very noisy. The girl asked if Xiaolin had told him why she ran away. Mrs. Duan wanted to be away from Chen Pinggang for the remaining time. Chen Pinghan didn't come here to change the girl's mind. He just wanted an explanation. Duan thought that everything was happening too fast, and she wasn't sure how she felt about Chen Pinggang. The girl was going to find out if she would miss him. The elder didn't expect to hear such a thing after all of Duan's pressure. Since the girl explained everything to him, Chen Pinggang was going to leave. Since she lives alone, he advised her to lock the doors and was going to give her a weapon for self-defense. Warden Duan took the boy's hand as he was about to leave. The girl kissed Chen Pinggang on the cheek. The guy didn't expect this. Duan already missed Chen Pinggang a bit, but if she spoke directly, it would be difficult to continue. The girl shoved Chen Pinggang out the door and told him to leave. The elder was out of his mind with joy. He was smiling and was head over heels in love with Duane. Warden Duan closed the door. She called the senior stupid and said that things were getting even more confusing. The girl really didn't want to be away from Chen Pinggang, but it was necessary. However, if she doesn't leave, things won't go according to her plan. Warden Duan received a notification from the system. She looked at it with surprise. It seemed strange to her why the man had suddenly appeared here. With her ability, she saw a white-haired man. The girl kept pondering on what the man was doing here right now. Boss Duan thought that Ping An also had plans, however. Her ability to foresee fate was better than his. Ping An was in the market. He approached a counter where a man was selling any kind of food. The seller asked what the guy wanted. Ping An asked if the seller had heard Zhou Haoxuan's name as well. The salesman was very surprised. He suddenly realized something upon hearing that name. It seems as if the salesman has been transported to another world. His memories unlocked. Ping An said they haven't seen the salesman in a long time. The vendor's name was Elder Ying. The man greeted him with a smile. Elder Ying invited Ping An to come through, for it was time to meet him. The man came to the older man's house. They knocked on his yard gate. Chen Ping An opened the door and asked who came to see him. One man Lan brought those two to the elder since they didn't know the way. Ping An bowed to Chen Ping An. Lan also introduced Chen Pinggang, and since his work was already done, he decided to go back. Elder Ying asked if they would let him go. Ping An said that Shen Bao's memories hadn't returned yet. Ping An apologized to the elder that they had appeared at his place unannounced. The elder let them in, for Lan had instilled the men here. Ping An walked into the courtyard. He missed his elder's immortal weapon. He said hello to the spiritual wooden ball and considered that it looked like it was time. The phoenix chicken didn't realize if the master would continue to take care of them when she remembered everything. The fish hoped that the master would protect them. The elder let them into the house. He poured tea for the guests and told them to help themselves. Ping An treated himself to tea, the broom thought. The cleaver was out of luck today. At that moment, some little girl appeared in the room. The phoenix chicken thought that now the most interesting thing was about to happen. The girl said hello to the cleaver. She really missed him. The knife lay lifelessly on the stump. There was no answer from him. The girl was angry because he never spoke to her. She thought someone was trying to get between them because the cleaver was so cold to her. At that moment, the girl's attention shifted to something in the room. She turned her attention to the sword that stood nearby. The girl thought it was the same one. The girl picked up her sword and demanded answers from him, but he remained silent. Knife didn't like that. He sighed and sprang into action. The knife began to transform into its human form. It glowed with chi energy. The girl was the sword mistress. The knife greeted her. The girl threw back her sword and was glad that the knife finally spoke to her. She said they hadn't seen each other in a while and offered to take this chance to fight. Knife replied that the spiritual wooden sword had stopped by for a cup of tea. The girl was very upset that they wouldn't be able to fight. They heard the guests thanking the elder for such good tea and were about to leave. The girl heard this. It was time for her to leave with them too. The girl ran out and told the knife that he should definitely fight her next time. The sword transformed into human form and asked the knife who the lady was and why he was afraid of her. The reason the knife didn't want to fight her was because she was clearly weaker than him, and always cries when she loses. Knife had completely forgotten that weaklings like Sword have no such problems. Knife smiled wryly. He thought so. No one realizes how hard it is to be strong. At that moment, the door to the kitchen opened, the older man calling out to Goldie. The knife noticed this and reacted quickly. The knife transformed into its material form in an instant. The sword was depressed and sitting on the floor. The elder asked what was wrong with Goldie. They needed to go to the immortal realm. Sword said it was fine. He was just weak. Meanwhile, the guys went to the immortal realm to the Zhao family's gate. The eldest felt that they needed to get to the treasury faster. At this moment, someone called out to Chen Pinggang and told him to wait. The boy turned around. Buju called out to him. The older man asked what was the matter. The guy said that after thinking about yesterday, he had finally come to his senses, and he shouldn't have gotten angry and had a duel. The older man said that since the boy had admitted his guilt, he would forgive him. Chen Pinggang thought it was not surprising that Buju was afraid of being accused of killing his family. Buju clutched the fan in his hands and said that the elder was so kind he was clearly not sincere. Buju offered to shake hands and measure up. Chen Pinghan looked at the guy's hand in surprise and thought that he might have spooned them side by side, but the system was responsible for protecting the host. The older man decided to shake Buju's hand and forget all their grudges. Buju rejoiced that the older man was doomed. Everything was going according to his plan. Senior was calmly walking around the market. He was in a good mood. In an instant, the elder felt strange. A danger notification came from the system. An unknown curse had been placed on the host's body, and his cultivation had begun to be absorbed in large quantities. The system was about to replenish the elder's cultivation base. However, the guy stopped her. He told the system not to replenish everything at once, just create the illusion that the guy's cultivation base was decreasing, and let Buju slowly absorb it. The elder believed that it was this curse that caused Zhao Xian's cultivation base to decline. The older man was going to let Buju pay for all his evil actions and hatred for those around him. At this time, Buju was sitting in the magic circle and sucking out the elder's energy. At this point, something strange started happening to the guy. He started coughing up blood. The guy's hair started to turn white. He didn't realize what was wrong. Buju had already sacrificed 1,000 years of his life, and didn't understand why Chen Pinggang still had cultivation. Previously, he only needed 500 years of life to bring his level back from the immortal realm to the swamp realm. He threw the magic book down and was very angry. He didn't understand why this was happening. The book opened and said that Buju had been bred, and Chen Pinggang must be carrying a treasure. Buju didn't realize who was talking to him. It was the most precious mystic book of the mysterious divine realm pavilion. Buju wasn't going to learn everything in the book. He was scared. The book told him not to be afraid, and since he was able to learn all its secrets, that was his way. The book was awakened by the years of life Buju had just given her. She was very pleased and offered to let him be the master of the mysterious pavilion. Buju was very surprised that he was offered such a high position in the divine realm pavilion. At this time, the elder came into the tea room, the kettle already warming at his table. Senior noticed that the cultivation base had stopped shrinking, and it looked like Buju couldn't absorb it anymore. The system had completely recovered Chen Pinggang's cultivation base. The older man thought that these were the consequences of such foul play with him. When the guy was about to leave, he saw a familiar person in the crowd. The older man wondered why the man looked so familiar. The guy looked exactly like Liu Shua, whom Senior had met on his first mission. But Chen Pinghan wasn't sure if it was him. He quickly paid for the tea. Liu Shua and the girl walked into a cafe with characters on it. Chen Pinghan decided to follow them and ask who that guy was. The older one followed inside the cafe building behind the boys. They were climbing the stairs. At that moment, someone called out to the elder. He stopped and turned around. The man liked the way the elder behaved at yesterday's ceremony and invited Chen Pinggang to have lunch. The guy said he had a meeting tonight, so next time he'll have as many drinks with the man as he likes. The man apologized. He didn't know the master had an appointment and he shouldn't have asked. The man advised the older man to go back to his business. The man quickly ran up the stairs. He lost sight of the guys. Chen Pinghan looked around to see where they had gone. His companion was still here. She was sitting at a table. The guy who looked like Liu Shua must have stepped away for a while. The older man took a seat at a nearby table. He decided to wait for him here. The girl said loudly that this Liu Shua had no manners at all. She was very displeased. The elder realized that it was about Liu Shua. He didn't understand how the guy got into the immortal realm. Was it possible that he was also an immortal? The Liu Shua the guy knew has a clan in the kingdom, and his position is different from Huang Zhangqian. The girl's companion said that after all he is an immortal emperor's disciple and he probably thinks he doesn't need anyone. The girl's name was Liu Juping, and she was the second disciple of immortal emperor Bai Yuan. The girl was offended that Liu Shua wasn't paying attention to her at all. The girl asked the guy if he thought Liu Shua was gay, and asked him to check it out. The eldest was sitting at the next table and heard everything. He choked on those words. That guy noticed Chen Pinggang. He jumped up from the table and asked who he was. The guy stood up and angrily walked towards Chen Pinggang's table. He asked who had the nerve to eavesdrop on their conversation. Chen Pinggang started making excuses that he wasn't eavesdropping. At that moment, the elder's gaze was caught by something. Oh stared at it intently. The girl had a huge piece of immortal spiritual bane hanging around her neck, twice the size of him. Liu Jiping thought the elder was staring at her cleavage and asked if he was looking for death. The older one said not to blame him when they are being aggressive themselves. At this moment, Liu Shua came back to them and asked if they had ordered yet. The girl's mood immediately changed. She sweetly said that they were waiting for Liu Shua. Guy advised Chen Pinggang to keep his mouth shut and think twice before provoking Liu Juping. Senior thought that this guy was afraid that Liu Shua might hear what he said. Liu Juping kept flirting and appearing cute to Liu Shua. Liu Shua turned around. He wanted to say something to the offending Liu Juping. There was no way he expected to see the older man there. The guy was very surprised at such an unexpected encounter. Liu Shua asked why Chen Pinggang had come to the immortal realm. Liu Shua thought that the elder was hiding his identity again and needed to think before speaking. The elder asked how he got into the immortal realm and became a disciple of the immortal emperor. Liu Shua replied that it was all thanks to the elder. If it wasn't for his advice to buy these 2 stones as a birthday present, he wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple of the immortal emperor. The elder couldn't even remember when he had given him such advice and what stones the immortal emperor might have liked. Chen Pinggang said no thanks. Since they have already met, there is no need for aliases. The senior introduced himself as Zhao Xiang. Liu Ruping told her friend that it seems the two are close, and maybe the elder will tell Liu Shua everything they talked about. The guy said he wouldn't dare, and even the head of the Zhao family bows when he sees them. Liu Ruiping and his friend tried to ask the elder to forget about everything they said because nothing happened. Liu Shua asked what they were doing here. After all, these two had apparently displeased the elder and shouldn't have agreed to accompany them. The older man replied that it was nothing like that, and he just had the same pendant as the lady and wanted to take a closer look at it to make sure it wasn't the one he had lost. Liu Juping didn't understand what the elder was going to pull off, or if he was trying to rob her. The guy was sure that Liu Shua would not neglect them because of a commoner. Besides, since he is trying to rob them, Liu Shua will definitely not believe any of his words. Liu Juping rejoiced and praised her brother for being smart. Liu Shua thought that the elder wouldn't get into a conflict over some pendant, and he must have decided to teach a lesson. Liu Shua said that since Senior was asking, it was worth it to just show him his pendant. Her brother put his hand on Liu Juping's shoulder and advised the girl to give him a column. He said that she should not forget about the Immortal Emperor's mission. There was nothing they could do since Liu Shua said so. The girl was very angry at this turn of events. She angrily removed the pendant from her neck. Liu Juping threw the pendant to the elder, who caught it. Chen Pinghan carefully looked at Liu Juping's pendant. He sniffed it. The older man said it was indeed his lost pendant and thanked the girl for returning it. It was already time for elder to leave, so he invited Liu Shua to stay with Zhao if he had nowhere else to stay. The boy agreed. Liu Shua didn't understand what the elder was up to. Chen Pinggang left the establishment. Liu Shua said that they would stay at Zhao's residence for a while, and if the guys weren't happy with it, they could find another place. Liu Ruiping asked her brother what they should do in this situation. Her brother said that it was worth it to do as Liu Shua wanted and stay at Zhao's residence. The weather in Zhao's residence was perfect. There was a light mist around. It was early morning. Liu Shua, along with his companions, came to Zhou Bank. Zhou Banku was truly ecstatic to have 3 distinguished guests staying with them. Liu Zuping didn't see the point of visiting such a small family. Her brother said that Immortal Emperor Dugu had taken one of the Zhao family as an apprentice. At that moment, someone entered the residence. He heard that they had important guests. Senior brother Liu Ruiping turned around in surprise and looked at this person. Zhao Buju entered the residence and greeted the guests. The guy asked if he was a disciple of Immortal Emperor Dugu. Buju replied that that was not true. He was almost accepted as a student but was expelled yesterday, so he dare not turn up his nose. The guy was very surprised that Immortal Emperor Dugu didn't take a person with the physical data of an immortal flame as his disciple. Buju explained that during the initiation ceremony, his younger brother was injured and he wanted to fight the person responsible, but the Immortal Emperor stopped him. Liu Juping's older brother Liu Juping thought, why don't they think of a way to atone for the crime with good deeds? He wanted to present Buju to the Immortal Emperor. The older brother advised Buju not to despair, and as long as he is interested, the guy can further recommend him. Bujupo thanked the guy for his kindness. Meanwhile, it was a calm morning in Qinyuan City. Birds were flying over the elder's house. Chen Ping'an was at his home, and there was silence all around. The guy used Liu Juping's necklace to practice his cultivation skills and strengthen them. It seemed to Chen Ping'an that this immortal spiritual bane was very beneficial to his strength. In just one night, the elder was able to move the 4th silk thread slightly. He talked about the multicolored threads in the air. I wish the guy had bought a new immortal bane in the treasure pavilion. He would have been stronger with it now. The elder stretched. Matters in the immortal realm were almost settled lately. The elder thought that maybe today would be the day to complete the mission. He opened the door from his room. Chen Pinggang was very surprised by what he saw outside the door. He was puzzled. In the courtyard, the elder saw Xiaolin, watermelon skins lying around her. The girl used her power to float in the air, sit comfortably, and eat her favorite treat. The elder looked at Xiaolin in surprise. Her entire face was covered in watermelon. The girl felt embarrassed and tried to hide the watermelon with her back and not look at the older man. Chen Pinghan thought that the girl was at the qi refining stage, and at this article, it was impossible to fly. Xiaolin recovered some memories and discovered that she was already at the soul nucleation stage. The elder excitedly asked how much she remembered and if she remembered her true identity. The girl said she didn't really. Xiaolin remembered who her father was. He was Immortal Emperor Batian. The elder realized if Immortal Emperor Baiqian is the girl's father, then it means she is as strong as him. Chen Ping'an thought that perhaps her strength and memories were sealed together. At this moment, the peach tree stirred. The girl asked if the tree really wanted to tell Chen Ping'an the truth. Peach Tree had already asked the landlady, and she agreed to tell him everything. The fish in the pond said that if they didn't tell the master at once, when he regained his powers, he might get angry and fry her. Xiaolin told the fish to rely on her. She was going to tell something to the elder. The girl suddenly learned that the things in this courtyard are not as simple as they seem. They are very powerful, but it seems that something is preventing them from showing their power. The older man was surprised and asked if the girl could talk to them, and told them why they couldn't show their power. Xiaolin didn't know what to reply. She couldn't say more to the elder. The girl said she gets a headache every time she remembers something, and she's had enough questions. Xiaolin grabbed her head. She was in pain. The elder agreed not to ask anything more. Chen Pinggang advised the girl to forget everything and just go back to her room and rest. Xiaolin had done all she could, and next it was up to the peach tree. She said that she would take care of everything. The elder thought that Xiaolin wouldn't say anything just like that. Xiaolin said that she had a headache, so the guy decided to make her some soup. Chen Pinghan pondered for a moment. He suddenly saw something in the courtyard. Suddenly, the older man grabbed a chicken, a phoenix. The bird didn't understand why the boy had chosen it. The chicken didn't understand why the guy was going into the kitchen and what he wanted to do to her. The older man pinned the bird to the meat-cutting table. Apparently, he was going to carve the chicken. Chen Pinggang took a knife and said that he needed to make chicken soup to ease Xiaolin's headache a little. The bird realized that the elder was going to let it go for soup. Chen Pinghan swung his magic knife. Knife didn't want to give himself away. The bird was asking him to do something. After all, they are named brothers. The older man swung his knife and was ready to chop off the chicken's head. The bird thought that this was the end of her, and I shouldn't have agreed with the peach tree's silly ideas. The older man stopped the knife a millimeter from the bird's throat. He thought it was odd that she wasn't even begging to keep her alive. Chen Pinghan thought that it was probably an ordinary chicken. It was already unconscious from fear. The older man let the chicken go into the yard. He didn't realize which of the things was not common. Chen Pinghan thought that since he couldn't ask Xiaoling, he should ask the black dragon. The older man called his dog over to him. The dog was surprised. All the creatures of the yard were looking at the dog. They were intimidating and morally pressuring the dog to keep his mouth shut. The dog was very frightened. He lay down on the ground and closed his eyes. He was shivering with fear. Chen Pinggang was very surprised. He thought the dog was being threatened by other creatures. At that moment, the guy noticed a bird sitting on a peach tree. However, the bird wasn't going to say anything either. It wouldn't budge. At this moment, the elder realized that it was as if they couldn't say anything. And if he asked the golden sword, it probably wouldn't tell him anything either. At this point, an idea came to the older man. If the system is directly giving him all this stuff, why not just ask the system? Chen Pinghan activated the system. He clicked on it many times, but it didn't respond. The guy got a notice to keep his cool. The older man asked why the system didn't tell him anything. If the guy knew there was so much treasure there, he wouldn't have been so scared. The system said it had given him tons of stuff anyway. The system said the senior couldn't rely on the treasure always, and the guy wouldn't be able to do the missions if the system told the whole truth from the beginning. The older man agreed with the system, and thought he could rely on his own strength. Now it wasn't too late. The guy thought that this mission should have been Zhao Xian, however. He can't overstep himself. The guy figured he'd go through the missions really fast now that he had all this treasure. The system reminded the guy that if he decided to use all these things, there would be great danger. If a greedy person showed up in the realm of the mind, the guy would be doomed. Chen Ping'an thought that there couldn't be many people in the immortal world's mind realm. The system said that the amount of his treasures would not stop the temptation of the powerful. The elder was in agreement with the system. After all, Su Yi had indeed descended to the mortal realm to see Xiaoling. Starship, because even if he can use these items in places where there aren't many people, they are still useful. The elder thought that since Xiaoling was the princess of the immortal realm, and these things were immortal weapons, a thought came to the elder. He didn't understand what was wrong with his fiancée Duan then. After all, she didn't have any problems either. Warden Duan watched the elder's musings. She didn't understand when he became so smart. The girl thought that she should hurry up and find Chen Pinghan a job. The older one needed to stop thinking. The girl pointed the system at the two passers-by. They were walking down the street of the immortal realm. It was a grown man and a little girl. The girl noticed that there were so many unusual things in this immortal realm, and was glad she had come here. The man replied that it was a good place for a vacation. He told the girl to go play. She didn't have to guard the man. The ancestor told the man that Xiaoyan could help him in the rush. The man thought that this immortal realm was quite far away, and it was unlikely that any talented person could live here. They had 2 more days left before they must leave. At that moment, the man saw a bright light. He looked at it intently. The man thought that it was an immortal weapon, however. Its aura was stronger than the ancestors. The man decided to see what the place was hiding. He used his powers and activated the portal. With it, he saw an elder who had made himself some tea. Qi energy surrounding him. The man was surprised that this terrifying aura was emanating from the teapot. He didn't understand how such a treasure could be in the hands of someone who was at the Feng Shen stage. The elder stared directly at the man through his portal. The man quickly developed his strength with his hand. He thought that it was impossible for a guy to discover him so quickly, after all. He was only at the Feng Shen stage. The older man didn't really understand what was going on, but he felt like someone was watching him. Chen Pinghan thought that he was becoming paranoid. Meanwhile, Meng Fangyun was sitting at his desk. The elder prepared tea for his guest. He said the drink wasn't particularly tasty, but it had a unique flavor. Meng Fan realized that there was a teapot in the elder's hands that could cause the heaven and earth to behave strangely. The boy thought he must be a treasure from the divine realm. Meng Fan thought this was a great opportunity. He picked up a cup and started tasting the tea. At this moment, Meng Fan felt strange. He didn't understand what was going on. The guy didn't understand what these strange feelings were and why his spiritual root had become stronger. He thought that his journey on the immortal path was going smoothly. The elder thought that it seemed like it was the tea that helped him, and unfortunately he didn't have a spiritual root, otherwise he would have been invincible. Meng Fan pondered. He was happy that his strength had increased with the help of the tea. The lad could not repay the kindness of his elder. He asked to receive his homage. Chen Pinggang said that it was a small thing and there was no need for gratitude. The guy remembered that his teacher had said that Chen Pinggang needed an immortal spiritual bane. At this moment, someone's voice was heard outside, saying that Li Moxian and his disciple Xiao Yange had come to greet the elder. Chen Pinghan opened the doors. He didn't expect to see anyone. The guy doesn't understand what's going on or who those two are. There was that man standing there with a little girl. Meng Feng was stunned when he saw these two. Chen Pinggang thought that the guy didn't know them and was scared, so they were looking for him. Meng Feng saw this person's aura, and it was stronger than immortal emperors. These two must have been from the divine realm, the guy thought. The elder is really amazing. The elder asked what business these two came for. He thought it was better to be polite, because even Meng Feng was scared. The man greeted the elder and introduced himself as Li Moxian. Xiao Yange wondered why Master had brought her to meet this elder. She noticed that the guy was only at the Fenshin stage. At this moment, something caught the girl's gaze. The girl turned her attention to the elder's teapot. The energy of this item was stronger than the immortals' weapons. Because of their pride, these weapons would never allow a mere man to wield themselves. They only recognize incomparable power. Li Moxian sensed the kettle's energy from afar. The senior was surprised by it. The guy realized that he wasn't careful enough, and people might think that he was senior because he had a first-class immortal weapon. The elder thought that he was lucky that he hadn't attracted anyone from the divine realm. Chen Pinghan decided to hide the teapot so as not to add to his own problems. The guy asked where his guests came from. They replied that they came from the realm of heaven and earth. The elder had never heard of the heaven and earth realm. He wondered if it was in the immortal realm. The older man asked if they were talking about this insignificant place. The guests were petrified. The guy realized he'd said too much and needed to change the subject. Chen Pinghan noticed that they were quite strong. Their cultivation was correct, and their future path was also worthy. Li Moxian thanked the elder and said that he would continue to work hard. Li Moxian told the elder that he had some cultivation problems and asked the young man to advise him on something. Chen Pinghan was very surprised at such a question. After all, he had never cultivated. The elder was just going to pretend and compose a line or two, for in such cases one usually speaks in riddles. Chen Pinggang decided to say that the problems hindering progress are like a vicious circle, and as soon as one problem is solved, another one appears. The man asked what the solution was. Chen Pinghan, still undecided on what to come up with next. He coughed. The guy put the kettle on the table and said it was simple. Chen Pinggang gave out a cryptic phrase: "How to untie a rope if there is no knot." The man thought for a moment. Li Moxian finally realized everything. The solution was to cut her with a sharp knife. The man bowed and thanked the older man for his help. The boy replied that he didn't need to worry about it. Since their matter was settled, Chen Pinghan was about to leave. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the guy saw a huge red mark in the air. He didn't realize what was happening. Li Moxian also ran out into the courtyard. He looked at that red energy. A voice was heard saying that it was an absolute deity encased in an oppressive array. It laughed and said that Li Moxian had been hiding in the outer sect for a long time, and he couldn't do anything. Today, death awaited him. The man realized it was a blood Buddha, but did nothing to him. The man didn't understand why he wanted to attack him. The blood Buddha was from the demon realm, and that was a good reason to kill Moxian. Blood Buddha said that if a man doesn't fight back, he'll die quickly. Blood Buddha was going to kill Li Moxian and take his key. This way he would refine his demonic arts. Li Moxian didn't realize when he had managed to anger this madman. With his cultivation, the man wouldn't be able to kill him, and he wouldn't be able to escape either. Li Moxian was not afraid of death, but Xiao Yan was too young. He was worried about her. Li Moxian was uncomfortable asking the elder for help, but he asked the young man to protect his female disciple in the event of the man's death. Li Moxian said that in the next life from pay for the kindness of the elder, the girl was very scared. Chen Pinghan thought that the person in front of him was a very great master and a noble one at that. Unfortunately, he's not strong, and doesn't know if the system teleports those around him. At this moment, the elder heard a voice that told him not to worry. After all, this was only a petty brat. Chen Pinghan didn't realize who was talking to him. It told the master to leave the opponent to him. It was his knife, which was in the older man's pocket, that spoke to the older man. Chen Pinghan told him to just wait for the command, and then the weapon could go into battle. The elder asked Li Moxian why he was so nervous. The whole man should care for his only student. Chen Pinggang said that even 1,000 of these bipods were not a problem for him. Blood Buddha took a swing at the older man. He was surprised at the guy's steadfastness, and was going to play with him for a while. The Blood Buddha activated its energy. It was very destructive. Buddha swung his bloody energy at Chen Pinggang and told him to die. The fireball flew straight at Chen Pinggang, but he didn't even blink an eye. The guy commanded his knife to act and defeat his opponent. The knife transformed into its human form in the blink of an eye, and was about to show who was in charge. Nash activated his magic power and obeyed the elder. The knife shattered all of the opponent's strength and magical energy with one of its fingers. Blood Buddha was shocked by such a kitchen knife's strength. The knife easily blew off the Blood Buddha's head with one hand. The opponent was defeated. The knife said it couldn't stay in its sheath for long now. And the second knife can only follow orders. Chen Pinghan praised him. Now they had to go back. NJ understood and agreed with him. Chen Pinghan thought that the knife was great and he was his soulmate. The guy told Li Moxian and Xiao Yanghe not to be scared after all. It was nothing to the elder, and he was able to defeat the opponent. The man was extremely amazed by the elder's abilities and his magical items. At this time, it was a clear day in the divine realm. Trees were growing everywhere, and tall temples were standing. One of the men in the temple asked loudly what was going on. He didn't understand who the divine emperor had lost to. The other man said that the divine emperor had recently come out of reclusiveness. The man thought that a divine emperor really wasn't easy to attack. The man looked at his amulet. It had shattered and shattered into small pieces. It was a bill of fates. The man was very surprised that he crashed. This meant that his disciple Chung Wu had died. The man was very angry. He began to stretch his arms and prepare himself in battle. The man realized that his disciple had died from the sword Dao. He was very unhappy with this news. The man was surprised that the power of this sword was so strong that if he decided to take revenge, just one blow would kill the man. The man decided to let it go for now. He can't just take more students and send them to certain doom every time. Meanwhile, the Divine Realm Eternal City sect was quiet and peaceful. The city was bustling with life. There was a tall temple on the mountain. Apparently it belonged to someone very honorable. Li Moxian came to his elder. He wanted to report on the recent events. The elder opened the door for him and invited the man in. Li Moxian did so. He bowed to the elder. The elder floated in the air. He saw that the man had solved his problem. The master asked what made Muxian come to his teacher instead of improving himself. Muxian's teacher's name was Wang Senlin. Muxian joyfully announced that something important had happened. In the immortal world, a great opportunity had presented itself to him. It seemed to Wang Senling that this was just an immortal world, and it was unlikely that a divine emperor could hide there. Muxian asked if his teacher remembered the sword energy that shook the divine realm. Wang Senlin certainly remembered her. Everyone in the divine realm is wondering who could unleash such power. Moxian said that it wasn't the divine emperor, but someone stronger. The man stated that it was someone from the realm above the divine. Wang Senlin didn't believe it. It seemed impossible to him. It was so easy to meet someone from the higher realm. Before going to his teacher, Moxian specifically went to the immortal emperor and persuaded Zhaoyan to go to the secret realm where the elder would also go. Wang Senling agreed to go with his disciple to see for himself. Meanwhile, Senior was in the immortal world. The sun was shining brightly outside. The elder was exploring the system's capabilities. He saw some kind of chest in it. The guy clicked on it. He wondered what he would get from the system. The elder pressed the button to open this chest and get all its contents. In the chest was a bag of fertilizer to help grow fruits and vegetables, an offering mask that changes appearance, and a scepter, the weapon of a blood Buddha. The elder was glad. He was very lucky, because Xiaolin had been complaining lately that there wasn't enough fertilizer. And this mask will help the guy prepare for the mission. After all, a dead guy doesn't always look like an older guy, and the guy can't always pretend to be one. And the scepter must have spiritual intelligence. The monk could take revenge through it. Chen Pinggang decided to just trade him for something. Scepter asked the guy to wait. He gives up. Chen Pinghan didn't listen to this weapon. He pressed the button to exchange the scepter. The system started assessing its value and charging the senior. The scepter cost a decent amount. Chen Pinghan was very happy. He would now be able to buy 2 immortal spiritual bane. It's almost time for the secret realm to open. The guy will cultivate these few days. He has to finish the mission before the wedding. Meanwhile, the immortal secret realm looked like a large ship floating in the air. In the secret realm, the doors opened. The place smelled of tranquility, and lights burned inside. The immortal secret realm was already ready to open, a fog enveloping it. People started to gradually come out of this airship. They were smiling and chatting with each other. The elder was surprised that so many people had come, and it seems this realm is not the last place. Buju was there as well. He looked angrily at the elder. His book was teasing him that he would become the young master of the gods' pavilion, which meant that this man was no longer worthy to be compared to him. Buju smiled and agreed. The book told the gods that someone would come when the expedition was over, and at that time, even an immortal emperor could easily be killed. Buju felt that the book didn't understand him. He needed to beat up Chen Pinggang once to get rid of the resentment. Buju angrily clenched after he defeats Chen Pinggang. Everyone who dared to humiliate him would die. All the people looked up at the great immortal emperor's ship. They were very surprised at his arrival. The residents didn't know that there were other immortal emperors. They felt an overwhelming feeling. Immortal Emperor Dugu said that the secret realm would be used in the competition. Flying within the realm was forbidden. It would be held in 3 stages. The entrance to the secret realm officially declared open. The immortal emperor launched a beam of light into the sky. The men on the ground flew upward. Immortal Emperor Dugu asked everyone to pass in order of turn. A stream of men flew into the sky. A portal was activated in the secret realm. It was located right in the sky. All the men competing fell out of that portal and flew straight to the ground. Senior activated his cultivation power to help himself. The older man was the only one who was able to land smoothly. All the other men hit the ground. Chen Pinghan was pensively looking at the scenery. He was thinking about the trial. The first stage of the competition was the gravity hill, where the higher you climb, the stronger the gravity. Chen Pinggang could use the power of heaven and earth to strengthen his legs. The older man had a hard time walking. He decided to get used to this gravity slowly. All the other men ran quickly upward. At this moment, Chen Pinggang was called out by someone. He turned around in surprise. Behind his back was Xiao Yan. She was happy about this unexpected encounter and asked why the elder wasn't running. The older man said he wanted to enjoy the view. The girl decided to keep him company. After all, winning is not the most important thing. Outside of the secret realm, the audience watched the entire event through a portal. They wondered who the stragglers were. The men recognized the boy. However, they did not know the girl. Buju was the first to run. The immortal emperors were also watching the competition. Bai Yuan thought that Buju was talented and worthy of his attention. The other 2 disciples couldn't even catch up with him. Immortal emperors Dugu and Chen thought that their friend thought that he had found a good disciple, however. This was not the case. Dugu wasn't surprised that the Zhao family allowed Buju to prove himself and show these abilities to Bai Yuan. Immortal Emperor Chen was infuriated by this old man. He wanted to beat him, however. He did not think of a reason at that time. Bai Yuan was surprised that it was a little girl from the divine realm walking beside an elder. This meant that there must be someone great from the divine realm somewhere around here. Senior's past was unfathomable, respected even by the people of the divine realm. Wang Senlin asked, this was the senior that Musian was talking about. He didn't look particularly outstanding. His disciple advised him not to jump to conclusions. The teacher thought his student was being played, and all that energy couldn't be coming from him. At that moment, something caught the attention of all the spectators. They saw someone moving very fast. The elder started to use his magic power to speed himself up. He used the heaven and earth technique. The older man quickly pushed off from the earth and began to move faster and faster. At one point, he even overtook Buju, who until then had been moving first all the time. Buju was very angry. He was losing again because of Chen Pinggang. At this moment, Buju saw Xiao Yan overtaking him as well. She ran towards the finish line very confidently. The guys kicked up a huge dust. Buju coughed and tried to disperse it with his hands. Buju angrily looked after the elder and Xiao Yan. They had easily covered a great distance in a short time. The elder was gathering his aura in his feet, and thus moving straight through the sky much faster. Buju had nothing left but to watch the older man with envy. At this moment, Buju fell to the ground due to the pull of gravity. He bumped his forehead. The guy was very angry. He pounded his fist on the ground. Buju raised his head and shouted the elder's name. Apparently, even with the strength of the heavens and earth, Chen Pinghan was not the same as slow. He was confidently moving towards his goal. However, to complete the mission, he needed to run even faster. The elder gathered even more aura around his feet. He pushed off the ground with more force and ran faster. At one point, the older man started running so fast that the ground around him became red hot. Explosions were heard and flashes of flame were seen. Chen Pinggang was jumping high, overcoming obstacles. He was so fast that he was practically invisible. Wang Senlin was surprised that the guy was using the Dao and that someone could control the Dao like that. Moxian told the teacher that the elder was the best. Van Senlin recognized his disciple's rightness, however. He didn't know what was on the mind of such a strong man who was hiding his strength in a small immortal world. Moxian was surprised. He interrogated if the teacher was saying that they should stay away. Wang Senling felt that it was too late for them to retreat now that they had gotten involved in all of this. The man put his hand on his student's shoulder and told Equal Sign him to think about it. The rich can become pawns in the hands of powerful men like him. One step of this senior is equal to 10 of theirs, and he probably already knew they were coming here. Wang Senlin didn't know what his role in this game was. At one moment, the man noticed something. Wang Senling looked up in surprise. He had sensed something. The teacher thought he could feel the aura of an old friend. Mushin asked what they should do, if the enemy was moving and if they should delay him. Wang Senling sighed. He knew exactly what they needed to do. This was their chance. If they could handle the problem, maybe the older one would treat them better. The man was going to wait and see what would happen. Muzian agreed with him. The men watched the older man who was diligently going through the tests. Chen Pinghan turned around. He looked down the mountain in surprise. He ran first, followed by Xiao Yan. Behind her ran Zhao Buju diligently. Chen Pinghan thought that it looked like he was quite fast, after all. He was the first. The second stage of the competition was catching the distraught beast. These beasts were a bear, a gorilla, and a rhinoceros. They all had fiercely burning eyes of red. They were very vicious. The elder hoped that these maddened beasts weren't really scary. At this moment, a distraught lion with wings ran out of the fog. The animal pounced on the older man. It opened its mouthpiece wide and prepared to swallow its victim. The older man didn't panic. He knew exactly how to defend himself. The boy began to use his energy. He activated the Buddha palm. It flew straight at the maddened lion. The elder's palm swept the lion off its feet. It threw it farther away. The lion was still flying for a long time from such a hard blow. Blood rushed around and an explosion was heard. All the spectators were watching Chen Pinghan's actions. They noticed that he had killed the demon-devouring lion. The guy was surprised that using the power of the heavenly earth could make the Buddha's palm so powerful. Chen Pinghan looked at his palm in surprise. He realized what had just happened. It seemed like a good idea for the guy to disperse the beasts with that same palm. Chen Pinghan began to use his chi energy to carry out his plan. The maddened beasts were burning in flames. The elder overpowered them all. Other participants climbed the mountain. They looked around and didn't understand what was going on. To them, it sounded like someone was fighting beasts. However, the sound was more like someone destroying a kingdom. Xiao Yan admired the elder. He was clearly not above Feng Shen's level, but he could produce an attack on par with an immortal emperor. Buju was once again extremely angry because of the elder's actions. He didn't understand how the guy had become so strong. The book told him that there was a secret treasure hidden in this man's body, but there was no need to be angry, for the people of the Pavilion of Gods would soon arrive. At that moment, a portal opened in the sky. Someone should be flying out of it soon. The entire audience watched the portal from the ground. The winner was to fly out of it. That's what happened. All the spectators were extremely surprised at who they saw. An elder flew out of the portal. He had soloed the last two stages. It was amazing. People didn't understand why Chen Pinghan's cultivation was so low. Chen Pinghan remembered that Huang Zhengqian had said that the immortal emperor admired him. If he called him senior, Chen Pinghan's identity would be revealed, and he should have prevented any incidents. Chen Pinghan came to Yue Donglai, bowed to him, and saluted the immortal operator. Yue Donglai immediately realized that Chen Pinghan was hiding his identity. The immortal emperor decided to play along. He asked if the young man came from the Zhao family. Zhao Banku shouted loudly that the winner was Zhao Xian, the heir of the Zhao family. Yue Donglai was very pleased with the guy's strength. He invited the senior to talk if he was free later. The immortal emperor decided to follow the elder's plan. He thought that most of the Zhao family members recognized him. And now that the decision has been made to name his heirs, senior's mission is complete. The system notified the guy that the mission was complete and asked him to head off to collect his reward. At that moment, the spectators saw something unusual in the sky. They looked at it in surprise. Purple lightning flashed in the sky, something brightly sparkling and shining. A portal appeared there and someone stepped out of it confidently. Violet energy enveloped everyone present. They felt unwell. It was a man from the realm of the gods who arrived. He had long white hair that held a burning book. The participants didn't understand what someone from the divine realm had forgotten here. Buju smiled slyly. Buju laughed loudly in anticipation of his triumph. He had been waiting for this man, and said he was the young gentleman the man was looking for. The man thought, it looks like the scripture has chosen a master, and it was Buju. The man's name was Diao Jatan, and he greeted the young master and asked him to return to the realm of gods as soon as possible. Buju said he has an enemy here, and until he defeats him, he can't go back. Diao Jatan was surprised that his master had an enemy. He asked the young gentleman to show this insolent man who dared to become his enemy, and the immortal emperor could kill him. Yue Donglai felt awkward from this situation. Buju pointed his finger at the older man. He wanted him dead. The elder wasn't the least bit scared. He looked down at Buju with a stone face. Yue Donglai was in a stupor. He didn't know what to do and couldn't kill the elder. The other immortal emperors thought that another fool was climbing into the grave himself. Yue Donglai thought that the elder must be pondering the ridiculousness of what was happening right now. Chen Pinghan didn't understand how he managed to piss off someone from the realm of gods. He thought he was finished, and his weapon wouldn't save the guy. Running away wasn't an option either. There was no way for him to escape. If the guy teleported using the system, his opponent would follow him. Wang Senling felt like the elder was looking exactly at him, and it looked like he had planned it all out. Wang Senling told his disciple that it was time for them to show themselves as well. Diao Jatan began to use his divine energy, the power concentrated in his hand. He was happy to serve the young master and was about to do his bidding. The man began to use his energy. He launched the magic ball into the air. At this moment, the senior was trying to find a solution in the system. He didn't know what to do. Chen Pinghan realized that Diao Zhatian had such tremendous power and authority. The man's energy enveloped everything around her. She headed straight for the older man. However, she was stopped by Wang Senling. He asked how the Divine Pavilion claimed righteousness by taking people's lives for no apparent reason. Diao Zhatian knew the elder. He asked what the elder was doing here. Mushin came back. He thought that this lowlife was not worth the elder's attention and the elders would deal with him. Chen Pinghan didn't expect this to happen. The elder realized that since the elder had appeared here under Zhao Xian's name, he probably didn't want to reveal his identity in front of these people. Wang Senlin replied that it was none of Diao Zhatana's business why the man was here. Streshina stated that the arrogance of the Pavilion of the Gods was despicable. Diao Zhatan first wanted to just kill the person from the lower realm, but since there was an elder involved, it wouldn't end well. The man told Buju that the elder was one of the strongest people of the divine realm, and it would be best for them to surrender and return to the realm of the gods. The elder can't stay here forever. He figured he could be killed another time. Buju was very angry. He agreed with Diao Zhatang and decided to let him live for a few more days. Diao Zhatan repented for his inappropriate behavior in killing innocent people. The man was going to return the young master to the divine realm. However, he didn't have time to do so. He was stopped by Wang Senling. He asked if the man was just going to leave after he wanted to attack Chen Pinggang. Diao Zhatan finally realized why he had interfered. The elder had decided to rip him off in broad daylight. He asked what the elder needed. The elder stated that he was demanding 15,000 spirit essences and pseudo-god artifacts from the secret realm. There's no way Diao Zhatan will go for it. Their sect is deceitful, and they are too ruthless to take advantage of the situation. The elder looked at him angrily and asked if the man wanted to fight him. This moment, Wang Senlin's energy enveloped all around. It swept the guys off their feet. Diao Zhatan had no choice but to agree to the elder's demand. The things the elder asked for are kept in the ring. The men handed over the green ring and hoped the elder would let him go. Wang Senling reached out his hand and took the ring. The elder didn't understand why this artifact didn't have a soul. He thought it was strange. Wang Senling began to take out various magical items from the ring. Diao Zhatan shouted that he didn't have anything else. The man took out a blade from the ring. Perhaps the ring had been in the secret realm too long and his soul had dissipated. Be that as it may, Diao Zhatan decided that it was time for him to leave. The elder did not hinder him. The man along with Buju jumped into the portal. Wang Senlin gave the acquired artifacts to Chen Ping'an. He thanked the elder for his assistance. Wang Senlin felt that the elder deserved to be compensated. The elder looked around. He was about to say something to Chen Ping'an. Wang Senlin asked the elder to talk to him privately if the young man was not busy. Chen Pinggang was free and willing to talk. Buju, along with Diao Zhachin, moved to a quiet place and stepped out of the portal. Buju was very angry that Chen Pinggang had the advantage again. The man asked the young master not to be angry. This artifact was useless anyway. Buju asked what Diao Zhatan means. The pseudo-god artifact is a treasure in a way, and the pavilion master has banned divine artifacts. In fact, it has a soul, and they can get the treasure back once they meet the pavilion master. The boys had just arrived in the divine world. It was a clear day and the sun was shining. The man asked the guys if it was true that the immortal elder had interfered. Diao Zhatan was his subordinate and he wouldn't dare to lie to him, so it was true. Mohuan the god's pavilion master did not understand why the immortal elder suddenly went to this world. He said that the pseudo-god artifacts should be obtained as soon as possible while he creates a connection with the soul weapon. Mohuan started to use his strength. He decided that it didn't matter and would just follow him. A man conjured a portal. A guy screamed out of it and asked to be saved. The guy was surrounded by a group 100 times stronger than the god of artifacts. Mohuan was very surprised to hear this. He didn't understand what the guy was saying. Diao Zhatan was also puzzled by what was happening. Mohuan asked what this guy who was a weapon was talking about. At this moment, the guy was moved by someone. It was Knife, assigned to guard the elder's new weapon. Knife said that a lowlife like him dared to cheat his master. The boy asked to be spared. He was willing to do anything. Knife lifted him high into the sky and was about to teach him a lesson. He said goodbye to the guy. Knife clutched the guy's head tightly with his hand. He was very scared. Knife swung his fist at him and was about to hit the guy. The interference was removed. The dagger was ready to serve its master. Mohuan was perplexed by what was happening. Knife almost forgot that there was someone else sniffing around. He turned around to look into Mohuan's portal. In an instant, Mohuan's portal shattered into small pieces, the knife destroying him. Mohuan was in a panic. He thought that they had messed with the wrong people. With his cultivation, that guy would destroy the god's pavilion with a single finger. Diao Zhatan looked at Buju in surprise. He didn't understand what caused this reaction from the Lord. Mohuan stated that it was urgent to move the god's pavilion. Diao Zhatan understood him. Buju was certain that Zhao Xian couldn't possess such abilities. This guy wasn't even him. Buju realized that since he was the one who had angered him, Chen Pinghan would target Buju specifically. Buju felt like this pavilion wouldn't be here for long. Meanwhile, the following events were taking place in the immortal world. Immortal world teleported Yue Donglai together with Wang Senlin. The elder similarly stepped out of the portal. He didn't realize where he was. The elder bowed and apologized to the elder. Coincidentally, he didn't have the opportunity to greet Chen Pinggang. Yue Donglai wanted to thank the elder for his kindness and disciple Sun Guo. If it wasn't for the elder's help, he wouldn't have been able to rise to the position of immortal emperor. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what the men were talking about and didn't remember what he had done. Yue Donglai seemed to think that the elder had helped him, and Wang Senlin had been deceived by the elder. Chen Pinggang decided to keep pretending. He said that these were small things to him. The guy didn't expect that Li Moxian was from the divine world. The elder also thanked Yue Donglai for bringing him here so that the man could apologize to the elder. Wang Senling stared intently at Yue Donglai. Both men thought they needed to get along with the guy the older man had taken a liking to. It seemed to Chen Pinghan that Brother Wang wasn't too big of a deal in the divine measure. Otherwise, why would he call someone brother? Chen Pinghan coughed and was about to say something to the men. They both looked at the elder with surprise. Chen Pinghan wanted to ask them for something. The guy said he was getting married in 3 days. If it was okay with them, he invited them and their families to celebrate. The older man thought that he would be honored if he could invite such distinguished people to his wedding. Both men thanked the elder and said they would definitely come. Chen Pinggang smiled and said that he would be waiting for them along with their families. It was nightfall in the mortal world. Events were unfolding in Pinana's house. This time, no special rewards were given to the senior by completing the task. The system has rewarded the host with 2 great worlds, and the next task has already been started. It will have a special reward that will definitely please the host. The elder noticed that his cultivation had increased by 2 articles, and now his divine sense had also improved. Chen Pinggang could now control the 10 silk threads, but it wasn't certain that his strength would be as powerful as that of an immortal emperor. Chen Pinghan asked the system if the next mission would be in the immortal world. The system told him not to ask, otherwise it would be randomized. Senior really wanted the task to be an immortal world, and it would be much easier if an immortal emperor could help him out. But after today, Senior was very exhausted. He had important things to do. Chen Pinghan looked to the side. He thought about what was most important right now. The guy had a wedding coming up, with a smart red-colored wedding suit in his house. The senior's entire house was decorated with flowers and red ribbons. There were red seals on the walls. The solemn wedding day of Senior. The newlyweds had already dressed up in their festive attire. Chen Pinggang asked Duan to see what he looked like. The girl corrected his suit and said it was fine. Duan reassured Chen Pinggang. She told him not to be nervous. Their wedding would be simple, and everything had to go well. The elder was about to say something, but Duan interrupted him. She pushed the guy and told him to welcome the guests. The elder turned around and looked at his fiancée. He thought it was very strange. Chen Pinghan didn't understand why Duan wasn't nervous. The girl was calmly talking to Xiaolin. At that moment, someone called out to the elder. A doctor came to Chen Pinghan's wedding. He was smiling and wanted to congratulate the young man. The doctor congratulated Chen Pinggang and gave him a red envelope with money. The doctor brought 2 more of his friends and hoped the older man wouldn't mind. Chen Pinggang replied that he had tea with them, so they were also his friends and invited to the wedding. The doctor thanked Chen Pinggang and was about to enjoy the feast. Pinggan asked why the doctor didn't give the special gift he had prepared. The doctor was embarrassed. The doctor blushed. He really didn't know what he was thinking at the time. The doctor thought Chen Pinggang was interested in him, so he prepared a whole bunch of erotic literature to change his orientation. And if Mrs. Duan finds out about it, she'll be very angry. Many guests went to Chen Pinggang's wedding, and he welcomed everyone and invited them to enter the house. All of the elders' magical things were also invited to the wedding, and they were in the guise of humans. Knife introduced himself. He said that they were all Duan Xinshin's family. He was careful not to give himself away. The older man also introduced himself and said that Warden Duane was inside and asked the guys to come out. At that moment, someone approached the elder. It was also his guests. Wang Xinlin arrived at the elder's place along with Moxian. They were happy to be at the wedding. Also, Muran's family came to the elder's house. Chen Pinggang doesn't understand how they even got together and how they know each other. Old man Muran congratulated Chen Pinggang on his wedding. The guy was glad that everyone didn't come. He had been waiting for them to arrive. All the elders weren't surprised that the elder had anticipated even their coming together. Chen Pinghan asked the guests to follow him. He had prepared a special seat for them. After all, the elders were big shots in the divine measure, so to be sure, it was better for them to sit with him. Wang Senling noticed that there were many important families at Senior's wedding, and he would be able to meet someone from the upper world. The celebrations of the eldest's wedding were about to begin. All the guests sat down in their seats. Wang Senlin was looking at something in surprise. He was in a stupor. Right in front of him sat Knife and Peachtree in human guises, a strong energy emanating from them. Elder Ying, along with the doctor, were also sitting nearby. They were also emitting powerful chi energy. Yes, in general, everyone present at the feast was incredibly strong in cultivation and glowing with energy. The elder asked Wang Senlin if everything was all right. The elder got nervous and said not to pay attention to him. The man didn't realize if it could be that the former elder also knew everything, and so the man witnessed it. An elder once told him that he would have a bright future, but the elder wasn't sure if he could reach their level. The doctor advised Elder Inu to restrain his aura and not scare away the young ones. Elder Ying smiled slyly and apologized. As an apology, he was going to give the young ones a chance. The man began to conjure. The doctor was surprised to notice that this was his cultivation over the millennia. Elder Ying believed that all these mortals should become immortals by tomorrow. He spilled his energy. The power of the elder has gotten into the food of the guests. It will help them advance. It was worth considering the elder's generosity for the elder's help in the past. Elder Ying's friends were surprised, such was the lad's generosity. Elder Ying felt that enough talking was enough and something more interesting needed to be done. The man realized the glass and said it was time to drink. Everyone rejoiced. The celebration was already over. All the guests started to leave the elder's house. They were drunk. Mrs. Duan asked how Chen Ping'an felt about their wedding. The guy said she was tired of smiling and his cheeks were already sore. Mrs. Duan said that it was not a problem and gently touched the elder. The girl said that Chen Ping'an's strength should be enough for tonight. She clung to the elder. And this is the moment in the sky above the senior's house. Something lit up brightly. She said the master was afraid it would disrupt the Lord's great wedding and wouldn't even let him out. It was a wooden sword in human form. The girl descended to the ground. She stated that now that the wedding was over, the knife should fight her. Knife tried to avoid it. Today was the host's lucky day, so not the time for fighting. Sword Mistress said that the knife is always dodging this time, she won't just let go. Knife got uncomfortable and said that the host was in a peculiar situation right now. At that moment, a rooster who was standing awkwardly off to the side caught his attention. The rooster gently took the peach tree by the hand. The rooster suggested that the peach tree should look at the stars with him and they should not distract their host today. The rooster just wanted to get away from those two. He asked the peach tree to help him, and in return, she would get fancy wine. Peachtree stated that she and the rooster are going to look at the stars. The guys need to chat. Sword looked at the other human-shaped objects in surprise. The broom was already drunk. His head was spinning. The kettle was going to take him to the doctor. Knife tried to stop the guys. He didn't want to be alone with the sword. The teapot girl quickly carried the broom away on her shoulder. She also didn't want to deal with this situation. The wooden sword girl took the knife by the shoulder. It seemed to her that the others also agreed that the knife should fight her. The knife has deemed them all traitors, and it looks like he's going to have to do it. Knife decided to tell the girl the whole truth. He recently got a loved one and doesn't want him to think he's bloodthirsty. The girl did not realize who it could be, for Peachtree and the kettle were busy, and there were no women in the neighborhood besides them. Knife stated that it was because he changed his orientation and his little brother. The golden sword is very beautiful. Knife said that although he was weak, his attitude toward life and death was so sweet. The girl was embarrassed. She didn't fully understand what was going on. The girl backed up. The girl exclaimed in horror that her brother was gay. The girl blushed. Knife didn't understand what had caused the girl to react this way. The girl cried and ran away. She would never be able to accept this. Apparently, the knife meant something else, not romantic feelings. He didn't understand what the girl was talking about. Either way, she wouldn't bother him again. And in the meantime, the knife couldn't go home, so he was going to go drinking. At this time, the light in the elder's room was on despite the dark night. Mrs. Duan was in it. She had noticed that the spring nights were terribly short. She asked if Chen Ping'an was going to sit on the chair all night. The guy was very embarrassed. Duane got out of bed. She was all aware of the guy's discomfort. Chen Ping'an still didn't dare to take the initiative, so the girl decided to do it. Duane walked over to the guy and put a hand on his shoulder. She said it was okay. The girl decided to act first. She approached Chen Ping'an's face. The latter was very embarrassed. Duan kissed Chen Ping'an tenderly. The newlyweds were overwhelmed with love. The kisses became more and more intense. The guys couldn't tear themselves away from each other. Their eats merged in a passionate embrace, and they all continued to kiss sitting on the chair. Finally, the guys interrupted. They couldn't breathe from such turbulent emotions. Duan took Chen Ping'an's hand and led the young man behind her. The guy was very confused. He was well aware of what was coming next. Warden Duan said she preferred the bed. The girl smiled. She thought that it would still be more comfortable on the bed. Chen Ping'an became very embarrassed and blushed. It was the next morning after the wedding. Duane, Chen Ping'an, and Xiaolin were having breakfast under the peach tree. There was silence at the table. Chen Ping'an was drinking tea. Xiaolin joyfully asked when she could hold her little sister or brother. Boss Duan said that it all depended on Chen Ping'an. The boy choked on his tea and became very embarrassed. Chen Ping'an replied that children shouldn't ask such things and it's adult talk. Chen Ping'an told Duan to also stop talking about such things with Xiaolin. The girl apologized and asked how she could make it up to her. Xiaolin thought it was strange that the food tasted like dog food. Some time passed. The elder's house was quiet and peaceful. The golden sword sat in a spot with the dog. He hadn't slept a wink since yesterday and felt something on the move. The dog yawned and wondered what it could be and who could let the knife boss bully himself. Some time passed. There was no change in Chen Pinggang's house. There was a calm atmosphere. The eldest stayed home for half a month after the wedding, and he decided he'd had enough of hanging around doing nothing. It was time to start a new mission. He selected that option in the system. In an instant, Chen Pinghan teleported over the system to provide him with a new mission. At this time, someone flew across the sky. He wanted to fly into the elder's house. It was a wooden sword girl in her human form. She was happy that finally Duan and Chen Pinggang are finally out of the house. Now the brother knife will follow Chen Pinggang. The girl was looking for the golden sword. She wanted to deal with the situation with it and the knife. The golden sword stood near the peach tree. He was surprised to have such a guest. The golden sword began to transform into its human form. It glowed with energy. The sword became a young boy and said it was him. He wondered what the girl wanted from him. The girl looked at him angrily and asked how dare this trash start a relationship with her brother with a knife. Sword said that the girl is absolutely right, and brother knife is such a strong badass that he's not worth being his little brother. Sword decided not to make the girl jealous. The guy called him his brother with a knife. She got very angry. She screamed how dare the sword keep praising him. The boy was very frightened. Peachtree sat in her human form. She said he'd better stop or he'd get it from his little sister. She was sitting in a place with a rooster. He said that they couldn't blame him because they hadn't seen what had happened yesterday, and who would have thought that his brother could do such a thing. Peachtree thought that maybe he needed help. Rooster asked if she wanted to make her sister Wooden Sword angry. Peachtree really didn't want this. She was shaking with fear. The rooster reassured her, though the girl is spunky. She can't do anything without her master, and she's unlikely to kill or hurt anyone, so it should be fine. The boys really hoped that the sword would be protected by its owner. They folded their hands and began to pray. Meanwhile, Senior's new assignment was in the Divine World in the Battle Tank sect. The sect was very beautiful, with tall buildings everywhere. Yet there were not many people. At this moment, a magic power appeared all around. Everything lit up. Chen Ping'an was teleported directly into this force. He looked around in surprise. The guy noticed that there was a high flow of heaven and earth power in this place. It seemed to him that this might be an immortal world. The guy was supposed to pretend to be Hao Wuqi, the master of the Battle Tank sect. Due to his talent being stuck in the crossing period, he can only travel, but unfortunately recently died. Chen Ping'an thought it looked like the man had been poisoned and wondered if he would have to pretend to be him. Chen Ping'an's mission was to help the Battle Tank sect rise to the 4th rank. At that moment, someone entered the house of the sect master and wanted to tell the master something. Chen Ping'an stood in the middle of the room. He was in an awkward position and didn't know what to do. The man who entered looked at Chen Ping'an in surprise. He didn't know him. The man yelled that there was an intruder in the house, and he asked what the guy was doing to the owner. Chen Ping'an asked if he said that he just came here, would the man believe him? The one asked how dare this intruder mock his intelligence. The man swung his sword. The elder used his power to defend himself. Energy concentrated in his palm. The man was very surprised to see the lad's power. The Buddha's palm threw the man back into the wall. It was more powerful than ever. The guy stopped using his power. She was able to burn through even the wall. The guy was surprised that the Buddha's palm became so strong if only 10 streams were added. Screams were heard. The man didn't understand why there was an attack in the sect master's room or what was even going on. The elder thought it was worth returning to the mortal world to understand the mission better. The older man did so, returning to his home in the mortal world. There a girl Wooden Sword was beating up a golden sword. She thought that it seems like it wasn't enough to just teach him a lesson. The boy was asking for help. At that moment something appeared behind the girl's back. It seemed to be a portal. The Gummi girl flew away to avoid being seen by her master. An elder emerged from the portal. He had arrived at his home for a better understanding of the mission. The guy was enveloped in energy, standing right in front of the sword. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was called out by someone. The guy looked up in surprise. It was a sword. He ran up to Chen Ping'an and started crying. He was very happy that the guy had returned. Chen Ping'an asked the golden sword what was wrong. He didn't know what to say. The lad said he was all right and asked to call on Tesak, for he had something to ask him. Chen Ping'an replied that if something was wrong, the guy could always turn to him. After all, he would always help. The golden sword replied that it was nothing special. It was just a personal matter. The elder decided to honor the boy's request. He activated his ring and summoned a knife. The older man decided he'd better not get into it. The knife began to morph into its human form. The older man turned around and decided to go about his business. He wished the boys good luck. Sword looked at the knife in surprise. He wanted to ask him something, but didn't know where to start. The sword yelled that the knife had probably said something to the Wooden Sword, that she was now very angry with the guy. Knife felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know how to tell it. Knife just tried to get rid of her by saying he liked the sword and had beautiful eyes and a good heart. Knife told the guy not to worry, because eventually the wooden sword would surrender. The boy was shocked. Golden Sword was horrified. He didn't understand why his boss said that. The Knife advised him to humble himself, and the Knife would help him too. Sword cried and asked Knife to find a way to help the guy or he would die. The Knife had an idea. He thought about it and decided that the solution was very simple. The guy just had to hide in his master's rings, and the wooden sword wouldn't be able to reach him. At this time, the elder was talking to Madame Duan. They were having a nice conversation off to the side. The Golden Sword thought it was a great idea. He was going to do exactly that. Sword ran to the older man. He was going to go ask the master. He thanked the Knife for his help. Peach would ask the Knife if he thought the wooden sword would give up, because she was always so persistent. At this time in the Divine World, in the Martial Tank sect, everyone was alarmed. The man said that someone sent the sect master, although he saw the intruder's face, but could not catch him. The Grand Elder of the sect said that the sect wouldn't last a day without the master. The man was injured and couldn't be held responsible. The second elder said that he had enough of pretending. He was just afraid that by becoming the sect leader, the intruder would catch up with him. The first elder said pinkly that he wouldn't have sent anyone to their death and the man needs to stop bad-mouthing. The first one jumped up and said that the man would answer for his words. At that moment, someone stopped them. He had something on his mind. The first elder looked on in surprise. He wondered what the man would offer. The second elder didn't realize who could be a worthy replacement for the sect head. The man said a good option would be the sect master's son. His name was Hao Wu-Chi. It was suggested by the third sect elder. The first elder felt that the only right thing to do was for the son to take over from his father, especially since he was a terrible cultivator. Meanwhile, the elder had once again moved to the immortal world for his new assignment. Guy used a disguise mask that allows you to change your appearance. Guy was glad he had this mask. The system customized it to Hao Wu-Chi's appearance. Senior didn't understand why there were so many streams of heaven and earth powers around. He still didn't understand if he was in the divine world. Senior had brought peak immortal weapons with him, or else he would be in trouble. At this moment, Hao Wu-Chi was called out by someone. The elder turned around. It was the second elder. He asked where the guy's communication talisman was and why he didn't answer when the man tried to contact him. Chen Pinghan awkwardly asked if they knew the man. The second elder was surprised that the guy didn't remember him, since he was definitely supposed to know such an important person. Chen Pinggang said he had an injury and lost his memory, so he only remembers his name. The second elder smiled and thought it was the perfect opportunity to use the guy. The second elder told the elder to follow him. He would tell him everything he needed to know. Meanwhile, the Mo family's residence was bustling with activity, for Jatan reported that the masters of the neighboring sects had been replaced by their people, and only the weapon tank sect had not replaced the master because he had died unexpectedly. Mo Huan said that it was fine and worth keeping them. They had suffered a lot of losses due to the relocation, and the guy's job was to surreptitiously increase their influence. Diao Jatan understood everything. He asked if it was really necessary after all. The guy was just a child from the immortal world. Mo Huan replied that the guy and started had yet to meet someone with a strong aura, so he didn't understand. However, when the man begins to remember that day, a chill runs down his spine and fear envelops him. Meanwhile, in the divine world, there was a tense atmosphere in the Martial Reservoir sect. The elders explained to the elder that the sect master had been poisoned. They could not continue the activities without him, so his son must take over his father's duties. Chen Pinghan was surprised that the body he saw belonged to the sect master. He was just going to use his influence to increase his rank, but now he would have to control the sect. The guy said that he couldn't do it because his cultivation was too low, and people wouldn't listen to him. The second elder happily grabbed the guy's hand. He told him not to worry, for they would handle the sect's affairs. Chen Pinghan didn't understand why they were all so agitated. He thought it was strange. Perhaps they were afraid of being poisoned. Elder said it was just the perfect opportunity, and he was going to do what Elder asked. It was a clear day in the battle tank sect. The senior was trying to get used to his new assignment. He took the broom with him and told her to just stand there and not go anywhere. She was supposed to warn him if anyone came into the room and do something. The elder came to his chambers as the sect heads. He sat down on the bed. Chen Pinghan thought that it was a good thing that he had pretended to have lost his memory, or else he wouldn't have realized that he was in the divine world. Chen Pinghan didn't expect this spiritual source to be so valuable. He started to use his ring. Even the low-level spiritual sources that Chen Pinggang has are enough to kill for. He didn't understand why this thing inside the spiritual source was like streams of power in heaven and earth. He didn't know how to add more flow to it. The main character was in Cultivation. He noticed that the thing inside the spiritual source was similar to the streams of power of heaven and earth. The guy decided to add some more flow inside the spiritual source. Chen Pinggang noticed that his idea had worked and the balloon was even brighter. The protagonist thought joyfully to himself that he was seeing a spiritual source of the highest level. Chen got absolutely childishly excited and shouted that he was now rich. The guy walked towards the exit. He decided to go to the Chamber of Commerce of 1,000 treasures. There, he needed to buy a treasure to improve his skills. The protagonist found himself in the vast and colorful city of the divine world. Chen thought he felt more comfortable walking down the street with his real face. He realized that no one knew him in this place. The protagonist went to the Chamber of Commerce. He wanted to find something for himself there similar to the immortal spirit tree. At this time, a young warrior was standing nearby. The warrior looked very carefully at the protagonist who passed him. The guy told the pavilion owner that he had just seen someone who looked like an elder. The pavilion master asked in surprise, "Did the guy just now see the master of the mighty spiritual weapon of one strike?" The agitated warrior told his interlocutor that he might have just been mistaken. The guy told the man that as long as they don't get stopped by the host he saw, that means they're off the hook. Chen thought to himself, surprised that he could just see the guy who had previously given him a bunch of treasures. The protagonist stopped and scrutinized around and looked back. Chen didn't see anyone interesting and said to himself that he must have made a mistake. The protagonist decided to go directly to the Chamber of Commerce and buy something for himself before facing his enemies. At this time, there were many people in the trading board of 1,000 treasures. Suddenly, right in the middle of the trading chamber, a young warrior teleported together with the pavilion master. The man glanced to the side and looked unhappily at the teleported guests. After which the man menacingly ran up to the young warrior and shouted at him. The interlocutor asked the young warrior menacingly, "Doesn't he know that you can't teleport into the Chamber of Commerce?" The boy demanded that the elder be brought here, as he had something to offer. The man menacingly and incredulously asked the boy, "Is that guy worth anything?" The young warrior decided to prove his abilities. He activated his skills. A magical glow appeared around the guy. He shouted to the man not to make him repeat himself. At that time there were hurried footsteps. Someone ran down the stairs. A man ran up and knelt down in front of the guy. He apologized for meeting him after a long journey. Yanjie was frightened. He told the young warrior that he would fulfill his errand. The guest told Yanjie that he has a proposal. They want to discuss it with the Chamber of Commerce. The elder replied to the guest that the Chamber of Commerce was under the leadership of the Eternal God. Suddenly something drew Yangjie's attention from the side and he turned around. The elder grudgingly said that for some reason someone was teleporting into the chamber again. Someone's foot appeared out of the teleportation window. The surrounding people looked intently at the new guest. Elder Yanjie of the Chamber of Commerce turned around and saw that someone else had teleported over. The protagonist stepped out of the teleportation window and looked around in surprise. Yanjie menacingly reminded the protagonist that you can't teleport into the Chamber of Commerce. After that, the elder menacingly demanded of the guards that they teach the Chenyu a lesson. The guards showed up. They told their boss they'd follow his orders. The protagonist turned to the side and looked intently at the guards who approached. Yanjie then turned to his interlocutors and said they would continue. The elder of the Chamber of Commerce heard something unusual and turned back. Yanjie saw a young warrior kneeling and begging for forgiveness from the protagonist. Next to him, Mo Huang knelt and asked for Chen's favor. The elder of the Chamber of Commerce was frightened. He realized he'd messed with the wrong person. After that, Yanjie knelt down in front of Chen and asked him not to take his words seriously. The protagonist could not understand what was going on. He realized that Wang Chenling had previously said something to his interlocutors to deceive them. The protagonist realized he had a very good opportunity to get something. Looking at the interlocutors bowing to him, Chen remembered that he had already checked the spiritual source. The guy menacingly told the people in front of him that he had spotted the fake spirit weapons. He added that he had spared them only because they were useful to him. Mo Huan joyfully rose from his knees and shouted to the protagonist that he would do anything for him. Chen realized that he could get a pseudo-spiritual weapon if he intimidated the two interlocutors. The main character said to Mo that one of his younger ones didn't have a spiritual weapon. Very quickly, Mo Huan pulled out a dagger and told the protagonist that he understood him. Mo handed Chen a knife and said it was one of the few remaining pseudo-spiritual weapons. After that, the man looked at the knife for a long time and thought that this reliable weapon had served him for thousands of years. Mo said goodbye to his blade and reluctantly handed it back to the main character. Chen took the knife with great attention and looked at it. He couldn't understand why the weapon was trembling. At this time, a magical red-haired guy appeared, a spirit from a knife. The spirit from the knife looked at the weapon the protagonist was holding, and it stopped shaking. Chen looked at the knife with surprise and noticed that the weapon was indeed sensitive. The young warrior Diao paid attention to the aura of the protagonist. He became scared. Mo Huan thought that Chen has a terrifying aura if even the weapons are in fear. The protagonist sternly told his interlocutors to get up, as that's not why he came here. Chen then continued to socialize in the Chamber of Commerce with his interlocutors. Chen asked the people if they knew anything about the battle tank sect. Yanjie cheerfully replied that this sect was not that strong, but it was quite famous. He thought to himself that he had already sent a person there to get rid of the sect master. The protagonist asked Diao what he had to say about the battle tank sect. The warrior fearfully replied that this sect was weak. Chen thought to himself that the power of the divine appearance was very large. The protagonist then replied to the interlocutor that he would forget his grievances if the battle tank sect rose to the 4th rank. Diao and Mo were very happy. They realized that the protagonist would not pursue them. After that, the warriors bowed to the Chen in a friendly manner and promised that they would do their best. The protagonist commanded his interlocutors to disperse, as he still had business to attend to. The warriors bowed in unison and thanked Chen. The boy thought to himself that if he pretended to be an elder, he would not talk about the treasure. The warriors stepped back a little and thought happily to themselves that the older man still intimidated them. Mo demanded of his co-workers that they take him to the battle tank sect. Yanjie commanded the 2 warriors to follow him. At that time, a girl was walking alone in the yard of the main character's estate. Sister Wooden Sword was looking around very carefully. She was looking for someone. A fairy appeared. She told the guest that her friend was not in the yard right now. The girl asked the fairy to let her know where her acquaintance had gone. Wooden Sword demanded insistently of the peach tree fairy that she answer her. Afterward, Fairy informed the girl that the lad was in the master's ring along with the knife. The Wooden Sword was angry and surprised because the boy left without hesitation. The fairy didn't like that the girl interpreted her words that way. The Wooden Sword was very excited and angry. She couldn't accept the relationship of the golden feather and the knife. She decided that she had to think of something. The girl thought for a moment and suddenly the clue to her problem came into her mind. The Wooden Sword cheered herself up a lot. She realized that she was going to need help. The girl soared upwards and told herself that she needed to find Miss Duane to coordinate her plan, at which time the protagonist decided to move quickly to the mortal world. Chen teleported over and said that people from the Divine Pavilion would be coming here soon to help the battle tank sect. At that time, a wooden sword flew up from behind the protagonist. The girl greeted the protagonist. He was surprised to see her. The wooden sword remembered that Madame Duane had told her not to reveal any information. At this time, the protagonist was scrutinizing the ring on his hand. The wooden sword said she was the wife of the golden feather and asked the fellow to let her see her husband. The protagonist was very taken aback by the fact that the golden pen already has a wife. Chen began to draw his sword from his ring. Golden Feather shouted to his master to wait. Chen noticed that Golden Feather was not particularly happy to see the girl. She said that they had a very deep relationship, and the guy really wanted to see her. The girl said very cheerfully that her husband was simply very shy. The Golden Feather looking out of the sword confirmed merrily that he was shy. The wooden sword turned around and cheerfully said that she wouldn't disturb the main character anymore. Chen said goodbye to the girl. Chen looked at the girl flying away and thought the Golden Feather glad to be reunited with his wife again. Wooden Sword with her skills began activating magic from the ring. The girl was able to draw her sword. A huge fireball emerged from the ring. The girl pulled out the boy's golden feather and tossed it aside with all her might. With a mighty blow, a pair of golden feathers knocked into the stone with all their might. Wooden Sword very angrily told her interlocutor that she had already warned him. The girl sternly told the guy for continuing to interfere with her brother's knife. She added that he should be taught a lesson. Gold Feather shouted to the girl to listen to him. He added that there were others in the ring. The boys shouted fearfully to the wooden sword that they were not alone in the ring. The girl didn't want to hear the guy's excuse. A fireball appeared in her hand. The boy smiled at the girl and said there was nothing between him and his brother with the knife. The wooden sword listened to nothing and launched a beam of fire at the guy. The golden feather was unable to defend itself and was completely covered by the fire strike. The girl prepared to attack the guy once again. A fireball appeared near her hand again. After another attack, the golden feather guy was knocked back and carried far to the side. The peach tree fairy looking in the distance said that the sister wooden sword made a fuss. She asked the knife if it felt guilty. The knife guy cheerfully said that Golden Peru would benefit from it all, at which time the golden feather lay deep at the bottom of a hole he had dug himself. The guy was beaten and exhausted. He couldn't even get up. The girl told the boy menacingly that she was teaching him a simple lesson today. Wooden Sword threatened Golden Peru that if he didn't change, she would find him again. After that, the girl dissolved into a very fiery swirl in the sky. The beaten guy Golden Feather shouted at the knife that he almost died because of it. The beaten guy was walking back to the main character's estate. He was having a hard time walking. The Golden Feather even took a stick so he'd have the strength to keep going. The main character, looking at the guy who passed, thought he didn't even know how immortal weapons could get close. Chen took a closer look and noticed that the guy looked very devastated. Golden Feather said with a pleading tone in his voice that if his wife came next time, that he should keep him out. The main character cheerfully told the guy that they sucked all the energy out of him. The Golden Feather got angry. He shouted to the master that he was pure and innocent. A group of warriors led by Yanjie arrived in the Divine World in the Battle Tank sect. The arriving guests went around the sect's territory looking for people there. The chief elder appeared. He opened the doors and greeted Yanjie. The MO warrior told the elder that he had come to discuss something with the sect. He suggested that we continue the conversation inside. The elder opened the door welcomingly and invited the guests inside the large house. After that, the chief elder asked Yan Zhe why the guest had come here. The guest replied that he had come to give a discount to the battle tank sect. The elders listened very attentively. The guest informed them that their sect would receive a 30% discount to the Chamber of Commerce. The chief elder was very much taken aback at hearing such words. Then the chief elder swung around and slapped the face of the second elder with all his might. The second elder was very much taken aback and looked at the man with indignation. The chief elder was surprised. He decided to himself that he must be asleep. After that, there was a discussion in the divine world in the battle tank sect. The elders were in the discussion hall chatting with the guests who had arrived. The chief elder asked with excitement at the MO, what teaching has he prepared for them? Mo very modestly replied that he wasn't offering anything serious. He added that he wanted to be the keeper of the battle tank sect. Mo Huan himself was the peak of the sovereign god. He waited for an answer from the elders. The young warrior Diao Jiatian possessed the 9th stage of sovereign god. Mo told the elders that he would send experts to them to train their disciples. The elders were very amazed. They couldn't believe that each of their students would be trained by such experts. At the end of the conversation, Mo asked the 3 elders if they could accept their offer. The chief elder happily replied that they were accepting the offer. He added that they could not repay as their sect master had recently died. And Mo suggested to his interlocutors that they accept their gifts with an open heart. After that, Mo replied calmly that he absolutely didn't care who the new sect master would be. The chief elder was surprised to hear such words from a guest. He realized that he had an opportunity. The chief elder felt that if he became the sect master, he would have a huge advantage. After that, the man looked closely at the second elder. The chief elder looked at another of his opponents and realized that they would have to fight. With that, the chief elder jumped to his feet from his seat. The man said that Chi's Hao cultivation was very low. For that reason, he couldn't be the sect leader. He suggested taking one of them for the position. The subordinate told the head elder that he was just thinking about it. The man shouted, "Stop talking and the duel begins!" After that, the confrontation between the chief elder and the contenders for sect leader began. As a result of the short battle, the man was able to quickly defeat his opponents. They scattered apart. After the fight, the chief elder told the challengers that the 2 of them were not as good as him. Man proudly told his rivals that the post of sect master would belong to him. The beaten rivals could say nothing against the chief elder. The man thought that he should take the master pendant from Hao Wuqi. After that, he would rightfully become the master of the sect. The protagonist was in the mortal world at his residence at the time. Chung was busy reading. Suddenly, he felt the ring on his hand vibrate. The protagonist then held the ring up to the mirror to read the message. The system reported that the sect was in trouble, and the Grand Elder was asking him to return. Chung thought that the sect elder had insisted that he take the pendant. The protagonist realized excitedly that he needed to find out the details. Without wasting any time, Chung teleported from his residence to the divine world. The main character teleported very quickly and appeared in the divine world. Chung was in the house where the interview took place. He realized that the people there were quite humble. The protagonist greeted the guests and asked the elder why he had called him here. The man answered the guy that he had to give him the pendant of the sect master. Chung remembered excitedly that the man himself had begged him to become master. The protagonist looked at the young Diao warrior next to him. Chung looked at Mo and realized that they had so much advantage that they were no longer afraid of death. Chung handed the man the pendant and said that it would be best if he became the sect master. To himself, the guy thought to himself as he just decided to rest. The elder clutched the pendant in his hand and told the protagonist that he would always be fair to him. Diao asked the host, "Do they need to stop the protagonist from handing over his title?" The man calmly replied that it was none of their business. The young Diao warrior was dissatisfied and wanted to return to his master. Mo replied to Diao that he had already tried to contact Dagger, and they didn't need to make trouble for themselves now. One of the elders noticed that the guests looked like they knew Hao Wuqi. Came the footsteps of the chief elder. He turned to his colleagues. The man showed the magic pendant and said that he was a worthy sect master. One of the elders bowed and greeted the sect master. The new owner was overjoyed, happy and satisfied. He laughed out loud. At this time, one of the sect members felt some great excitement. The guy decided to run into the battle tank sect master's room. The lad saw the newly elected master sitting unconscious in his chair, after which the young man burst into the hall and shouted to the audience that they were in big trouble. The guy ran farther inside the room and shouted that it was very bad. The people present became alarmed. The young man shouted fearfully that something had happened to the sect master. The third elder asked excitedly to the boy to repeat himself. The young man said fearfully that he entered the room and saw the sect master sitting on a chair and his mouth was bleeding. The third elder turned around irritably to the side. He decided to go check it out himself. The man headed to the sect master's room to see what happened. The third elder walked in and saw the new sect master sitting on a chair unconscious. The frightened man extended his hand slowly toward the dead man. The third elder touched the dead man apprehensively to see if he was breathing. The man was amazed and frightened that their new sect leader was already dead. The former chief elder sat motionless in his chair. He was dead. In the battle tank sect, its members were discussing what to do after the demise of their leader. There was an important meeting between the elders in the main building. The third elder, sitting across from the second elder, said that the sect head could have been killed just like their past master. The second elder shouted that the intruder was to blame. He asked angrily, what would they do if it continued like this? The third elder reported that he had already told their guests everything. Afterward, the man excitedly said that there was something he feared more. The third elder was very much taken aback by the reaction of their guests. The man said thoughtfully, Mo and Diao accepted the death of the new sect master very easily. The second elder asked his interlocutor very fearfully what he meant. The third elder reported that Hao Wuqi had given the pendant very easily and the guests knew him. After that, the man said menacingly that it was likely that the elder's death had something to do with Hao Wuqi. In the divine pavilion in the master's lounge, Mo Huang chatted with Diao. Mo was very stunned by the death of the new master of the battle tank sect. He didn't believe that any of their people had done it. Diao reported that the assassin couldn't find the right time to attack until the sect master became the elder. Mo reminded the boy that they had already formed an alliance. He asked why the assassin had not retreated. Diao said that he hired the assassin in secret, and the assassin didn't know he was working for them. Mo asked the guy why he didn't revoke the order. The young warrior replied confused that he had simply forgotten. Mo was very surprised by this answer. The man very angrily told the guy that he was very stupid and was a clown. Diao shouted that they should present the gifts to the elder and beg for forgiveness. Mo Huan hesitated and said judiciously that it should not be done. Mo, sitting at the table, told the guy that it had nothing to do with them. Diao asked fearfully, what would they do if they were accused? Mo said judiciously that the senior examiner must have expected something like this. Diao heard the third elder say that it was all the elder's wish. The man glanced up after pondering and said thoughtfully, Elder truly inscrutable. The protagonist was at home in his residence at the time. Suddenly, the guy heard the girl's wooden sword coming from the side. Chung asked the guest if she had come to see the golden feather. The protagonist held out his sword to the girl joyfully and with a smile. The guest took the sword in her hands with a big smile, pleasure, and joy. The girl thanked the guy and said they'd have a good time with the golden feather. The protagonist saw the girl fly away and disappear into the sky. He thought that her relationship with the golden feather was very sincere, at which time a girl came up and asked the protagonist slyly who he was jealous of. The girl asked her husband cheerfully, doesn't he like her now? The protagonist happily turned around and told his wife that she was no imitation. Xiaolinger girl, looking at the married couple, thought angrily that they didn't even notice her. After that, the girl asked the dog sternly, does he not agree with her? The dog was silent. He thought fearfully and answered nothing to the girl across from him. Xiaolinger got angry and pointed her hoe at the dog. The animal was frightened. Then the dog howled fearfully and moved his bowl of food toward him. The dog replied to the girl that he didn't hear her as he was engrossed in devouring his food. The girl was very angry. She yelled angrily at the dog for thinking only of food, while a girl in the woods activated a golden feather, a guy I know. The wooden sword threw the guy far aside with a fiery strike. The conversationalist told the guy angrily that he was actually ignoring her warnings. The golden feather got scared. He saw that the girl was very angry, and he decided that this time he would definitely die. The guy realized he had to come up with an excuse real quick. Golden Feather realized that he needed to prove as quickly as possible that there was nothing between him and his brother with the knife. The guy was thinking. He was getting ready to tell the girl something important. The Golden Feather said excitedly to his interlocutor that it was she he really liked. The guy excitedly told the girl that he was fascinated. The girl replied to the boy that she would hit him. The Golden Feather told the girl that after he met her, nothing would ever be the same again. The guy thought to himself that he only had to make the girl believe him. Then she would definitely not believe in his relationship with his brother with the knife. The Golden Feather said with importance that he kept thinking about Lady Wooden Sword. He decided to himself that he needed to be more dramatic. The girl was very surprised. She decided that the boy really loved her. The Wooden Sword thought to herself that maybe she had done the wrong thing. She thought the guy sounded sincere. The girl thought, could it be that guns can fall in love with people who hurt them? After that, the Wooden Sword decided finally that the Golden Feather was lying to her. She approached him from behind. The girl angrily felt increasingly angry and resentful. The Wooden Sword shouted menacingly at the guy that he was about to die and launched a fireball at him. The boy was very frightened. He didn't expect girlfriend to attack him. The Golden Feather guy couldn't understand why he was being attacked by his girlfriend. At this time in the main character's estate, a guy was sitting and resting next to a girl. Emperor Phoenix was sitting in a tree next to a peach fairy at the time. The fairy told the boy that men lie very easily. The fairy asked the interlocutor with interest if he was lying to her. Emperor Phoenix answered the girl that he liked her very much, and it was true. Peach Fairy turned away from the guy and said that no one wanted his love. The guy got flustered. He needed to answer since Fairy had already asked him about it. Emperor Phoenix asked with interest to the girl, why did she want to hear that he liked her? The guy took the fairy's hand and wanted to confirm his words to her at once. The guy heard someone calling him from far away asking for help. Emperor Phoenix jumped up and said that his deception had been exposed and he was being asked for help. Very quickly the lad slid down the tree to the ground to his mistress. Emperor Phoenix asked the lady for permission to return to his clan, which was in trouble. The girl told the guy that his master's return had already been planned. Emperor Phoenix excitedly said that he heard a call for help. The girl warned the guy that she would not stop him. She also added that if he was uncovered, he would not be able to return and would even leave. Emperor Phoenix bowed and said that he couldn't just sit and watch. In parting, the boy told the fairy that if he could come back, he would continue what he had started. Then Emperor Phoenix soared far into the sky at high speed. The girl stood and looked longingly at her friend who had disappeared. The Peach Tree Fairy sadly and exhaustedly lowered her mirror in her hand. Peach Fairy fell on her knees in front of Mistress and said she wanted to go along with her boyfriend. The girl excitedly said that if she didn't follow the Phoenix Emperor, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Mistress told the fairy that she was letting her go and wished Ta to be careful. After that, the Peach Tree Fairy soared into the sky very quickly. Mistress sat back and tapped her hand on the chair unhappily. She called out to the knife guy. The girl ordered the knife to follow the Phoenix Emperor. She added that he would help them if needed. Mistress thought to herself that nothing bad should happen after all. At the same time, the guy arrived in the world of chaos after a long flight. The Emperor Phoenix descended to Earth. He began to look for who was calling him. The guy was looking around. He knew for sure that the signal for help was coming from somewhere around here. Looking around, the Phoenix Emperor realized with a startled realization that this was all a trap. The lad was startled to hear someone say angrily from outside that it was now very late. The boy turned in the direction from which the noise of the approaching man was coming. An unidentified man approached. He told the Phoenix Emperor that he'd been tricked. The man showed the boy a glowing magic stone. This stone was calling to the Phoenix Emperor. The stranger said cheerfully that he hadn't expected the stone to be able to fool the guy. Emperor Phoenix calmed down and asked the man, does he really want to stop him? The man said cheerfully back to the guy that of course he couldn't. After that, the stranger shouted out that the heavenly prison array could help him. Suddenly a very bright purple glow appeared in the sky. The whole place lit up. The stranger reiterated once more that the heavenly prison array would help him. Emperor Phoenix replied that activating the prison would cost several lives. The man cheerfully replied to the guy that it would be an honor for them. After that, the stranger extended his hand towards the Phoenix Emperor. The man asked the guy, is the guy still only thinking about himself? Emperor Phoenix felt very weak. The stranger asked his opponent with interest, can he be reborn from Nirvana, and why is he so much afraid of death? The guy replied to the stranger that the heavenly prison array could seal his soul. After that, Emperor Phoenix threateningly replied to the man that he would not allow him to get to his master. The stranger said excitedly to his opponent that it would be suicide for him to use Phoenix's blood to kill him. After that, the man hesitated and excitedly decided to use another of his skills. The man said cheerfully that his master had anticipated all of this. He activated a new skill. The stranger shouted that an improved version of the array had now begun. The sky burrowed with an even brighter and more menacing purple glow. The man looked at the Phoenix Emperor menacingly and with hatred. The stranger menacingly shouted to the guy to let them feel his pain. The amazed boy stared at the glowing spells in front of him. Upper blue lightning appeared from the heavens and struck the Phoenix Emperor. The guy felt the lightning go completely through his body. He couldn't resist. Emperor Phoenix fell to his knees. His opponent angrily shouted to him that he had lost this time. Suddenly someone from outside angrily asked the man, how dare he attack the guy? A fairy appeared. She shouted menacingly at the man that he was going to die. The girl activated her spell and launched a huge fireball. The unfamiliar warrior jumped to the side very quickly to avoid being hit by fire. The warrior dodged the attack and remembered his master's instruction. Looking at the girl, the man remembered that it was much easier to destroy the wizard from the outside rather than the inside. The warrior also remembered what the master had said about another weapon or divine beast appearing. Some warrior drew his blade to use it to attack the fairy. Warrior with a swing from behind struck the Peach Tree Fairy with his dagger. The girl was amazed that someone had attacked her from an unexpected direction. The fairy felt a heavy thump and wondered if anyone else was here. The stabbing was fatal for the girl. Her mouth was bleeding. The exhausted fairy fell to the ground. A guy saw her from the side. He was very frightened. A flustered Emperor Phoenix watched as his girlfriend fell down. The girl was lying on the ground absolutely without any breath or movement. The boy called out in a frightened voice to the Peach Tree Fairy who was lying on the ground. The girl smiled at her friend and said she didn't regret anything. The boy looked at his dying girlfriend with tragic eyes. The girl reached out to her friend and said she couldn't save him. The guy and his girlfriend clasped hands tightly together, lying on the earth. Emperor Phoenix was already lying unconscious. Life had completely left him. Before she died, the fairy whispered that they would still be together in the end. The beautiful face of the dead girl had a deathly smile on it. Magical green branches appeared next to the dead couple's bodies. Suddenly, a pillar of a huge green plant appeared from the sky. The man was very frightened. He realized things hadn't gone according to plan. The man snapped out of his seat and ran. He shouted that the array of the heavenly prison would not hold. After that, the warrior sat down on the ground and started to activate some spells. The knife guy was watching him from above. Knife thought happily to himself that he was finally getting a good chance. The man saw a huge fire jet flying around him in the sky. The jet enveloped the warrior from all sides and he couldn't fight it off. The knife was watching carefully. He decided to approach his dead friends. There were still bright lightning bolts flying around the tree. The fairy began to gradually pass into herself and stood up. The knife gave the girl's hand and asked her cheerfully if she was okay. At the same time, Emperor Phoenix fully awoke. He turned to the knife. The guy looked happily at his girlfriend and said he really loved her. The fairy replied to her friend that she was fine with it. The knife said there was no time to flirt and they needed to get out of here. At this time, a loud voice came from the heavens asking the guests where they were going. A fiery hand appeared from the sky. An angry voice asked the people who would let them leave. Emperor Phoenix shouted fearfully that someone had come through here to end everything. The knife guy activated his fireball and prepared to attack. A heavenly voice called someone a menacingly shameless old jerk. People saw a human hand approaching the huge fiery hand from above. At this time in the world of chaos, some man was sitting in his manor. A hand appeared and someone shouted to the seated man that he would be made to pay 100-fold. The man was very much startled and agitated. He could not answer anything. In the mortal world, the mistress continued to attend to her household chores in the house. The girl put the chicken in the nest and said that the rooster had turned into a little yellow bird. The owner told the pets that she would bring them medication so they could recover. She added that when the owner returned, she would bring them a couple drops of blood to recover. The lady was thanked together by the bird in the nest and the peach tree, after which the girl walked out of the boundaries of the manor and slammed the door behind her. The kettle on the table shouted that they were worried to death. The fish asked very excitedly to his friends, "How are they feeling?" Magical Sword said excitedly he was very glad that his friends were back in integrity. The bird cheerfully replied that it was hard to call it integrity. Tree told the chick that if it weren't for the knife and him, the chick would have come back a roasted rooster. The peach tree asked the chick how he wanted to make up for all the suffering. The guy suggested good wine. The peach tree fairy replied angrily that such compensation would not be enough for her. The chick told his girlfriend that he would tell her interesting stories about the goldfish. The fairy angrily rattled the branches of the tree and shouted to her friend that he was crazy. The fairy asked if her friend would tell her that he wanted to marry her. The chick was very much taken aback and excited by such a question from his girlfriend. Thereupon, the chick rushed with all his might to the tree and clutched at it with his wings. The friend said cheerfully to the fairy that he was certainly going. He added that after they had recovered and transformed, they would ask the master's permission. The peach tree fairy was silent and answered nothing to her friend. The goldfish said angrily, looking at the bird in the tree, that they are bloody lovebirds. The teapot also looked unhappily at the fairy and her friend, but remained silent. Chen Pagan, after his long wanderings, decided to return to his home. The guy teleported from another world and showed up at his estate. Chen thought to himself in surprise that he could have been in the shoes of the deceased leader of the battle tank sect. The main character said to himself that he had been able to find many spirit trees in the immortal world in the past few days. The boy took the crystal out of his pocket. He realized that he now controlled the power and flows of heaven and earth. The protagonist sat down on his bed and decided to get some exercise. Chen Pinggang closed his eyes and went into a very deep meditation. The main character in a cultivation state started counting the number of streams. Chen accurately counted that he could control 14 streams already. The protagonist decided to return to the divine world and test his strength near the mountain. The protagonist opened the door and prepared to leave the room. In the next room, the guy saw his wife turning to him. Chen saw his beloved sitting at the table reading something. The girl showed the guy a bag and a needle and asked that he drop a drop of his blood in there as her family tradition. The wife handed her husband a sackcloth and said she wanted to be with him for a very long time. The protagonist agreed to his lover's request and pricked his finger with a needle. Chen then dripped a few drops of his blood onto the pouch his wife was holding. The first drop of blood fell from the top of the pouch and a golden glow appeared around it. Then the blood droplets were absorbed completely and without trace into the bag. The girl was overjoyed because her plan had come to fruition. The wife thanked her husband fervently and told him cheerfully that she would go and hang up the sackcloth. At this time, a girl wooden sword appeared from the sky and addressed the elder. The girl landed after flying overhead and approached the main character. Chen asked the guest if she had come for the golden feather. The girl smiled and said she had. The boy held out the sword with a smile to the guest. The girl thanked him. The girl wooden sword immediately flew far from the city into the forest. The girlfriend told the scared guy that last time he couldn't shut up, and now they'd sorted out. The Golden Feather realized that he had a bad act last time, and the girl didn't believe him. The guy realized that this time he needed to act completely realistic as a lover. The Golden Feather inspiredly told his girlfriend that he had been waiting for her and that she could torture him. The girlfriend was very much taken aback by what her interlocutor told her. The Golden Feather replied inspiredly that he liked the girl so much that he would be happy even if she tortured him. The boy, looking inspirationally at his girlfriend, told her not to feel sorry for him at all. The wooden sword calmly replied to her friend that everything he says is very stupid. Fire appeared in her hands. The girl angrily shouted to her frightened friend to repeat everything to her after the beating. Then the girlfriend attacked the boy with all her might with fire. Golden Feather sat among the burnt trees. He was badly hurt. The boy told his girlfriend that he feels good when he thinks she's the one doing it to him. The Golden Feather rose to his feet and headed for his girlfriend. The boy gave his rival an inspired look and said she could go on. The wooden sword staggered with such a reaction from the boy to her beating. The girl decided to leave. She turned and ran away. The girl screamed, telling the guy she was letting him go for the day. The Golden Feather excitedly asked the flying girl not to leave. The guy was pleased. He realized that he would clear his relationship with the knife and scare the girl away from him. And then the Golden Feather flew upwards. He decided he needed to go back and celebrate. The boy of the Golden Feather himself was on the large estate of the protagonist. The lad was happily explaining to the Smolka his original and competent act with the girl. At the side, a knife and a fairy watched the conversation between the boy and the dog. Peachwood said with a smile that the wooden sword sis would not be so easily fooled. The knife said, "Let the boy Golden Feather rejoice for now. When the girl realizes she's been tricked, it won't be good for the boy." The fairy said that Golden Feather was very lucky to have a brother knife. The next morning, the protagonist was about to leave his estate. Chen told Shinshin that he was leaving and would be back late. For himself, he wanted to find a mountain to test his strength. The girl called out to the boy. She really didn't want to stay by herself. Sis grabbed the protagonist's arm and started yelling that she wanted to go with him too. Chen replied to the girl that he couldn't take her as he also had things to do. The girl pleaded. She yelled to the guy that she wanted to go too and wouldn't bother him. The main character's wife knew that Chen was going to the divine world. If she met a random father there, she would be reluctant to talk to him. Afterward, the girl told Chen to take the girl to play with him. She has nothing to do at home. The main character thought to himself that he had brought back a lot of treasure, so it shouldn't be dangerous. Chen told Sis Xiaolinger strictly that she should behave herself. The girl was very much pleased. The protagonist and the girl teleported to the divine world. A guy and a girl were flying down from the sky. They noticed something unusual in the distance. Chen noticed a bright and purple glow near Mount Bright and Purple. He thought that this time he had spent a few points to go somewhere else. Suddenly, from afar, a bright violet ray headed towards the protagonist. It almost hit Xiaolinger. After the beam hit the ground, there was a huge fire all around. The guy asked Sis Xiao fearfully if she was okay. The girl said she was fine. The protagonist looked carefully into the distance. He noticed something interesting. Chen saw a warrior swinging his sword in the sky in flight to strike his opponent. Two warriors were fighting in the sky. There was a huge bright glow around them. The protagonist saw that the warriors fought mercilessly, and none of them wanted to retreat. Chen said grudgingly that warriors have no public ethics. The knife asked the master if he needed to take care of it. The protagonist replied to the knife that he didn't need to interfere and would do everything himself. After which the boy, with his ringed hand, handed the girl a broomstick. Chen told his sister that she would be protected by the object he had given her. He added that he would now go and ask for an explanation. The protagonist headed in flight toward the place where the two warriors were fighting. The protagonist prepared to activate his spell. A fireball appeared near his hand. Chen launched his fireball. A huge hand of fire appeared in front of him. The warriors noticed someone flying toward them. One of them turned back. Eventually, after a fiery explosion, the fighters fell from the sky to earth. The man looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he had lost his mind. Chen told the stranger angrily that he had scared his little sister and demanded that he apologize. The man smiled evilly. He replied to the protagonist that he would of course apologize. After that, the warrior shouted that he would let the girl come to him, and he would apologize to her with his blade. The protagonist looked angrily at his opponent. The man prepared to attack him. Chen angrily interrogated the unfamiliar warrior. What did he just say to him? Chen was hovering in the air in front of his opponent and realized he had to attack. The warrior shouted unhappily that the protagonist dared to interfere in his battle. The man then shouted that Chen would have to pay with his own life. The protagonist prepared to attack. A fireball appeared near his hand. Chen launched a fire spell against his opponent. A huge flaming hand appeared. The man saw a burning hand in front of him that was coming straight at him. The stranger couldn't defend himself, and he didn't expect such a spell to be used against him. A huge fire hand grabbed the warrior and pulled him down sharply. The protagonist noticed that the strange man had disappeared, and that he was completely absorbed in the spell. The other stranger was frightened. He looked surprised at what had happened to his opponent. The man saw that the warrior had been thrown out of the sky. He fell to the ground and was completely burned up. The protagonist looked at the other stranger and asked, "What does he want?" He asked the warrior sternly and threateningly if he also wanted to kill him. The man smiled fearfully and said that there was no way he would have dared. The protagonist turned around and told his new acquaintance to follow him. Then Chen flew through the sky. He was on his way to his sister Xiaolinger. His new acquaintance flew after him. After a long flight, the protagonist landed on the ground in the forest. The man was very much surprised when he saw the Xiaolinger girl. The main character was having fun chatting with his little sister. She was standing next to him. The man was surprised to notice that the girl was holding a broom with a special aura. The warrior sensed that there were countless divine weapons hidden within the broomstick. The protagonist turned around and asked the stranger sternly, "Why isn't the one on his knees asking for forgiveness?" The man immediately flipped out. He realized abruptly that he needed to apologize. The stranger bowed and shouted that the lad and lass should be magnanimous enough to ask him. Xiaolinger girl grabbed from the side of the protagonist by his clothes. The sister told Chen to let the stranger go. The guy said he would. The protagonist glared angrily at the man and yelled at him to get lost. The warrior looked happily at the lad and thanked him for his kindness, after which the man bowed and prepared to make his escape as quickly as possible. Faster than lightning, the stranger snapped and ran away. He shouted he was leaving. Warrior very quickly jumped up from the ground and flew high and far across the sky. Flying off to a safe distance, the man thought fearfully to himself that he thought he wouldn't survive. Looking around, the man saw that something had happened to his world. The warrior, looking at the lilac glow, realized that someone had torn up to the peak divine king. Man rejoiced that today his enemy died and also his world broke through. The warrior remembered the main character he thought of as an elder. The man thought to himself that the elder might have given him an opportunity. The protagonist flew to the divine world with his little sister. On the street, a girl and her boyfriend were looking for a helper to catch a blue thunder tiger in the mountains. There were many people walking around. Chen came up behind the guy who was standing with the placard and addressed him. The main character said he wanted to join, and reported that his powers reach into the spiritual divine world. The guy looked at Chen carefully and said, he looked like he was in transition. After that, the young man looked at the cheerful Xiaolinger and said that she was going along with the main character. Chen told his interlocutors that he would not have spoken to them if he had not had enough strength. The protagonist looked at his little sister and added that he would take care of Xiaolinger. The lad replied excitedly that they were going up the mountain for no picnic at all. The girl hugged her friend and said conciliatingly that they were ready to talk things over. The girl and her acquaintance went back to the building to talk. A very persistent girl offered to take their new acquaintances with her. The guy replied that he didn't agree and added that the main character didn't even show his cultivation. The girl said excitedly that they are the Wu family and no one can harm them. She added that she liked Xiaolinger girl. The guy couldn't decide to agree with his girlfriend. He had his doubts. The girl slyly said that the main character is very handsome. She added dreamily that his little sister is also beautiful next to him. The protagonist, along with his sister and new acquaintances, walked through the nature of the divine world. The girl was walking in front next to Xiaolinger, followed by the protagonist and his boyfriend. Chen looked forward and thought to himself happily that he had not taken Xiaolinger with him for nothing. The protagonist told his new friend to tell him more about the local monsters and beasts. The young man was very much frightened and worried after such a request. Chen called his friend brother Wu and looked at him questioningly. The main character, looking at a guy he knew, decided he was very absent-minded. Chen decided to himself that he would not distract his new acquaintance. The main character decided to go and ask Mistress Wu about everything. The guy called him sharply. Wu's brother shouted at Chen to stay away from his sister. The main character cheerfully asked the guy, what was he just talking about? The brother had already calmed down and answered his companion to forget. The guy reported that their family is one of the strongest in the city. Their elder Dejin is on Divine Royal Peak. He added that no one knows the mountain better than their family. Brother pointed to the mountain and said that their elder had gone there to test the king. The guy confidently informed that once they got rid of the Monster King, then the mountain would be completely for their family. The main character heard a girl calling him from outside. He turned around. Mrs. W was sitting on the ground with the girl. She shouted to the guys to come over to them. The girl said excitedly that she could see the footprints of a blue thunder tiger. The protagonist and his brother ran to the girls. At that time, a bright glow resounded in the depths of the forest. A pillar of fire descended from above. People saw a huge magical shining tiger appear in front of them. The guy said this tiger has exceptional blood and they should be able to handle it. Mrs. Wu told the protagonist to get the girl out of here while they hold the tiger, after which the girl excitedly shouted to her companions to hurry away. Brother told his companion to get ready and started the countdown. The brother launched fireballs forward. The girl burst out and ran. The huge tiger very cleverly bounced aside to avoid being hit by the fireballs. Mrs. Yu, after a great acceleration, kicked off the ground and jumped up. The girl swung around to strike the dangerous predator from above. The girl's fiery kick hit the ground. She didn't hit the tiger. The demonic tiger looked viciously at the girl and prepared to attack her. Mrs. Wu was very frightened. She couldn't have escaped the predator in time. The guy very fearfully called out to his companion Yi, called her Xiao Do. The protagonist realized he had to run for help. He sprinted from his seat and remembered the knife. Suddenly, a dangerous lilac glow appeared in front of Chen. He stopped. Someone pointed a beam of destructive spell at the demon tiger. Thanks to a powerful spell, the tiger lost its head and became safe. The men quickly ran up to the body of the tiger lying on the ground in front of them. Xiao Yelp, along with Brother Wu, looked away with surprise and interest. The girl and boy noticed Xiao Linger standing nearby. She was the one who saved them with a spell. The girl asked her brother and sister with a smile if they were okay. The joyful guy asked Xiao Linger, "Does she possess the level of a god sovereign?" The girl, smiling, said that she would have a divine world breakthrough very soon. Xiao Yelp, looking at the tiger's body, thought sadly that she was only at the spiritual deity level. A bad hunch struck the girl. She realized that she was still very weak. Xiao Do slumped to the ground and thought tragically she couldn't even think of becoming a sister to someone like Xiao Linger. The protagonist was in the woods with his sister and their new acquaintances. Chen, looking at the tiger's body, asked Xiao Linger, why didn't she ever tell him that she had a large cultivation? The girl smiled and slyly answered the protagonist that he hadn't asked her. After that, Xiao Linger decided to tell the main character about her cultivation. As if nothing had happened, the girl explained that she was simply eating watermelon. The protagonist looked at the girl unhappily and said he didn't believe her. Xiao Linger explained that the watermelons in their yard had a lot of spiritual energy and could help increase cultivation. Chen thought to himself that the fertilizer from the system was very good. Guy thought to himself that he should make Shin Shin eat more watermelons. The guy was calming the girl down and telling her not to take it personally. At the same time, a man flew across the sky and looked at them. The man in flight called out by name to the girl Xiao Lan and the boy Chen Yuan. The man turned out to be an elder. He asked the boy and girl what they were doing here at this hour. The boy and girl looked at the arriving man in surprise. Xiao and Chen jumped to their feet and greeted the elder in a friendly manner. The guy explained that the girl needed materials from the blue thunder tiger for cultivation. That was why they went to the mountains. The elder of the Wu family was called Lon Tao. He told the young men that their cultivation was greatly increased if they killed a tiger. The guy and girl shyly explained that they weren't the ones who killed the predator. Chen pointed to the protagonist and his little sister and said they did it all. At this time, the protagonist along with his little sister were standing and socializing. Elder Long was surprised. He looked at Chen and Xiao Linger carefully. The man had no way of understanding how strangers could kill a tiger. He couldn't see the girl's cultivation. Chen explained that the protagonist along with the girl used artifacts. Xiao Do explained excitedly the girl defeated the tiger with only one attack. The elder shouted excitedly that the girl must be very young, as her life force was plentiful. The man decided to himself that he needed to find a way to bring the girl into the family at. Elder Lun leisurely approached the protagonist with his sister. The man thanked Chen and sister Xiao Linger fervently for their kindness. The protagonist answered the elder bosom good-naturedly that it was not difficult for them. The man told his interlocutors to leave their address so they could be thanked. Chen calmly replied that they were just travelers. The elder suggested excitedly to the protagonist that they join the Wu family, after which the protagonist abruptly ripped his hand out of the man's arm. As delicately as possible, the guy replied to the interlocutor that he did not agree to his proposal. He added that they did not want to join anywhere. Lon was angry. He was unhappy because the protagonist dared to refuse him. The elder was upset because Chen was not from their family. He continued to look at Xiao Linger. Lon asked the main character what level is he on. Chen replied that his sister is much more talented than him. He added that he is on the level of a spiritual god. The elder replied to the lad calmly that there was no need for modesty. Lon replied to the protagonist that if he refused, he would not force it. The elder turned around and started to walk away. He decided that he would make the protagonist and his sister join them. At this time in the forest, one strong warrior was still hunting among the trees. A man was able to kill a huge and bloodthirsty lion. His body lay on earth. The warrior sat uppermost over the huge body of the predator he had defeated. After a hard hunt, the tired man sat down relaxed and exhaled. An excited Lon ran up to the side of the man and called him elder. The man felt a little battered. He touched the scar on his cheek. The elder greeted the Lon Tao and asked with interest, "What happened?" Lon Tao spoke excitedly about meeting the young genius and her older brother with a high cultivation level. He added that the strangers didn't want to join their family. He suggested that the elder kill Xiaolinger's brother and erase her memory. He added that after that, their family would become even more famous. The elder asked his interlocutor, "Does he really want him to do it?" Lon said slyly and confidently to the man that he trusted only him. The elder looked with a smile at Lon and replied that he agreed to his proposal. The main character, along with his little sister and his new acquaintances, was in a divine world near a mountain of monsters. The boy thanked his new acquaintances happily. Chen replied that he had more business with Xiaolinger and their paths were now parted. After a while, Alan flew in. He pointed out the protagonist to the elder. The elder said Lolan try again to invite the protagonist and SES. After that, Lan teleported very quickly to quickly reach the main character. He ran quickly to catch Chen before he left. Man stopped in the protagonist's path and told him to wait for him. The protagonist grudgingly asked the clan elder Wu what he wanted. The man bowed to the boy and motioned for him to join their family once more at the... The protagonist irritatedly replied that he had already given his interlocutor his answer. A boy intervened in the conversation. He reminded the elder that Chen had already refused to follow him. Brother Yu told Man emphatically that you can't respond to kindness with hostility. The elder closed his eyes silently and concentrated, and prepared to attack. The man threw lightning bolts at the guy. He was knocked backwards pretty hard. The man also struck the girl with lightning and shouted for those not to interfere, after which the man called the young men menacingly stupid children. A fire whirlwind descended from the sky. The man shouted menacingly that it was time for the elder to intervene. The main character was frightened. He tried not to show any emotion. The man standing next to the elder said, "His interlocutor's very stubborn." The elder looked in front of him and noticed with consternation the Chung he already knew. The elder realized that he was seeing the same guy he had barely escaped from recently. The man began to speak menacingly to his companions, lest they think ill of him. The next moment, the man was very much struck by the behavior of his companion, at which time the elder bent down on his knees in consternation and began to shout that he had sinned. The man frightenedly noticed that the elder was very much startled by the presence of the protagonist. And then the man realized fearfully that he was definitely finished. The protagonist thought to himself in surprise. The elder of the Yu family bowed before him. The elder huffed. He realized he had to justify himself somehow. The man kept telling the protagonist that LOL he wanted to take his little sister away from him. Chen got angry. He realized he would have to teach the bosom a lesson. Out loud, he told the elder that he knew what he wanted. The elder pulled himself up and realized fearfully that he was going to have to punish the bosun. The elder continued to bow fearfully and said he understood. The man turned to his companion and called his name threateningly, Lon Tao. The man was very much frightened. The elder shouted menacingly to his interlocutor that it was all his fault. Lon tried to justify himself. A guy and a girl woke up. They ran up to the protagonist. The brother dropped to his knees. He wanted to ask Chen for something. The guy scared asked the protagonist to pardon the elder for their sake. Chen was surprised. He asked the boy and girl, why do they want to do this? After a short pause, the protagonist said calmly that he would pardon the man. Lon Tao frightenedly slumped down in a bow and thanked the protagonist for his kindness. The man said menacingly that Lon Tao would no longer be a clan elder. His further punishment would be discussed upon his return. Man, looking at the guy and the girl, thought they intervened to save a life, Lol Tao. And the main character even listened to them. Then the elder told the boy Don Yuan that he would be the new elder of the Wu family from now on. The boy was very much surprised and delighted. It was a pleasant assignment for him. The man asked the protagonist what he thought about it. Chen replied that he allowed it. The protagonist prepared to leave. He told his interlocutors that they had already made up their minds. After that, Chen told his acquaintances to behave themselves and soared into the sky. The elder, together with the boy and the girl, thought to themselves admiringly that the protagonist was very generous. Protagonist. After a long journey, the protagonist has returned to his mortal world. Cheng asks his Xiaolinger to cut and serve him watermelon. The girl was surprised at the request. After that, the girl turned around and told the guy she would honor his request. The protagonist saw his wife Xin Xin nearby and turned to her. Chen told the girl who was leaving to come back soon as they would be eating watermelon. The girl smilingly replied to her husband that she had already had a snack and wasn't hungry at all. The protagonist grabbed his lover's hand excitedly. Chen said excitedly to the girl, Xiaolinger was able to improve her cultivation just by eating watermelon. The main character led his wife by the hand. He said that he would find a way of longevity, so that they could be together longer. The girl was very much taken aback by such words. She thought over the fact that she could be longer together with Chen. The wife slyly thought to herself that her husband was very foolish. Xiaolinger sliced a watermelon. The main character suggested his wife to taste it. Chen told his wife Xin Xin persuasively that she could eat a whole bowl of watermelons. The girl thought disappointedly to herself that this was going to happen. Late at night, darkness descended over the estate. The boy, Golden Feather, and the knife went out into the courtyard. The boy shouted joyfully that his sister's wooden sword didn't come for him, and now he was free. The Golden Feather turned to Brother Knife, who was sitting next to the tree. The boy cheerfully told his interlocutor that he was entirely free from his accusations. Golden Feather cheerfully wanted to tell his friend what it takes to curb a woman. Someone's hand laid a golden feather on the guy's shoulder. The girl asked menacingly, "What is needed?" The girl threateningly told the boy that he was very energetic. The boy begged for help from the peach tree. Then the girl pulled the boy behind her and said menacingly that she had something to say to him. The Golden Feather asked the knife for help. The knife boy bowed and said that the master would protect the Golden Feather boy. The Golden Feather boy found himself in the forest at night with his companion. The guy thought to himself that the girl hadn't attacked him yet. He figured it was a new way of torture. The frightened boy asked his little sister, what did she want to talk about? The girl said that she bullied the guy a lot, and for that reason he could curse her. The guy yelled that there was no way he would have done that. The girlfriend sadly replied that the knife brother told her everything just to get her off his back. The girl told her friend that she had realized her mistakes and shouldn't have taken it out on him. Golden Feather asked fearfully, why was she telling him that? The girl smiled happily at the boy and told him she wouldn't bother him again. Golden Feather was very happy when he heard such words. He couldn't even believe it. In parting, the girl shouted that she would be back in 2 days to apologize and make up for everything. The boy thought to himself that it must be good for him that the girlfriend would not disturb him again. Upon thinking about it, the Golden Feather realized that he felt a very strong emptiness. The guy felt that he would be very bored and lonely without his girlfriend. The boy Golden Feather returned to the protagonist's large estate. Knife noticed that the boy was sitting sad in the corner. He remembered that the boy hadn't been beaten, but he looked even worse than usual. A rooster sitting in a tree told the knife that a loner can't know anything. Then the rooster told the knife that the guy had a crush on the wooden sword sis. The knife got angry when he heard such words. He yelled that Golden Feather was not a masochist like the rooster. The knife guy said proudly that Golden Feather looked like him, and that he would never fall in love with someone for nothing. At which time the boy sat quietly and very sadly under a tree. The Golden Feather said in a sad voice that for him the life of a sword was very boring. The boy told his surprised brother with a knife that the girl would beat him up again if he told her about their relationship. The knife guy was very impressed that his friend could actually fall in love. The Golden Feather told his friend that he couldn't exactly understand the meaning of the word love. Boy said in a romantic voice that when his girlfriend is angry, she's really nice. Knife guy was very annoyed and pissed off by this behavior of his friend. After that, the knife noticed with consternation as the girl's wooden sword began to return. The guy thought very grudgingly that the girl was at it again. The knife shouted to his friend that they would talk about it later, and told him to hide. At that time, a girl flew across the sky. Knife shoved the guy's gold feather hands back with a startled shove to make him disappear. The guy vanished very quickly. The knife decided to wait and meet the girl. The guy started running in circles around the estate and waving his arms to the sides. Suddenly the guy saw something on the side of the yard and got really excited. Knife heard someone in a very calm voice greet the sister wooden sword. The Golden Feather guy yelled to the girl that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The knife was watching. Looking closely, the knife saw the boy take a rose flower and go to meet the girl. The boy was very much amazed at the change in his quiet friend. At that time, a girl came running up with a wooden sword. She brought something. The girl brought the guy a box and told him that she had brought him compensation and he could no longer pretend to be in love. The Golden Feather dropped the flower out of excitement. He asked his girlfriend to listen to him. The girl handed the box to her friend and said that there was a spiritual metal stone inside. It was supposed to help the boy with cultivation. Golden Feather wanted to say something else to his acquaintance. The girlfriend didn't listen to him and said she had something else to say. The girl said dreamily that she would accompany the master to the chaos world. She added that she wanted to say goodbye to everyone. Golden Feather would be very scared. All the creatures living in the courtyard said goodbye to the girl's wooden sword. The knife guy told the girlfriend to contact them if she needed help. The girl thanked for the concern and said she would be careful. The girl prepared to leave. She told her companions to take care of themselves. At which time the Golden Feather guy took off and ran up to his girlfriend. The guy grabbed the girl by her clothes and yelled excitedly for her to wait for him. The boy couldn't hold his familiar girl and merely ripped off the edge of her clothes. The girlfriend turned to the guy in surprise and asked him what was wrong. The boy sincerely told his girlfriend that he wasn't pretending. Golden Feather slipped the box to the girl and said he only wanted to be with her. The guy gave his girlfriend the box back and said he didn't want it. He asked that she give him a chance to get it. The wooden sword girl was very much astonished. She was silent and held the box in her hands. Whereupon the girl angrily began to beat her friend with the box and asked menacingly, "Who gave him the right to choose?" The girlfriend gave the guy the box back and said she wouldn't take it back for anything. The Golden Feather asked excitedly to the girl, would she let him have her? The girl didn't say anything to her friend. She got ready to fly away. After a long pause, the girlfriend told the guy what she would think if he had the strength to overpower her. The Golden Feather cheerfully told the girl that he would have improvement in a month. The girl flew up into the sky and shouted to her friend that she'd look. The guy waved after her. After that, the Golden Feather turned around and ran at full speed towards the knife. At this time, the knife guy was staring in amazement at the girl flying away. The Golden Feather asked his friend in amazement, "What was that face?" Knife asked sternly by a surprised friend if he was afraid of being rejected. Golden Feather said that his girlfriend never would have been so cruel. Knife said with admiration to his friend that he was really amazing. On a bright, bright day, the main character prepared to leave. He decided to say goodbye. Chung said before Shin left that he wanted to leave. The wife shouted to the guy to wait. The protagonist asked with interest to the girl, what was the matter? Shin held out a small pouch to her husband and said that she had lost the bag of his blood earlier. Chen shouted to the girl not to worry. He added that when he got back, he would make another one. Shin was very happy when she heard such a response from the guy. The girl suggested to her husband that he give her blood now and pulled a baggie for him. Chen agreed. The main character took a large needle and pricked a finger on his arm. Chen began to gently drip his blood from the needle onto the pad. Drops of blood got on the pad and completely absorbed into it without a trace. Chen reminded his wife that she had hidden the bag in her room earlier. He asked in surprise how it could have gotten lost, and the girl replied that the bag had simply disappeared. The guy asked Shin suspiciously, is she hiding something from him? The girl tried to seem as much more calm and said that she wasn't hiding anything. Afterward, the wife abruptly shouted to the guy that there was something she was hiding. Shin said that the bag was not really lost. She wanted to explain to the guy the reason why she was asking him again to give a couple drops of blood. The girl said that one client needed 100 drops of blood, but she didn't want to scare the Chen. The guy groggily shouted to his wife that the people in her family were demons. The protagonist calmed down a bit and decided to also calm down Shin. Chen told the girl that there was no need to hide such a thing from him. He added that there was no need to collect the blood drop by drop. When he came back, he would use the knife. The girl was very much taken aback by this answer. She didn't expect such words from Chen. Chen turned around and headed for the exit. He told his wife he would be back early to help her. The girl was annoyed because her husband just believed her, even though she wanted to scare him off and get revenge for making her eat watermelon. Shin shouted fearfully to herself that she was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide. And then the girl went out into the courtyard of the manor. She headed for the tree. Shin tied a pouch of blood drops on the tree. She told the rooster that it should be enough for his recovery. The bird sat on a tree branch and she thanked her mistress. The girl looked around carefully. She didn't know what to do. In the divine world, there was an elder in a house on a large estate. Suddenly, someone began to descend from the sky, heading for the estate. A guest from the sky landed on the roof of the building and damaged it very badly. The stranger who flew in asked menacingly, "Where's the elder of the Wu family here?" The elder heard someone calling him, and after that he ran out of the house. The man said his name was Dejin, and he was an elder of the Wu family. He asked the guest what had brought him here. The stranger's name was Wang Jian. He asked the elder if he had killed his disciple Li Shiding. Dejin knew that the protagonist had killed Li Shiding. He didn't understand why the sovereign god was looking for him. After thinking for a bit, the man decided that this was now a verification from the elder. To follow the verification, Dejin replied that it was he who killed a disciple named Li Shiding. The angry Wang Jian called his opponent arrogant and prepared to kill him. After that, the unfamiliar warrior activated a spell and grabbed his opponent with a huge fiery hand. Wang Jian shouted to Dejin that he would kill him today to avenge his disciple's death. The elder felt very bad. The demonic hand was squeezing him tighter and tighter. The man thought fearfully to himself that he was going to die. At the last moment, Dejin remembered the elder and pleaded to him for help. Dejin screamed and begged for help. He decided that he absolutely had to be saved by the elder if there was an inspection going on right now. The warrior was surprised at such words from his opponent. He shouted back that no one would save that one. At this time, a teleportation portal appeared in the sky. Dejin was still restrained in the demonic hand. The arriving protagonist began to emerge from the magical portal. Wang Jian noticed that someone else had appeared and he glanced to the side. Wang Jian began to weaken his spell. Dejin felt better. Dejin breathed convulsively after being released by the demonic hand. The warrior was surprised that an elder had actually arrived at his rival's request. Wang Jian looked at the protagonist with great excitement and interest. The warrior remarked surprise that Chen Pinggang was in a transitional stage. The protagonist floated in the air and looked at Dejin intently. Chen noticed that the elder next to him was very much afraid of something. After that, the guy looked at Wang Jian. He decided that he had arrived at the wrong time. The man rushed to the protagonist and shouted fearfully for him to save him. The protagonist asked the man to explain what was going on. Dejin decided to himself that this was indeed a test. The man reminded the protagonist of the old man in black who was rude to him the first time they met. Chen replied that he remembered everything and added that he had killed the old man with a slap. The man pointed his finger at the guest and said that the stranger was the master of the murdered old man. He now blamed him for the death of his apprentice. Dejin fearfully explained that he took the blame and almost died at the hands of Wang Jian. Man frightened asked the protagonist to become the master of the Wu family. Dejin frightenedly thought to himself, if the family is mixed, the protagonist will definitely do something. Chen answered his interlocutor not to worry and put a hand on his shoulder. The protagonist told the man that he would give him his due. To himself, he thought to himself that he could not ignore Dejin's request. Chen looked carefully at Wang Jian. He thought to himself that he was already at the level of a god sovereign. The guy thought that all of his weapons were of the highest level, with the power of his knife being limitless. After a long pause, Wang Jian mockingly turned to the protagonist and called him a child. The warrior shouted menacingly for Chen not to interfere. To himself, he thought to himself that the guy was hiding his level of god sovereign. After that, the warrior shouted formidably that no one could stop him except the god emperor. To himself, he hoped that the protagonist would retreat. Chen thought excitedly, his opponent is very strong if he says something like that. The protagonist remembered how much fun his sister Xiao Linger had with Mrs. Wu. He realized that he couldn't ignore the situation. The protagonist decided to try to fight a dangerous opponent. The guy grinned at Wang Jian and shouted at him that it should be the other way around. Chen shouted to his opponent that he didn't even deserve to know his name, but he would say it nonetheless. The guy realized that his name must sound intimidating to scare Wang Jian away. Chen raised his finger up and said that he was an invincible supreme being. After that, the sky darkened very hard and abruptly. There were rolls of thunder. A bright purple lightning bolt descended from the sky towards the protagonist. The Wangjiang warrior was very much startled. He fell silent and stared at his opponent. Elder Dejin was also very much surprised. He stared at Chen in astonishment. Wang Jiang, looking at the dark sky, thought that the rolling of thunder in that split second was chaotic. The main character said that the divine world is very weak and can't bear his name. Chen told his rival that the problems of the Wu family would now be in his hands. He asked, "Does Wang Jian have any objections?" The man stared menacingly at the boy and couldn't believe that he was really the strongest of the upper world. The warrior thought to himself that such a person would not have come to the divine world for nothing. Wang Jiang decided definitively to himself that his disciple Siding could not have died in vain. At that time, a teleportation portal appeared. From there, someone called out to the protagonist. Some old man appeared and bowed to the Chen. He greeted him. The protagonist asked the old man in surprise, how did the old man know he was here? The interlocutor replied that there was a very high level of chaos, so he decided to come this way and greet the elder. Chen told the old man that he was very observant. The interlocutor thanked him for the praise. Chen thought to himself that loud words come best from other people's mouths. The Wangjian warrior was very surprised and frightened by the appearance of the unexpected guest. The protagonist told the old man cheerfully to tell the news to Wang Jian. The old man turned to the warrior and told him slyly that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Wang Jian shouted surprised that an elder of the Eternity sect named Wang Chenlin was standing in front of him. Elder Wang Chenlin laughed loudly, looking at the frightened man. The old man said to Van cheerfully, not to act so aloof. Afterward, the old man approached the man and told him cheerfully that they were pawns of the protagonist, and the latter could call him Brother Wang. Wang Jian was very much astonished when he found out that they were only pawns. Vang smiled calmly and said that they were honored to be the elder's pawns. Wang Jian shouted excitedly that he was a cultivator and believed in his beliefs. The man said proudly, he would rather die than be a pawn waiting for orders. The old man looked at the man and told him calmly not to be so harsh. Vang grabbed the man's arm and shouted that he knew about his suspicions. The old man told the man that he had seen the elder use the Dao marks. All the divine weapons in the protagonist's house are 1,000 times stronger. Chen thought to himself in surprise that Vanya and Vang's imagination amazed him. A Dijin warrior stood next to him. He said that the elder is really strong. The protagonist told his interlocutors that they'd had enough talking. Chen added that they could dispense with the details. He thought to himself that the van and the old man could think of many more things if they continued to communicate. The old man replied meekly that if the elder wanted to finish it, he would agree too. He invited the van to think about it. Wang Jian fell silent. He looked intently at the old man Wang beside him. After that, the man turned his head to the side and looked at the protagonist. At the end of his musing, the man said he didn't need to think as the answer was in front of him. Wang Jian walked up to the surprised protagonist and addressed him. Thereupon the man fell on his knees before the Chen and said he would be his dog. Old man Wang thought to himself in surprise that Wang Jian had turned out to be very flexible. Dejin thought to himself, annoyed that he could have thought of it himself. The protagonist decided to himself that he needed to say something encouraging to Wang Jian, after which the lad put his hand on the surprised man's shoulder. Chen said he wanted pawns, not dogs. He offered the warrior to go with the others on his mission. Wang Jian thanked the guy. The main character said that he came here because he needed a lot of immortal trees. He asked the interlocutors if they would help him. The three men all as one promised strictly to the protagonist that they would do their best. Chen turned around and prepared to leave. He told the men that he was leaving everything to them. The warriors all said a friendly goodbye to the elder after he left through the portal. Suddenly, a bright fire portal surrounded by magical signs appeared in the sky. Out of a portal of fire, someone came to appear in this world. The warrior asked the interlocutors around him if the protagonist had already left. Wang Jian called the guy a divine emperor and asked surprised, Did the guy know the elder? Divine Emperor said that he was the godson of Chen. He also added that if it wasn't for the main character, he wouldn't have come here today. The man thought surprised that the guest had come here for the elder. He decided that Wang was right when he said it was a great honor to be a pawn of the protagonist. At this time, Chen gathered what he needed in the divine world and returned home. On the bed in front of the protagonist were pieces of wood on red threads. Chen was sitting completely absorbed in himself. He was cultivating. The guy said to himself, "It's very effective when people of the divine world gather immortal spirit trees." The overjoyed Chen said that all of this made his divine consciousness much stronger. Magical yellowish circles appeared around the protagonist's arm. Chen raised his hand up and said that now the whole world might shudder at his blow. The protagonist was very happy and satisfied with his accomplishments. The guy decided to activate the system. He saw a new message. The system informed the protagonist that he had completed another mission. The system reported that the host's 2 main spheres had been upgraded to peak. Yellowish lightning flashed around the guy. Chen thought to himself that he really liked the feeling of increasing his abilities. The guy asked the system very capriciously, "Where's the special reward?" The system reported that a special reward had been sent out. Also, the guy got a new territory to explore. The protagonist pressed the key with interest to see what the new territory was. The guy read the new message from the system and got really excited. He was informed that his next destination was land. Chen continued to press the system for a special reward for him. The system informed the protagonist that his reward was a new territory to explore. The guy said grudgingly that he felt like he had been ripped off. He got out of bed. Reaching out, the boy told himself that he would fully accept it. Chen thought dreamily to himself that it wouldn't be so dangerous for him on Earth. The protagonist decided to take the black dragon and the fiery phoenix with him. In the Earth world, an airliner was flying across the sky. A girl was looking out the window of an airplane. Something caught her eye. The daughter shouted frightened to her mom sitting next to her that someone was flying in the sky. The woman removed the blindfold from her eyes and turned to her daughter in surprise. The mother told the girl soothingly that she would see for herself. She thought to herself that the child's imagination was running wild. The woman looked out the window and noticed with surprise that her daughter was right. There was someone there. A man flew through the sky and waved his hand to the people on the plane. After that, the stranger turned sideways to fly a little to the side. The man looked carefully at the airplane that was flying beside him. Then the stranger used lightning to attack the wing of the airliner. The people inside the plane panicked. A woman went to rescue her daughter. The plane's wing was on fire. It began to descend. The pilots lost control. Then the airliner dropped steeply into the peak and began to plummet to the ground. The man angrily shouted at the passengers to blame themselves for being losers. The stranger, looking at the falling airplane, thought he could escape while the mad woman was busy rescuing him. A red-haired woman appeared next to the plane flying through the sky. The woman's name was Ji Hongye. She shouted excitedly that the old man had used a sneaky method. The woman activated her magic to help the falling airplane. The airliner with the people on it continued to plummet downward at breakneck speed. Ji Hong thought excitedly that her strength was not enough to hold the airplane. The woman excitedly thought that if she got inside the liner, she could save people. Ji Hong thought to herself that she would have to sacrifice the rest of the passengers. Suddenly, something struck the woman very hard. She turned her head to the side. Ji noticed a huge black dragon appearing in the sky beside her. She was very surprised by the appearance of this mysterious creature near the plane. The dragon flew close to the plane, keeping pace with it. Then the black dragon accelerated and dropped below the liner. The black dragon turned to his master and asked what he should do with the big metal thing. The protagonist listened attentively to the message from the mythical creature. Chen indicated to the dragon to use spiritual energy to protect the people inside and bring them down to Earth. At that time, a phoenix appeared in the sky next to the protagonist. It flew up to the master. The phoenix held the stranger in his paw. He asked the Chen what he should do with this man. The main character at this time was standing on the body of a flying black dragon. Chen asked the man menacingly, "Why on earth did he do this to mortal men?" The man in Phoenix's arms fearfully shouted to the protagonist that it was just an accident. Chen looked at the stranger with attention. The man shouted that he didn't mean to. A woman flew up. She wanted to tell the main character about the old man. Ji Hong shouted that the man wanted to use the people on the airplane to get away from her. The protagonist and Phoenix listened to the woman carefully. The interlocutor shouted excitedly that the old man was taking advantage of mortal lives to cultivate demonic powers. Chen said that this man will not pass him by. He also has a multitude of sins on his hands. Ji Hong thought that she had said a lot. She realized that the main character is a great master if he can command a dragon and a phoenix. The protagonist commanded Phoenix to torture the man and make sure he confessed to everything. The protagonist looked around. Something surprised him. He realized that there were cultivators on Earth too. Chen looked in front of him and felt that something was very much in his way. Chen thought to himself dreamily that he wouldn't have noticed he was on a land without the smell of fog. The guy asked the woman, "What month and year is it? And when did cultivators appear on Earth?" Ji Hong replied, that it was the year 2227, and cultivators appeared about 100 years ago. She thought to herself that her interlocutor was not angry. The protagonist realized it was time for him to begin his mission. The system reported that the mission had been launched. The guy started reading the details. The system indicated that the host should distribute the new livelihood to the cultivators on Earth. The protagonist waved his hand to the side. He began to contemplate his mission. Chen thought to himself that it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover his spiritual energy. The guy asked the woman how he should address her. The woman said her name. The main character replied cheerfully Jae-hong that she had a very pretty name. Chen asked the woman he was talking to tell him more about cultivation on Earth. Ji asked the boy if he wanted to know something specific. The huge phoenix was still holding the old man at this time. The protagonist asked her interlocutor how many people have demonic powers. The woman replied that there were not many such people, but there were some who looked upon mortals as nothing. Chen asked Ji with interest if cultivation was something new to their world. The woman replied that they lacked spiritual energy. The interlocutor said that although they are feuding among themselves, they are avoiding the emergence of new cultivators. Chen thought that Earth cultivators had an established culture and strength amongst themselves. The protagonist decided to take a break from his assignment and go home to check on things. The guy thanked Mrs. G for the answer and said he would be on his way. The woman shouted for Chen to wait. G then reached into her pocket. She wanted to give something to her interlocutor. G gave the protagonist a communication token so he could contact her. The protagonist picked up the token and said cheerfully to his interlocutor that she was smart. Chen tossed the surprised woman some spirit stones and elixirs in return. The main character told Ji that the items he gave her would help her increase her cultivation. The woman thanked the guy in the trail. Chen was already flying away on the Phoenix at this time. Ji thought excitedly that the situation on Earth would undergo a huge change. In one city, there were many people on the streets and cars driving around. Passers-by were surprised. Very suddenly, for some reason, the sky darkened a lot. A guy passing by shouted loudly that he could see a dragon in front of him. A mythical black dragon circled over the city's underbuildings. A mythical creature was flying over the city and couldn't find a place to land. The dragon looked around carefully. He wanted to find a spacious place for himself. The black monster wanted to put a huge burning airplane somewhere. People on Earth were very surprised to see an airplane burning above them. Passers-by were amazed that a dragon was rescuing people inside an airplane. Passers-by on the streets were terrified to see a huge airplane falling on them. The airliner almost caught the top of the building. It was getting closer and closer. The people of Earth started running scared and scattering in all directions. An airplane with a burning wing landed on a pad outside a building. People were surprised to see a huge airplane on the square outside the building. The dragon thought happily that among the large number of mortals, no one was hurt. The protagonist was walking through the streets of a city he already knew. Dog walked up to the guy and cheerfully informed him that he had accomplished his mission. Mr. Chen thanked his assistants for their very good work. The main character looked up and looked at the building. He said excitedly, he was back after 5 years. The main character opened the door to the apartment. He remembered that he had worked hard together with Shin to buy this house. Chen ran his hand over the surface of the table and noticed that there was a lot of dust. The guy thought wistfully about you. That blue certainly doesn't live here. Chen decided to paint the neighbors. He pulled out his magic disguise. After that, the guy knocked on his roommate's door. She opened it for him. The woman looked out sternly and asked the stranger what he wanted. Chen introduced himself as a stranger in front of his neighbor. He called himself Xiao Chen. The guy knew his neighbor would really like being called mistress, and she would definitely answer him. The woman smiled at the stranger and motioned for him to come in, whereupon the hostess served a cup of drink on the table in front of the guest. The woman told the guest excitedly that his traditional Chinese outfit suited him very well. The landlady said that the owner of the neighboring apartment had drowned 5 years ago while rescuing people. She asked the guy, why did he come now? Chen reported that when his cousin drowned, he could not attend the funeral, and he was thinking of visiting his fiancée. Guy cautiously asked the interlocutor if she knew by any chance where the neighbor's fiancée was. A woman excitedly reported that the girl had disappeared after the funeral. The protagonist was very much surprised and worried after those words. The landlady said they went to the police, but they couldn't find the girl. They thought she'd committed suicide. The protagonist was startled to think to himself that the girl might have committed suicide. The guy was struck by a mystery. He remembered the name Zhan Yuxin. The woman asked the guest with surprise, is he doing well? The protagonist got up from his seat and told the woman he had business to attend to and he would go. The woman said neighborhood guy and the girl loved each other and could have met in another life. The protagonist thanked the hostess for her kind words before leaving. Chen decided to go into the bedroom. He knew there must be a photo from their wedding. The guy opened the door to the bedroom and decided to find the picture inside. The protagonist dreamily thought to himself that he would remember the image of the girl forever. Chen remembered that it had been a long time. He thought always that he had forgotten the image of the girl. The guy looked at the wedding photo. He realized his memory had come back. After that, the protagonist returned to the realm of cultivation in the mortal world. Shin cheerfully greeted her husband after he returned. The girl got up from her seat and said she would make the guy something to eat. The main character called a girl named John Yushin. She was very surprised. The wife angrily shouted at her husband that he was confusing even her name now. She asked, "Who is John Yushin?" Chen replied to the girl that he came back to Earth and saw their wedding photos in the bedroom. The boy told the surprised interlocutor that he now remembered everything. Shin turned around and started to walk away. She told the guy that this time she forgives him. The main character asked the girl, "Does she still want to keep lying?" Shin continued to walk away. He asked, "Doesn't she trust him?" The girl realized to herself that the system would prevent her from completing her very simple mission. After calming down a bit, the girl turned to the guy and asked what he wanted to know. The protagonist grabbed his wife's hands and asked, "Did the system send her here too?" Mr. Chen very excitedly asked her what kind of mission she had received. Shin thought for a long time. She didn't know what to say to the protagonist. The girl revealed that her mission was to hide her identity. After Chen became invincible, then she would also become powerful. The protagonist asked with interest to the girl, what would have happened if she hadn't accomplished her mission? Shin replied sadly in that case she would only be halfway there. The protagonist was astonished at this response from his wife. It sounded like a horror to him. Chen turned to the system. He asked the system not to count the failure for Shin. The guy kept pointing his finger at the system panel. He yelled out that at a quarter failure for a girl would do just as well. The system replied to the guy that he wasn't in a store where he could ask for a discount. The main character shouted that he already knew that the knife and the others were more than just immortal weapons. The guy suggested the system just pretend. He added that if his wife was stronger, it would be easier to fight the boss. The system answered unequivocally to the guy that there would be no negotiation. Chen realized he shouldn't have asked, at which time his wife came up behind the guy and wrapped her arms around him from behind. The girl told the guy it wasn't his fault. She added that she wanted to tell him the truth. Chen said dreamily that even if it's only half, it's fine. Shin asked with great hope to the protagonist, would he protect her? Chen grabbed the girl's hands with his own and answered her that he would protect her, of course. The main character told his wife that as long as he was here, no one could hurt her. He hugged her. The girl thought excitedly to herself that it wasn't time yet. The protagonist traveled to the city of Wu. He wanted to find a dragon there. Chen stood on top of the building and looked surprised at the people walking down the street. The guy thought to himself that the black dragon had created a big fuss yesterday and people were acting as if nothing had happened. Chen thought surprised to himself that cultivators could suppress even news like the appearance of a real dragon. The protagonist picked up the token. He wanted to summon a woman he knew. Chen held the token in his hands. He knew he had to figure it out before deciding. At this time, the girl Ji was sitting in a large building chatting with an acquaintance. The guy asked his girlfriend, what interesting thing did she encounter yesterday? The interlocutor sat on the couch and asked the woman if the dragon owner had helped her. Ji sat on the opposite side of the room on the couch and listened to her interlocutor. The guy's name was Ding Hai. He was from the same generation of cultivators as Ji Hongye. The woman asked the guy, is he really following her? Ding replied that he just pays a lot of attention to the beautiful Ji. The woman exhaled and prepared to tell the guy her interesting story. Ji reported with interest to her friend that the elder had helped her out a lot. Dean drank his wine with irritation. He thought angrily, does the girl really deserve this? The guy was really pissed off about the woman. He squeezed the glass with all his might. Dean replied with a smile that cultivators would never steal someone's luck. Ji smilingly told the guy to stop already. At this time, she held her token in her hands. Suddenly, the woman noticed in her token that the elder was calling for her. With that, Ji jumped to her feet abruptly and prepared to leave to help the protagonist. The woman told the guy that they would call it a day as she had things to do. She said goodbye. Din thought angrily that he would be able to possess the elder very soon and then the woman would pay for her behavior. The boy angrily thought to himself that his girlfriend was rushing to a meeting, and it might be the elder. Dean sharply summoned one of his subordinates to him, who asked what the order would be. The guy turned out to be his subordinate to follow the woman. He said he wanted to know who she was seeing. At this time, a woman met the protagonist on the street. She called out to him. Chen told the acquaintance that he needed something. Ji replied to the guy that she would do anything to help him. Chen hesitantly asked his new acquaintance to give him $50. Ji handed her friend a black unlimited card and told him to use it to his heart's content. He saw a special bank card in front of him. The woman told her friend that she would help him if he didn't know how to buy things. Ji explained to the surprised protagonist that he could ask her and she would buy him everything. Chen said cheerfully that he didn't really understand, but he didn't need to. The guy remembered that he had only heard of the black card in legends in the good life. He asked his girlfriend to lead him to the rest of the cultivators. Ji, very inspired, and sharply replied to the guy that she would. After which, the woman led her acquaintance to a huge building downtown. There were guards standing near the entrance to the building. They were watching the people closely. Ji explained that the head of this club is a nascent cultivator of the soul realm. The club has a spell alert. She offered to escort the guy there. The protagonist replied cheerfully to his girlfriend that only cunning would be required. The protagonist left his seat and headed towards the entrance of the club. Chen told the woman cheerfully that they would go and visit her cultivator acquaintance. Ji was surprised to see the protagonist walk past the guards completely calmly. The woman was surprised that her acquaintance wasn't even affected by the notification spell. Ji watched as the guy walked through the door. She thought that he had given her the resources to cultivate until ascension. Chen went inside the club. The interior was very colorful and mysterious. The protagonist was looking around the inside of the building and thought about what the owner of this place might be like. The guy heard someone on the side talking about some guy not showing up. One worker happily informed his co-worker that their boss had taken care of a guy named John Feng. The protagonist became very wary. He remembered that his roommate's name was John Feng. Chen thought to himself, could the name have been a coincidence? At the same time, a fighter was beating up a guy in the office. The fighter pressed the young man to the floor with his foot and yelled for him to get up so he could get the money for his father. The guy lying on the floor yelled to his abuser that karma would catch up with him. The fighter looked down at his victim viciously and with great hatred. And then the man kicked the guy in the head again with all his might. The warrior looked at the young man lying there and told himself he was fed up. The man took his foot from the guy and said that mortals are useless in general. The warrior drew his sword and prepared to finish the young man with it. The man swung around and shouted menacingly at the boy that he would feed him to his sword. The warrior said cheerfully that his little one must be full. The lad lay unconscious. At the same time, there was a very violent explosion outside the room behind the door. The explosion was so powerful it blew the door off. The man didn't have time to hit the guy with his sword. The warrior felt the hard blow hit him, and he was hurt. The boss asked angrily to the protagonist who had walked into the room. Who was he to raise his hand against him? Chen calmly paced the room and told the warrior that he belonged to the Ding family. After that, the main character extended his hand to the boss standing next to him. Chen threw the man into the wall with all his might. The protagonist headed across the room to the guy lying on the floor. A young man was lying on the carpet with his face to the floor. He was unconscious and unmoving. The main character took out a pill and lifted the guy up. He wanted to help him. Chen put his magic pill in the boy's mouth. He was still unconscious. The pill took effect immediately. A small glow appeared inside the young man. The young man's whole body seemed to light up and glow from within. The protagonist closed his eyes. He was completely immersed in meditation. Ji walked in. The protagonist indicated to her to take the man's body out and take care of it. The woman replied that she would do so. Ji then took the boss's body by the leg and pulled him out of the room. The guy suddenly regained consciousness. The pill helped him. He woke up and coughed. The young man who woke up was very surprised to see Chen Ping beside him. The guy suddenly shouted hysterically that he is definitely dead. The young lad shouted fearfully that he was looking at his son in the underworld. Chen tapped his companion and shouted to the man that his father was alive and he had saved him. A frightened guy asked the protagonist in surprise what was going on. Chen replied that it was all a long story. The main character told the guy his whole story. He was very surprised. The young man sitting on the carpet asked in surprise, was the man who hit him really a cultivator from this world? Chen sat next to him and replied that it was exactly like that. To himself, he thought that he would not tell the guy about the system. The guy fearfully told the protagonist that someone might have heard him. Chen replied that there was no one on Earth that he was afraid of. Chen thought that the female Ji would have removed the man's body for privacy reasons and to get rid of any possible eavesdroppers. The protagonist told his interlocutor strictly that he had an important question for him. The guy calmly replied that Chen could ask him anything. The protagonist said that he saw cultivators oppressing common people on Earth. He added that he wanted to know the guy's opinion. The young man Chan was very worried and hesitated before answering. The boy was silent and thought for a long time. He looked at the table next to him, on which books were lying. The young man said seriously that there was nothing wrong with raising spiritual energy on Earth. Chen asked with interest to the guy, does he really just want to get energy? The guy excitedly said that if the spiritual energy of the Earth couldn't resurrect on a large scale, cultivators would remain a minority and have boundless power. The young man jumped up and said that Earth could remain as weak as it was. It would be difficult for them to defend themselves if someone from other worlds invaded them. Chen replied to his interlocutor that he was right. The protagonist told an overjoyed fellow Chen that he would open up Taoism to him. After that, Chen, together with a woman and a young man, arrived at the huge house of the same Hong Yi. Ji put her hand on the guy's. He sat on the chair excitedly. The woman ran her hands over the young man's head. The guy told the protagonist that he avenged him and paid for his father's medicine. He added that it wasn't so important whether he could cultivate or not. The protagonist was very indignant at such words. He told Chan that he was his brother, and he should guide him to success. Chen activated the ring on his hand. He shouted to the guy that he would lead him to the path of immortality. The main character was walking around the room and throwing things around. He told the guy that he had a way to cultivate his body. Chen found a notebook of notes. He shouted happily that this was it. The main character was writing something very excitedly and joyfully in his notebook. Chen looked at him with excitement. The young man asked the woman what was going on with Chen. Ji replied confidently that the protagonist was creating a cultivation method that would turn the world upside down. The young man was very much surprised. He realized that his friend was that strong. Ji excitedly told the interlocutor that the main character was immortal. Chan said with interest that the protagonist is friends with someone like him. Ji explained to the interlocutor that immortals have mortal problems too. The protagonist finished his research and shouted happily that everything was ready. Chen handed the young man a notebook and said that this would be the perfect way for him to perfect his body. No divine ingredients would be required, and cultivation would be quick. The guy asked excitedly to his interlocutor if he had decided how he was going to promote his scripture. Chen was standing by the window. There was a phoenix and a dragon flying outside. The protagonist said he would paint everything on brochures and send the pets to spread them around. The guy was very surprised when he found out that the black dragon was the work of Chen. Ji said excitedly that she wasn't sure if it would work. The main character reminded his friends that the black dragon had made some noise in the news. The woman said that the news about the dragon quickly disappeared thanks to the Din family. Chen asked his interlocutor excitedly, "What happened to the Ding family?" The woman said that the guy Ding Hai is the most powerful cultivator on Earth. At this time, the doorbell rang. The woman was very much taken aback. She could not understand who could have come to them now. Ji thought excitedly to herself that she hadn't told anyone about this place. The protagonist told his interlocutor calmly not to panic and to open the door. Ji said very scared that it was really her fault. She headed towards the door. The woman went to the door and opened it. Immediately her acquaintance appeared. Dean's boyfriend said cheerfully to his interlocutor that they had met again. Ji grudgingly asked the guy, so how did he know she was here and what does he want? Din took the woman aside and told her not to worry as he had not come to see her. Cultivator walked up to the main character's room and greeted him. Din bowed to the Chen and said he apologized for the actions of one of his family members. The protagonist grudgingly asked his interlocutor why he wanted to see him. Ding explained that there wasn't enough spiritual energy on Earth, and he asked that Chen be more careful. The protagonist asked what would happen if he wasn't careful. The interlocutor told the worried Chen Yu that he would not be able to stop him. Dean said menacingly that Chen remains a hero from the moment he saved the plane. After that, the cultivator said that he would appear wherever the black dragon would be and kill anyone who interfered with him. The protagonist asked his interlocutor, "Is the man threatening him?" Dean responded to the protagonist, leaving him no choice. He prepared to activate the skill. The young cultivator activated a spell and lightning flashed around in the room. He was so cheerful to his opponent that a normal person in his place would probably be frightened. Din replied threateningly to the protagonist not to exaggerate. Chen then reached into his pocket for his huge cleaver, he said sadly. After that, the protagonist swung his knife to strike his opponent. Chen shouted menacingly to his opponent that only the weak could doubt. After being struck by the magic dagger, Cultivator Din's mouth bled. Chen, looking at his defeated opponent, shouted that he was acting inappropriately. The protagonist put his dagger in his pocket and said it was effective at once. The wounded cultivator was lying on the floor, covered in blood. He couldn't get up. The protagonist told the Din lying calmly on the floor that he wasn't going to kill him. Chen explained calmly to his opponent that he had just taken away his cultivation base. The protagonist menacingly shouted at the young cultivator to get out. Dean picked himself up off the floor, turned around, and ran at high speed toward the exit. The woman said grudgingly that Dean had gotten off very lightly. Chen asked the woman if she knew why he had spared the cultivator. Ji said that if Chen killed Din, his subordinates would go on a rampage. The main character told the woman he was talking to that she was very smart. The woman replied to the guy that he was embarrassing her with compliments. The protagonist told the woman that he had a task for her, and he hoped she would begin to complete it. Ji replied that completing the task was a priority for her. Ji asked the protagonist what she should do. Chen held out his hand and began to explain things to her. There were bundles of magical energy around the protagonist. He explained that he would transfer spiritual roots from another realm to restore spiritual energy on Earth. The woman was amazed. She shouted to the protagonist that he had an incredible idea. Chen indicated that his companion should gather cultivators from the Chaos group to destroy as many of them as possible, especially the leader of Din Hai. Ji shouted confidently that the Chaos Det group was killing innocent mortals. She added that she would do anything to complete the task. The protagonist told his interlocutor that her efforts would not be in vain. Chen told the woman confidently that as a reward, he would invite a strong master to train the cultivators of the order group. The main character explained that it would be easier for the woman to gather helpers that way. He thanked her interlocutor warmly. The protagonist is transported to the divine realm in the mansion of the Wu family. Chen demanded of the head of the Wu to train a couple of cultivators from the mortal realm. The man replied that he was good at teaching. Chen promised the head of the Wu that he would reward him with a surprise as a reward. The man said that even if the guy hadn't promised him anything, he would still have completed the task. The interlocutor cheerfully shouted to the protagonist that he was honored to serve him. Chen opened the portal. He told the man that he would be waiting for him on the other side and not to hurt that fragile place. The head of the Wu bowed and said he was doing his best. Then the man walked in and disappeared into a large teleportation portal. Chen thought to himself that he needed to find someone to gather spiritual roots so that the other means would not be affected. He remembered that in God's pavilion everyone was free. In the house of Jehongyi, the boy Chan and the woman were waiting for the arrival of a guest. The head of the Wu teleported right near the entrance to the house. People looked at him in surprise. The man looked around. He realized that things were very different in this world. The woman greeted the guest. The head of the Wu asked the woman if he needed to train her. The man replied to Ji that he would be happy to answer any of her questions, and she could call him Teacher Wu. The woman said in amazement to the Wu teacher that he had an amazing rack. Ji said with surprise that her interlocutor must be an immortal. The man said he wasn't some kind of immortal. Immortals couldn't even serve him. WU's teacher said that mortals must pass certain tests to reach the level of the immortal. Then the immortal can attempt to go as far as the realm of God in which he is personally the elder. Mortal men were very astonished to hear such a thing from a man. The guy thought, surprised to himself, that his neighbor Chen could command God so easily. Teacher Wu asked the woman if the guy just talked about his neighbor, meaning the main character. Ji explained that Guy Chan has been friends with Chen for many years. The senior even created a whole body enhancement method a couple of days ago. The man thought happily that if he could get along with the elder's friend, he could expect to be rewarded handsomely. The young man said his name was Chan Feng. He asked what the teacher wanted. The teacher told Chan that he could call him Brother Wu from now on. Man asked his new acquaintance to show him around the world. Chan enthusiastically replied to the man that he would have a lot of fun. Teacher Wu recalled that the older man had told him that there would be several students. He asked the woman to bring them here. Ji told the teacher that she would. A month later, the woman was walking the streets using the skills she learned from the teacher. Ji found another dangerous cultivator and stabbed it through with her sword. The woman was very happy to have found another suitable victim. Ji, sitting on the victim's body, shouted that the end of all devil cultivators had come. The Wu teacher stood by and watched his student. He patted her. The man told the woman that she had improved well over the past month. Ji replied that it was all due to the instruction of Teacher Wu. Suddenly, the woman heard something suspicious from the side. She turned around. Ji saw some figure of a man walk by. She asked menacingly, "Who is here?"